Welcome along to the Diabetes Chat. We are dead on 6 hours to go. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. We have been live 18 incredible hours. I cannot believe that. I've been here for 18 hours. I think I'm starting to lose my voice a bit, and I think I'm definitely tired now. But 6 more hours to go, and it's just lovely to have it with your company. And in this last segment, we're going to be connecting with the Beta podcast team soon. I've sent you guys an invite to come up to the mic, so hopefully you would have seen that, and then we'll get Hannah up as well when she comes in. And then we have amazing Jazz, which Dr. Marks mentioned. You said you're going to be doing some work with Jazz, and we'll be connecting with Jazz later on as well from India, and she'll be doing a panel discussion. So that'll be absolutely fascinating. And then we've got Joe, who's on Hubban as well, who'll be joining us from the Philippines and Pakistan. And we've got some friends who'll be joining us in the space. We've got some recordings, some voice messages, and we've got some messages and lots to talk about in that segment. And then the final 3 hours is we'll have an open forum chat so anyone can come talk and share amazing things. And then we've got Belinda Moore from Australia, who is hosting a panel chat, and we've got some poetry, we've got some storytelling, and we've got some yoga. And I think that might just relax me just that little bit to get me in the zone for bedtime. So it'll be 9 o'clock nearly, and then we'll be finished with Partha and James Ridgeway. So lots to come. Honestly, thank you so much for your support. It's lovely to connect with so many of you here, familiar faces and some new faces, and especially at this time of day. We're not normally here. But guys, if you want to get involved, you just keep tweeting along Diabetes Chat, hashtag Diabetes Chat. You can request the microphone. And also, however you can do this to support us, if you click on the Diabetes Chat page, we are doing a bit of fundraising today. We've chosen JDRF as our charity today. There are so many amazing charities out there, and we've chosen this one for this particular event. But hopefully in the future, when we do other events, we'll choose other charities. So if you are able to help, either share the message or donate, however much you feel comfortable to do so, great. We're trying to raise £500, and we're about halfway to that. But if you can contribute, great, in any way, whether it's sharing the message, whether it's small donation, or whether it's just coming here and raising awareness for diabetes, because it's about today raising that awareness for diabetes, and I think we've definitely done that. But without further ado, we have the Beta Cell crew here. Hello.
Hey there, can you hear me?
I can. How's it going?
It is going.
You've had a busy day, right?
I've had a busy. How long has it been? It's been 2 days, really.
Oh.
People who know me, people who don't know me, I'm Craig Stubing. I host the Beta Cell podcast and other things, and one of those things was co-founding the nonprofit Type 1 Run back in 2015, and it really started as just kind of a way for me and my friend James Mansfield to train for the LA Marathon together and kind of share knowledge on how to do that, to kind of figure out what do you wear a backpack? Do you wear a belt? What do you eat? How much do you eat? How do you change your temp basal? And from that, it kind of grew into this global network of 120 different running groups around the world. And this past weekend, we did a Ragnar relay race, which is it was a trail race. It's a team of it was 8 type 1s, and you basically take turns running for a day and a half. So we started yesterday at
Wow.
9:30 in the morning, and we finished around 4 p.m. earlier today, and I drove
Oh
straight
man.
here to
Wow.
to join you.
And what time is it now?
Now it's 8 o'clock,
8 o'clock.
and
And
it's a trail race, so we're camping. So we're camping outside, and then
yes.
you run every 8 or 9 hours, and so you don't get a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
Someone comes to your tent and like wakes you up and like, all right, you're next, and then you get ready. And it was the coldest. I guess the coldest this event had ever been. It set a record. So I was running at 3 in the morning, and it
Oh
was
wow.
frost on the ground, and we were shivering, and it was miserable but amazing. And
And
just
you say all you guys got type 1 diabetes, is that right?
yeah, the whole team, yeah.
And and
Um,
and and before we obviously we catch up with Hannah, you said our speaker today, is that right?
yeah. Hannah
Before we
Hannah Crabtree.
hopefully we'll see Hannah jump on soon, and when she does, we'll talk.
I see her.
But
I see her in the chat. She's going under diabetic rat wife right
there
now.
we go, there we go. I will invite Hannah up to the speaker panel. That is absolutely fine. But yeah, before you guys like sort of take over, I'm just quite fascinated. So with this race, you've all
Hmm.
got type 1. Has everyone got technology, or are people finger pricking? And is it? Do you have to really be sort of managing your diabetes? Like, it has to be really under control because the unpredictability of you could be running at any point. Are you really
So
tight in control?
so yeah, you're bringing on a ton of interesting questions. And yeah, so everyone's technology was different, right? I'm on a Dexcom and I use a Freza. Another runner also is on the same regimen. Um, there were 2 people looping, using Omnipod and looping. I think there were 2 people. Let me think now. There was one person on Tandem, maybe 2 people on Tandem,
Yeah,
and I think 2 other people on MDI. So it was a huge grab bag.
of course.
But what's interesting about the event is because there's so much unpredictability. I mean, that's kind of what makes it fun to a certain degree, is that it's not
Yeah.
just you wake up on a Saturday at 6 a.m. like you do every day and you run 6 miles and you come home. Like,
Hmm.
so much is unpredictable. If someone goes low when they're running, which happened many times, like
Yeah.
that slows them down. And so the next person is waiting, and you don't necessarily know when that person's going to get in
Come
because there's
in.
no cell
Yeah.
signal up there, right? There's no GPS. We don't know.
No.
We get a tenth of, or I think it was like a quarter-mile warning. So you kind of know when they might come, and you're just sitting there waiting, and then until their
Mm.
name pops up on the board saying they're a quarter-mile out, and then you go get ready. Um,
Yeah.
so trying to manage diabetes specifically, I mean, we all joke the whole time that everyone else had it so easy because they never had to think about this stuff. But if someone's, if you're planning to run at 3 a.m., but you don't end up running till 3:30, right?
Mm.
How have you managed your blood sugar differently
Of course.
because of that, right? Did I eat a banana at a certain time expecting I would start running at
At
3,
that
and now
time.
it's
Yeah.
3:30 and my blood sugar's got 2 arrows going up? Do I take
Hmm.
insulin now? Do I not take insulin? And one of the kind of fun things about this, being in a team with all these type 1s, some of which we never met each other before, is that we all kind of contributed to this collective brain trust of what should you do in this situation. And you think that all these people who are very experienced runners would just know what to do with their own body at that time. But, the different situation, the unfamiliar routes, unfamiliar weather, maybe just a general fogginess because we were so tired. I probably got, I don't know, 4 hours on and off, so more like 2 hours of sleep. In a
Yeah.
tent, it's like you're not really thinking straight. So you have all these people who have different experiences managing diabetes while exercising, kind of helping figure it out. And I don't know, maybe the most interesting part of the whole thing is, or one of the interesting parts I'll say, is I don't know, you come to this kind of understanding that you will always get it wrong. Like
Mm.
like you will not, like, not every day, not every moment, not every decision will be the right decision that you were supposed to make. Not necessarily that you got it wrong, but you didn't necessarily make the decision, and maybe you didn't have the right information. Maybe something else happened, and it's this very kind of, in my mind, humbling experience from, I think, a diabetes, I don't know, online world that kind of praises perfection, and we're always kind of striving to be, have that unicorn, that 100 all the time. And when you do this, you come to terms that that's not going to happen, but you're going to use your experience and your ability to essentially just survive. So if someone went on a bad run and their blood sugars 50 with 2 down arrows, and they had to eat 5 gels, and then they felt so sick they thought they were going to throw up, but they made it through and they made it back. Like, that's a win in our book, because you did it. Not every day and situation with diabetes is going to be perfect, but we work with what we have, and
Of
we get
course.
through it, and we learn from that experience.
100%. 100%. But honestly, thank you, Craig, for sharing a bit of insight to that. It's really fascinating. And do you do this often then? And do you do a lot of training before you chat with Hannah? Because this is your takeover, but I was just quite interested. Do you do a lot of
Yeah,
training and exercise
I
for?
did not train as much as I should have for this. I was kind of a replacement for someone else, but I
Yeah.
probably had ample time to train and just didn't. I kind of kept putting it off, but
Yeah.
uh, I used to run more and do half marathons. I've done a couple marathons, one triathlon. It's you do it, and you're miserable the whole time, and then afterwards you kind of forget how miserable you were doing it, and you sign up again. But there's something very special about the relay race, I think, for this community, especially this like type 1 run
Yeah.
mentality of staying together, being a team, as opposed to just kind of 8 people showing up to a race and running, and then at the
Yeah.
end they kind of
Yeah.
just like high five each other and go. Like, you
Of
can't
course.
go until the next person comes in, and you're all kind of relying on each other and helping each other get through that. And it's
Yeah.
super cool. It's like
And
just
that
an
and that's
awesome
a
experience.
yeah. Yeah. And that's a bit like how it is with peer support, isn't it? Like, you've got each other's back, and you're helping each other out along this 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 journey. So it's a bit like that, and I just think it's really fascinating. What you've done in this event. So without further ado, I am going to sit back. I'm going to probably have another cup of tea, because I've had about 8 already today,
Yeah, I
and
don't blame you.
and I'm just gonna enjoy you guys chatting. I'm not sure what you guys are gonna chat about, but I look forward to listening in, and I'd love to hear. And if not, I'll ask questions at the end of how the BDSL podcast came about, and I guess you'll talk about your own journeys and stuff. But yeah, over to you guys, Craig and Hannah. Thank you so much. It's lovely having you guys here, and I'm looking forward to it.
No, I really appreciate the opportunity to chat. It's cool, and what you do is awesome and important. I'm glad someone's doing it. Hannah, are you there, or have I put you to sleep with my stories of running?
No, I'm still here. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you great.
Autumn.
You've had your own adventure this week, haven't you?
Oh yeah, no, I'm also part of No Sleep Club, but not because of running a Ragnar, but yeah, I was up at like 4:30 UK time to fly back to the States. So,
Yeah, so you get it. We're all you, me, and Tom. We're all in the mental exhaustion
I
state.
know. I can't wait for bed. Right? Not long. We'll all be asleep.
My bed's right behind me, and it's just calling my name. But
Yes. Yes.
no, I think it's going to be awesome. Um, for people who don't know Hannah, she's been on the Beta Cell podcast many times, too many times for me to count. But you probably, well, how would you say people best know you for, Hannah? Is it your chart on insulin um, inflation? Is that what you would call it?
yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't just for the chart.
It's a good
But I would
chart.
It is a good chart. I would say I got involved in the like, kind of US insulin for all movement kind of in the early days. And so, I think, we can kind of go back to maybe 2016 where insulin for all in the US was starting to get kicked off to the point where like at least more people were talking about the price of insulin in the US. We were starting to find like more allies and people who were thinking this kind of line of thinking that like no, like not everyone can actually afford insulin in the US. So we were starting to like kind of find each other, and it was kind of like just a time period where we started just building a lot of things and building some just basic organizing infrastructure. So just like Twitter DM chats or meeting up in person, or I used to go to a lot of events and like conferences and stuff, just being like kind of present and like learning the scene. Um, and so, I did a little bit of kind of organizing and advocacy. And then I do think I'm mostly known for just kind of various like data projects like across Insulin for All. So I feel really comfortable working with data. And so one thing I did was I charted the price of insulin versus the price of like various goods under like inflation in the US. And like that's like a chart that's gone viral a few times. And then I've done some data analysis around the impact of these copay cap bills that we have in the United States,
Hmm.
that all these states have been pushing out. And I kind of was able through analysis to get out a number that, these copay cap bills that all these states were pushing were actually only impacting like about 27% of people in their states. And so that 27% number like became really powerful in us pushing back and saying like, no, copay cap bills are not enough. This is like not going to cover enough people. This is still like a problem with like pricing.
Yeah, I mean, you might not call yourself this, but I definitely think of you as like the data queen of type 1. And I think it's important that, there's data to kind of back up the stuff, because I think that stuff gets headlines really. And I think I don't know, it puts the insulin for all movement that can feel very, I don't know, if I don't know, it grounds it in something that people who don't have diabetes can, I don't know, can relate to maybe.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I agree. There's like a lot of just power in being able to tell a story through data. And the thing about the kind of the insulin space too is like the data is pretty scrappy. You have to like sometimes be a little scrappy to kind of get at like an analysis. Like the copay cap analysis I did, I think any sort of I do data at work, so I do a lot of business intelligence type analysis, but like I'm not like I don't have like a PhD in research or whatnot, right? So I think if anyone
Hmm.
kind of like really dug into like some of that work, they'd be like, I don't know about this. But it's like when you're working in kind of like, such like a niche world that we're in, you kind of have to get the data where you can, and you have to like kind of extrapolate, based off of like imperfect data. And that's something like I've kind of always thought that I was pretty decent at doing.
And that stuff, like you mentioned, copay caps, and I don't know if I can post a link maybe in this that people can find the podcast episode we did together where we talked about this, but like that gets, cited by politicians, like people actually use your data for policy decisions, and that's super cool and obviously important, right? Like politicians don't care unless they see the numbers, right? If we're just tweeting at our representatives, make insulin free, right? It doesn't really mean much to them, clearly, because we do it all the time.
Right.
So something I wanted to, I don't know, chat with you about, I think, and I'm sure, Tom, this has come up in the last, whatever it's been, 16 hours, something like that. But I was thinking a lot about, obviously, the Elon Musk Twitter. I mean, obviously we're on Twitter, right? And the blue check and the fake Eli Lilly, and what has become, I don't know, maybe one of the greatest, insulin for all stunts of all time, tanking the Lilly stock with a $8 blue check mark, saying, if people on here haven't heard, I don't know exactly, I don't have it in front of me, but someone made a fake Eli Lilly account with the logo. The name was, Eli Lilly. The handle was Eli Lilly and Co. And it just said like insulin in the US is now free. And the Eli Lilly stock tanked. It seems like, though, that might be related to a patent infringement that also happened at the same time, and they were fined like $177 million or million dollars, I guess. But I think what's interesting about what this tweet did is it was everywhere, right? And in one sense, it was to show what a shit show Twitter was for that 24 hours, where anyone can make a verified account, essentially. But it was on the Daily Show. Like Trevor Noah mentioned this. There was a Forbes article that mentioned this, and even if it was just to illustrate how Wild West it is, I don't know, it was kind of cool seeing insulin specifically kind of getting the front page, right?
Yeah, I think what was like, I feel like everyone was really focused on the stock price when I was like, well, stock prices recover, so it's not like they actually lost all this money. But I guess
Yeah.
like shareholders have lost some value, whether, as you said, it's from the tweet or from infringement. But what was cool was it brought insulin prices back into like the news again. And like having prominent accounts and celebrities and all these people like talk about this again as an issue and acknowledge that this is still an issue, especially after like, in the US, like we didn't manage to actually pass much of insulin relief this year, right? Like we got insulin copay caps through like Medicare, right, for people on Medicare. But it was nice to see like people like still care about this issue, and it kind of like, at least for me, kind of like remembered like, okay, this like fight is like a marathon, it's not a sprint. And like hopefully it's like a moment that kind of revitalizes a lot of us and keeps us like going.
Well, that's an important point that I think I want to come back to. But I think we've talked before about kind of just how the evils of big pharma, without being too cliche, but there's definitely this whole politics of diabetes, in the sense that I feel like in the US at least, diabetics kind of get kicked around, or thrown around as a hot potato, choose whatever analogy you want. But, we're this, when someone needs a political point, right? There's lots of things people, politicians call on. And it feels like frequently more and more that's diabetes and insulin. And it's like, we're gonna get some, awesome points by talking about how insulin costs too much. And then everyone talks about it for 2 days and then they move on from something else, right? And copay caps feel like the same thing. The $35 insulin cap, federal cap, felt like that thing. That was just, earlier this year. And I don't know. Is how do you see, politicians care or not care about diabetes? Am I being too jaded? Maybe not jaded enough.
So it's actually funny. So I came back from my trip today and I was looking through like the pile of mail that I had, and my House Representative Don Bayer like sent me like a letter, and I was like, why is Don Bayer sending me mail? And I opened it, and it was like this 2-page letter of like everything he's done for like insulin access, because at some point in time I like contacted his office and was like, what are you doing for this? Like, push the needle harder. And Don Bayer is like, you could have a much worse like House rep. Like, I've got it pretty good actually. He supports Medicare for all. But he listed out all these like legislative like achievements with like the Build Back Better Act that he fought for, like the Medicare stuff. And so it's like, I think like in a lot of like politician brains, it's like, I just think people accept that like incrementalism is the way to go, and that like we can only like win this fight through like making incremental like progress. And like, I think
Can you expand on that? Like, for people who don't really, follow U.S. politics, what is this? I can't even say it. I'm too tired. I'm not going to be able to say it. Incrementalism.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. So U.S. politics is just always, it's always a mess. It's a current mess right now. Another thing, it's like, how did anybody like stay off of Twitter like all week between like the US election and Elon Musk and all this other stuff going on? But with like how US politics are, the GOP is not going to do anything for insulin. So that leaves it to the Democrats. And then the Democrats have some power, but they don't have enough power to like make like radical changes, right? And maybe
so
we could argue that they do. Like, I mean, like Biden just did like, student like loan debt relief, right? Like, is there no mechanism for like pushing through like a price cap on insulin? So like, I do think maybe they're like hiding behind this whole like, well, there's only so much like progress we can make, but like with like kind of the thin margins so we had like a pretty good margin in the House for getting things done. We had Biden, but like our Senate margin for the last 2 years has been like awful on the Dem side, with like Manchin and Sinema like essentially like blocking like progressive things. And so it just becomes like, it's like always like a battle of like, well, like when is everything going to be aligned so that like Democrats can actually like, move on this and like implement like the sort of like, life-changing like progress that we need. And it's like, I don't know if like, it's like, when is that all going to like perfectly align? And like, when it does perfectly align, like, are they still going to be like willing to like, do anything about it, or like pressure pharma? Because it's like, at the end of the day, it comes down to like Democrats need to like stand up to pharma. And like, will we ever see like a critical mass of them doing that? Like, who knows?
Well, you mentioned, the GOP not caring about insulin, but that $35, Medicare, what was it, Medicare Part D, very small number of people having a $35 cap, that was under Trump, right? And Trump talked a lot about, Trump obviously talked a lot about a lot of things and never did it, thankfully for many of those things. But I feel like the GOP uses insulin as a talking point as much as the Democrats do, even if they don't care about, Medicare for all.
Yeah, but then they come through and like, entirely strike down like Build Back Better or whatnot, or like what
Mm-hmm.
would have like actually gotten us like, another incremental move, right? It's like another like just federal copay cap instead of like at the state copay cap level. Like, but at least it would like shore up the copay cap to actually like mostly cover most people under a copay cap. But it's like, yeah, it's like they like entirely strike down something like that. And then it's like, okay, cool. We can't even like get this like this isn't even the bill we want, but it's like it's something we like can't even get that through. And so
So
like I
maybe,
think that's
yeah, I was gonna say
like
like maybe that's the thing. It's like, the GOP and the Democrats, right? They keep bringing up diabetes, they keep bringing up insulin, and either they're knocking down, they're either coming up with legislation that we don't want, or they're knocking it down while they're still saying insulin costs too much, right? Everyone's saying that. No one's saying insulin costs the right amount. This is great. Everyone brings it up as a talking point. Because there's so many people with diabetes who use insulin in the US, right? Not just people with type 1. For people who don't know, there's actually more people with type 2 diabetes who use insulin in the US than there are people with type 1. So it's this growing group that an issue people care about, and everyone wants to get points for mentioning it, but no one actually wants to make the big leap to do something about it. And maybe it's just because everyone's in the pocket of big pharma.
yeah, it's like so hard as to like why there's even pushback with like the diabetes community itself, like around the idea that like, oh, free at the point of purchase insulin should not be a thing, right? Like there's like other diabetics who believe that, right? And it's just like
Yeah.
there's so much. And I think some of, you can think about kind of the general mainstream pushback coming through like a few different groups, right? It's like you've got the people who it's like, like I want stuff for me, but like nothing for you, right? You've got the you've got the health and wellness like industrial complex. Like that's like we could spend a whole hour talking about like the damage that like does to like the insulin movement. Um I'm trying to think like what else. I think it's
Well,
just a
America,
lot of
like you're
like
saying, America's very much and people outside the US might recognize this or might not, but we are a pull yourself up by your bootstraps culture, and that infects everything we do, right? From our housing policy to our healthcare policy. And it's the idea that, you as an American living in the freest, greatest country that could ever be imagined, you have all the tools to make your life great, right? Like if you aren't Elon Musk, that's your fault. Like you haven't just put in the hard work, come up with the idea to do it, which obviously we all know is bullshit. But that feeling, that sense, I don't know, it infects everyone, right? It's such a part of kind of our mother culture of America that even if I think you're a very liberal person, there's times where that, I just need to work harder kind of work ethic, I think, we fall prey to because that's just instilled in us from birth, essentially.
right. Yeah, it's such like an individualistic like culture and like it's weird just like how much that like permeates like everywhere. Like I like my sister moved in with me last year and like everybody she like lives with me like rent free, right? And like everyone like I know is just like floored like, oh, like why would you like ever like do that, or like wouldn't it be like so tough just having your sister like live like at your house with you. And it's just like, no, like it rules, right? Like it rules having like another like person in my household and like another family member who's like around to like, support and like, make this like crappy culture work. And so it's just, like people are so wired to this, like, I've got to do it all by myself. And so it's like people take it as like a personal failing. Like, and I think I think one thing that Insulin for All really did a good job of is like we messaged it so that like I think like people in the community started finally believing that like if you can't afford insulin, like this is like not your fault, right? And so like this is not like a personal shortcoming if you cannot afford insulin. But that was like the mindset of so many people for like so long. You know, like I had that mindset, like, you know, my mom had that mindset, and just like, you know, having to like kind of, you know, realize, like take a step back that it's like, no, like America like makes this so difficult. Like it's not any of us like individually, it's not our fault if we can't afford this. Um I think like another thing too is just like our bizarro like, you know, healthcare system. Like people just don't believe us when we say this is a problem still, because it's like, oh, most everybody has insurance, right? So insulin's covered by insurance, like you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
And like in reality, it's like what? It's like 20% of people like actually like are still uninsured, or the fact that like we're all exposed to the list price of insulin like through our deductibles. And so like
Mm-hmm.
I know that like every year like I need to set aside like $4,000 for my out of pocket max and just like pay it off sometime between January and March each year because like, you know, I have to like pay all of that before like any of my coverage kicks in. And I've got like a fairly decent like deductible, and like mine is like 4,000. And so like people also like just don't understand if they're not familiar with their health insurance, and if they're not using it and don't understand it, like it's like, do they even realize that we have people in the community who have like deductibles that are like $10,000, and like you have to like outlay $10,000 every single year because like insulin alone is going to meet that deductible for you.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because like even at this Ragnar race where you'd think we'd be focusing on, you know, eating as many carbs as possible and getting ready to run, like there's naturally time where we sit around and talk, and obviously insurance comes up and people start talking about, well, this is the plan that I have and this is why it sucks and this is why I can't see the doctor I want on this plan, so I'm changing to this plan. This plan, my Dexcom costs too much, but my insulin's cheap. And it's such a, yeah, it's such a weird, like everyday conversation that we have, or at least think about every day, because we need these drugs every day, and no one else in the world has to deal with that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, and like it's like if you can afford your deductible, and like if your deductible is reasonable and you can afford your deductible and your premiums aren't bad and all these other like, you know, magical things that like, you know, may not ever line up for you, right? It's like in one way it's like kind of nice because it's like, okay, cool, I know that like I'm outlaying $4,000 like January through March every year, and then it's like the rest of the year like all of my other stuff is like covered, right? So it's like my pump supplies, like, you know, IVF even, right? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
like insulin alone is going to meet my deductible. And so it's like I don't have to worry about the rest of my healthcare expenses, right? But it's like the problem is like most people can't afford their deductible. And I think there's like the stats of like I think it's like in the 40%, like it's like 45% of people like are like underinsured, which means that like yes, they have insurance, but they can't afford like their deductible. So it's
Yeah.
like, again, that goes back to like the list price of insulin matters because like you're paying your list price of insulin unless there's a copay cap in place by either like your plan or like state regulation, like you're paying list price of insulin like until you meet your deductible.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I feel like I've heard, maybe this is just, you know, anecdotally, like more and more people, even those without diabetes, complaining about health insurance lately. And I think people are really just like they're I don't know, they feel fed up in a way that our representatives don't represent to the people I'm hearing, you know, whether it's just you know, their premiums are going up all the time, or they have a kid and they're like, oh wow, it costs so much to have a kid in this country.
Mm-hmm.
um but you know, this was last December, right? The House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Reform put out that 192-page report on basically how awful big pharma is. We've talked about this before, but it's I don't know, it's so weird to me. When we talked, on the podcast, we kind of just went through all the bad things that they do, right? Which is everything from, buying or squashing companies that could have, products that would compete with insulin, for instance, that would potentially bring the cost down by having more competitors. How they work in lockstep to keep their pricing the same. How they throw all of their, they say everything costs all this money for R&D, but they spend so little on it. And what little they do spend on it is really just to find ways to extend their patents instead of coming up with new drugs. But, so you have on one hand, the House committee putting out this report saying, look at all these bad things that pharma is doing. And then on the other hand, you have all these politicians in an election year saying, oh, insulin's so bad, we have to do something about insulin. And then it's like they don't talk, like no one realizes like what the actual problem is here. Like they know pharma is bad, they want to solve the problem, and then they just kind of mention and go away. It's like the two heads aren't talking to each other.
Right. And then you throw in like the PBMs and the Walmart insulin, right? Where it's like you can get like R and NPH, like the dark ages. You can get the dark ages insulin like over the counter at Walmart for like $25, right? And so there's all these like other like kind of like weird nuances that like just like end up being like distractions for people, I think, who who just like maybe like have any kind of knowledge of this space, right? Like Elon Musk, when he was like replying to Bernie's tweet about the Eli Lilly tweet, it was like,
yeah,
Walmart, it's available at Walmart. And then Mark Cuban was like retweeting Elon Musk and was like, oh yeah, Elon Musk, it's actually not this simple. Like the PBMs are the problem. And then just like, oh my gosh, like this is like just like a nebulous like web of crap. And like we can barely understand it, like being like so embedded in this fight. It's like how's the average person gonna understand like what's going on? But the thing is, like I think what's like simple is that like this problem is like fixable at the source, right? And so if we cap the list price of insulin at the pharma level, and the list price of insulin is like $275 if it's Humalog, $289 if it's Novolog. I think that's still right. Like if we cap that like at the source, like that has like flow throughout like the whole system, right? And like pharma also has like, because pharma is the source of all of this, right? Like pharma has the negotiating power with the PBM, right? Like pharma's always like, oh, the PBMs like make us do this. And I'm just like, no, I'm pretty sure like you actually like, game theory wise, like have the power in this situation to like put your foot down and like lower the list price if you wanted to. But the reality is that, pharma also is benefiting from these list price increases, or they like historically they have. Even if the PBMs do like kind of cut in and get like a margin of that. And PBMs are essentially like drug middlemen for like insurance plans. Again, it's just really bizarre healthcare system we have over here. But yeah, it's like, let's cap insulin prices at the source, because then that means retail price of insulin becomes like essentially like list price and so on. And then people can like go to the pharmacy and like buy their insulin for like a reasonable price. The other thing too, that like I think with like the US particularly, I don't think this is as true for like countries with like more nationalized like healthcare systems, but in the US, like I don't think capping the price of insulin is enough if the rest of our like healthcare system remains in place. Like it's really just kind of step one, right? It's like capping the price of insulin is the stopgap. It's like you would ideally also make insulin over the counter. You'd also want to get some like Yeah, okay. So if you get your insulin for like $25, right? But then it's like, oh, you're still paying your full deductible for all your other diabetes supplies. It's like, did your day-to-day life like really change that much?
Yeah.
But like capping the price of insulin is the like stopgap. Like this is like the bare minimum that needs to be done so that like people like aren't, you know, dying because they can't afford it.
Yeah. I wanna bring these two conversations we've had in this last 45 minutes together in an interesting way. So kind of started talking about diabetes community, which is something that means a lot to me. I think it means a lot to you too. In my world, it's been a lot of running stuff and other things as well. But you said that this whole, fake Lily, Twitter, whatever you call it, might revitalize advocates. And I think, that what that's, implies is that they've somehow been unvitalized or whatever the word would be, right? Something, there's a serious burnout of advocacy that I think just happens naturally. But, you've worked with lots of advocates, and I feel like this is takes a village kind of thing, right? You
Mm-hmm.
alone, unfortunately, can't solve the insulin crisis through data, right? It takes lots of people working together. Um, that's hard. And I think it's especially hard in an advocacy space, right?
Yeah, I think it's hard because, I think that you can definitely like be a professional diabetic in this space, but it's like, how are you making money if you're not getting like sponsored by like the same companies that we're trying to fight against, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so the people in this space are people who are like doing this like in their spare time, and balancing like the job they need for health insurance and balancing like living with diabetes, right? And like it's really like tough to like feel like motivated like all the time. Like I've been like burnt out. Like it's been like 2 years. Like I was like doing the math and I was like looking at like my like data site earlier and I was like, "Oh, okay, I have not posted an update in 2 years." And then
So
I
you were running the data on your data, it sounds like.
yeah, right. Yeah, I was like looking through that. Yeah, and so it's like I've been burnt out for 2 years. I think COVID burnt out a lot of people and I was going back through some of my like memories of like Twitter, and the impending Twitter collapse, right? And
Mm-hmm.
like we used to do like, and I think we do still do a lot of stuff like collectively, but it's like we used to do so much stuff just like offline and like, in the quote unquote like real world, right? And then when COVID happened, right, like it switched to like entirely like digital activism. And like you also get the sort of like culture of like, okay, well, now I'm building projects with people over Zoom, which I'm also like using at work. And then it's like we're also all freaked out about like the pandemic. And I just like think that like that was like a period where like I think a lot of us just got like burnt out and we tried to like launch some like bigger stuff. And, it's just like at the end of the day, it's like there's only like so many people who are like devoting like their spare time to like the effort and no one should be devoting their whole like all their spare time to this effort. um and so it becomes tough, like, trying to figure out like, well, how do we want to like move forward and like make progress. And I think Twitter too will be interesting because like if Twitter does collapse, it's like, well, what other infrastructure are we going to have in place to like make sure that like we're not losing everything we were like doing on Twitter.
Yeah, you've talked a lot about the importance of organization, right? Community organization. Like we can't just all be in our own little fish bowls trying to do this and be successful, right? We have to work together, and that requires some kind of network, right? Not necessarily a person in charge leading it, but at least some kind of platform where people can find each other and work together, as opposed to just kind of reinventing the wheel every time.
Yeah, and it's like it's hard because like I think it's like in an ideal world, like I wish like Insulin for All was like a little bit more organized from like a community organizing standpoint, because like I do think like we're like it's for like what we are, like we've gotten so much done, you know, like we've made so much like progress. But I think we could make more progress, and I think we could, you know, work collectively more to like really push this over like the finish line and really sit down and think about like, okay, well, as a movement, like what is our like overall like objective and strategy, and like what tactics are we going to use to get there? Like how are we actually going to, you know, build power and take power away from pharma and these like politicians who like are not delivering on like what we need them to. um and it's just like I think it's like the point where, you know, it's like there like no one in like the movement has like the time to like be that person to like kind of pull it all together. um and so in some way I do feel like, well, it's like we've got what we've got, you know, and like hopefully Twitter doesn't collapse, because like, you know, at the very least we have like Twitter and we've got like ways to like move forward on a lot of this stuff. But yeah, it's difficult too, because it's like it is like there's a lot of like siloed leaders, I would say, in this fight as well. And so like you've got a lot of people who are seen as like community leaders, but like, you know, is everybody ever on the same page? Like no. Like it's
Yeah.
like hard keeping everybody like informed and updated and like, you know, kind of working towards like certain goals. And then it's like, you know, as with any sort of like movement, right, there's also like internal politics and stuff that just like kind of distract from everything.
Yeah. Do you think, it's how do we as advocates or an advocate community take advantage of the fake Eli Lilly momentum, right? Do we, it's in the news. I mean, it was in the news. The news cycle is quick, but, you know, how, is this something that we use to revitalize the movement in a way, get people involved?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. And it's like, I don't
I
know. So
don't expect you to know the answer. I don't expect you to have this is the game plan, but when things like this happen, right? When diabetes gets put up in the news in pop culture, really, and everyone's talking about it, like that seems like an opportunity that no one's seizing on.
and then it's like, and it comes down to, I think too, it's like, well, we can keep kind of doing the same tactics we've been doing, right? Where it's like, contact your politicians, like
Mm-hmm.
contact your representatives, like, you know, keep like hammering them there. You know, I think it's from like a media standpoint, you know, like the Eli Lilly tweet, like it's like, you know, it's good when like just all these random people from my life are like texting me being like, have you seen this, right? And like reiterating that like, oh yeah, insulin is like still a thing, like insulin is still like priced too high. So I think that is kind of like the direction that like I would like take it, but like I'm also really interested right now in, okay, so like we know Twitter is having some issues, like with like how Elon Musk is running Twitter. There's only so many different ways like Twitter is gonna end, and maybe Twitter won't end and it will like be fine, right? But things feel kind of bleak, and so it's like, what other like organizing infrastructure can we put in place like over the next few weeks to make sure that like we have like don't lose everything if like Twitter collapses, but like also, you know, even if Twitter sticks around, like what can we do to like supplement, right? Like Craig, like I texted you like this week and I was like, I think between like even just like a dozen of us, we have like thousands of emails between all of us, right? Like we have like thousands of emails of like supporters like over the years. Like I've got like a couple hundred from my Substack. I've got like a couple thousand from like a petition I did. It's like these are like people who like could be part of our base who we could like move to do things with, right? And it's just like why don't we have coordination with like what we're going to do with these people, So it's like whatever like kind of community like organizing infrastructure we can put into place in the event that Twitter does collapse, like will only just like benefit like the movement even if Twitter sticks around.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Tom appreciates us talking about the demise of Twitter while in a Twitter space. But Tom, if you had any questions for us before
I don't know.
our hour's up.
I know if Twitter shuts down, what happens to us guys? Hey, we'll be moving. We'll be moving. We'll be getting in the van and moving to a different platform, I guess. I do a lot of work with someone who's very techy and he builds websites and does all server stuff. So I'll get on to him tomorrow to say, come on, quick, you need to get a backup plan, quick.
Exactly.
But honestly, it's been really fascinating just hearing the sort of political element of diabetes in America, and it's a scary world, and you do worry for the United Kingdom if we went down the route of becoming private, if that was to happen, and we're very fortunate in the UK to have a free healthcare system and have that support. And I see posts and tweets of people posting their bills or their healthcare packages, and it's just horrendous, and it's just not fair. And
and I mean the cost of insulin in the U.S. is right a very specific issue, but outside of the U.S., insulin access is huge, right? And every country needs to be doing better to make sure that everyone gets access to insulin, everyone gets access to good education, good doctors, and it doesn't just exist in a vacuum in the U.S., right? Like we are, strongest when together the diabetes community is working towards this goal.
Yes, of course.
But there's just so many things to do, right? It's hard.
It is hard. It is, yeah. And but we keep plodding along, with everything else in life, and But honestly, thank you guys for the takeover. Just to finish, Craig and Hannah, where can people go check out more of your content and your podcast and all the stuff that you do? Where can they go, and what you got upcoming in the next couple of months?
Hannah, you want to give your handles first?
Yeah, sure. So you can find me at insulin.substack.com. So that's where all my data stuff lives. I've got some ideas of some stuff I want to do over the next few months, actually. So, hopefully it will get updated soon. I think over the next few months, like, again, really interested in kind of shoring up, organizing infrastructure for the movement.
And you can find me on, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is, at Beta Cell Podcast or betacellpodcast.com. The last year or so, I've been very focused on a new nonprofit, the Beta Cell Foundation, which actually has Type 1 run as a program of it now. So a little bit of consolidation there. Just trying to find ways to build community on a very specifically in-person kind of level. So we've started taking groups of diabetics out on camping trips around Southern California. If anyone wants to come, go to
Amazing.
betaselffoundation.org and check it out. We go rock climbing. We just did this 2 weeks ago. This week was our Ragnar. We're going out camping again in December. And in terms of the podcast, I don't know. I've probably talked to Hannah about this before. I only want to do things that I feel like push the needle on something. So I don't like just throwing up podcasts to do podcasts, but I've got this thing in the cooker about diabetes in the media that kind of relates to this stuff. I just got to find time and sleep to sit down and do it, as I'm sure you understand.
Absolutely, but we'll all keep a watchful eye on the content that is upcoming, and good luck with the rest of your adventures. I was going to say, are you not finished for the Christmas period? But you'll be out again. You're just saying.
Yeah. Never, sleep for no rest for the wicked.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much for the opportunity to talk, and thank you especially Hannah for staying up on so little sleep to chat with me about politics of the most exciting topics.
Yeah, I think we did good for how little sleep we all have. Thanks so much for having us.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you so much, and we'll connect again. Cheers, guys.
Absolutely. Good luck with the rest of your stream.
Cheers, mate. We've got 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 35 seconds. I am not counting. Brilliant.
Thank
Cheers, guys. See you later. Wow, guys, another fantastic takeover. We have got 2 more back-to-back takeovers to come, and then we have a break, and then we finish with our final 2. So I can see Jazz there, and I'm just bringing up her panel, I believe, to the podium. Hey, Jazz, how are you?
Hello, Tom. How are you? Have you slept at all? That's my first question to you.
No.
I can imagine.
So what time is it? It's 5 a.m. We have been streaming for 19 hours, 1 minute. So that was 10 a.m. yesterday, and I woke up yesterday at 8 a.m. So I can't even do the maths. What's that? 21 hours. So I've been up for about 21 hours, and we've got 5 hours to go.
That's amazing.
This is yeah, of course. But look, this is the final hurdle now, and but you know what I mean. It's been really fascinating just hearing all the amazing guest takeovers, and it actually it's gone quite quick, and but I won't be doing it anytime soon again.
I can imagine.
So welcome along, Jazz. Welcome along. Have we got all your speakers to the panel?
I think we have Nupur, we have Mridula. I can't see Diksha. I think she's having some Twitter trouble.
Okie dokie.
She is joined, but I can't see her. Can you see her by any chance?
No. Is she on her phone?
She is on her phone.
Yeah. Maybe if she comes back, maybe she comes out and comes back in if she can hear us. I can't see. I just can't see her account.
Yeah, nor can I. All right, no problem. I think we can begin, and then if she sort of wants to hop on, we can add her in.
Brilliant.
Okay, she can hear us apparently, but
that's random. I don't know how. Maybe
so
she.
Weird.
Yeah. Maybe she somehow comes out of it and comes out of Twitter and goes back in. Restart her phone, maybe, I don't know, and hopefully that'll work. But no, I definitely can't see her.
Okay, Diksha, if you can hear us, if you can try all that and hopefully join in, that'll be great. Otherwise, I think we should be able to begin.
Go for it. Enjoy, guys.
All right. Thank you, firstly, Tom, and thank you for the invite. It's absolutely fantastic what you're doing over here, and very ambitious and also very inspiring. I think
Thank
traveling
you.
across the world through Twitter on this amazing lead up to World Diabetes Day. And I'm so happy that I could be a part of this, and our incredible panel can also share a little bit about what the diabetes world is like in India.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you so much.
of course, of course. So, with that, everyone, a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you've been having a good day for your sugars if you're someone who is type 1 or just been listening to the amazing stuff that's been on Diabetes Chat. My name is Jaz Sethi. I am the founder and director of the Diabesties Foundation in India. And today I have with me two very, very special guests, three actually, who's also having some Twitter trouble, but very special guests who are again from India. They both have their own foundations in India doing fantastic work. And we're going to be discussing a little bit about the adversities we face in India, but also how we are trying really hard to battle that with advocacy. So, with that, I would like to introduce our two speakers with us today. And starting with Nupur Lalwani, we have her here. And Nupur has been a type 1 since 27 years and is the founder of Blue Circle Diabetes Foundation in India. Nupur, if you can hear us, can you unmute and please say hi to the entire audience?
Thanks, Jazz. Hi, everyone. Hi, Tom, and congratulations on the incredible initiative, and thank you to Jazz for inviting me. I think Jazz has introduced me, and I'm part of the P1 fam. It's wonderful to be here today, and looking forward to share my thoughts. And I'll also quickly get to a quieter place soon.
Thank you.
That'll be good. Amazing. So that's Nupur, everyone. I've known her for quite a while. And again, she's doing some absolutely fantastic work in India, a friend and colleague for a while now. And we also have with us Mridula Bhargava, who is also type 1 diabetic. And she's also a public health professional, type 1 for 30 years, and currently a Women Lift Health Fellow. She's a passionate diabetes advocate and the founder of the Diabetes Fighters Trust. Mridula, hello. If you can please unmute and just say hi to everyone.
Hi, namaste everyone, and this is Mridula from Delhi, India, and I'm so glad I'm here with you all the diabetes fighters, I would say, and looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you, Jazz, for inviting me here.
Right. So we have Mridula and Nupur with us today, and I've known these both girls for a while now. Again, very inspired by the work they do, and I think we have grown together with a very collaborative process as well. So I'm very happy to have both of them here, and I thought it'll be fun to have a all girls panel as well. It'll be interesting. And like I said, right, we're going to be talking and sharing a little bit about the state of diabetes in India. But before that, I would like to just know a little bit and make them sort of, Nupur and Mridula share their diabetes story, maybe in a couple of sentences, so that everyone can be on the same page over here. So, Nupur, if you would like to go first, a little bit about your diabetes story, your diagnosis, and what drove you to start your foundation and the work that you do. Over to you.
Thanks, Jazz. So I was diagnosed when I was 8 years old, and it's been 27 years since my diagnosis. Um, it was a shock, like, all of us, the same story. Shock, disbelief. I think I was too little to realize what was going on, but our lives turned upside down pretty much briefly. Why I started the Blue Circle Diabetes Foundation, because I realized that there's lack of community, there's lack of how do you say, a non-judgmental space where people with all types of diabetes can come and feel not judged or feel like they're friends. So this was a little bit about why we started. Uh,
I think, Nupur, we can't hear you too well. Maybe some network issue. Tom, can you hear her, or is it just me?
No,
No.
she has cut off. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, maybe we'll just wait for her to come back. And Mridula, I think if you can, same question to you, your diabetes story and why you started D Fighters, and maybe we'll
Yeah.
just wait for Nupur to come back.
Yeah, sure, sure. So I was diagnosed in the year 1992 and I was just 4 years old. So I like don't remember anything what happened to me and why this insulin injection started and everything. I mean, I don't remember even a single, memory. And I was doing my master's in nanotechnology. I completed it, and I was actually on my thesis and learned that one of the girl I knew, she died because her grandparents didn't allow her to take insulin injections, and that was a turning point for me. I thought, maybe in the laboratories and all, I might be able to create something in next 10 years, but the people who are dying right now, I need to be with them because every single life is important. And that's how I started my journey in the public health sector. I built this diabetes fighters, family in the year 2015, and started meeting every single person I can, and brought them together at one single place so that we can, start advocating for our rights. And that's how all the journey started. And I feel that, being in this field as a professional as well as a passionate diabetes advocate, as a person living with diabetes, I think aligning both these fields and with the love and with care, I think I have been able to, maybe not much, but have been able to raise voice against the injustice that we are facing on day-to-day basis, especially the communities and people from remote areas and from rural areas in India. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Absolutely, and I think both of you are doing fabulous work. And I think it's for me also the same. I think all of us had very personal stories as to why we started the work we're doing, and very, very different stories at the same time. Whether it is witnessing injustice, whether it is facing injustice, and I think that's what really ties in the foundational work that we do, is that it's built from very, very personal lived experience. And then of course I keep saying that, my foundation began when my diabetes became our diabetes, because for the longest time I was living in a bubble where I thought that what I was going through was the only sort of troubles, and very, very ignorant about what is out there. But then when you actually go ahead and see what other people are facing and see the glaring gaps in society or in the world that or in the work, you really sort of, it opens up your mind and shifts your narrative completely, and you realize that no, it's just not okay. So with that, I really want to ask both of you a very tough question. And because we have people from all over the world listening, some of them may have come to India, some of them may not have come to India, but everyone, this is an open invite for everyone to please come to India. We would be happy to host you. But Nupur and Mridula, if you had to describe the state of diabetes in India in one word, what would that word be? So I know it's a little difficult question because it's such a huge country. There are a lot of great things about the country. There are also a lot of things that can be improved. But maybe Nupur, if you would like to start one word of the state of diabetes in India, or Mridula, whoever has the
Yeah.
word first.
Okay, I think I can go first. I would say chaotic.
I would concur completely with that. Can you just describe a little bit about that?
Yeah. So it's a lot of things rolled into one, and that's true for anyone in any part of the world. But living in India, and I'm sure Jazz and Mridula and others from our part of the world would agree, brings with it a lot of other sort of social, a whole different social angle. For example, one being a woman with diabetes, two, the social aspect of you did something wrong and you you deserve to, have got what you did. So, managing a full-time physical condition along with all of these other issues is to put it mildly, just chaotic.
That's very well described. And I think you're absolutely right. I think the chaos doesn't come from the fact of only having diabetes. It's just that everything else that adds on with it. Like Nupur said, the stigma, the questions, the looks, the just because we have so many people, the treatment. So chaotic is a word that I think anyone who lives in India will concur with. So thank you for that, Mridula. Nupur. Mridula, would you have a word?
Yeah,
That you would like
I
to
would
describe?
say I would also like to say it's irrational. Because I have seen like many a times there's no logic behind like how the policies and the treatment procedure is being made. Even when I've seen like so many organizations and doctors, hospitals, they create diabetes course, diabetes educators course and all, but I've never seen them updating it at all. I've never seen like any positive output coming out from the government side, especially focused upon type 1 diabetes. So I feel that the decision makers, this word like totally describes them, because never I've seen their focus on type 1 diabetes, creating policies and guidelines around type 1 diabetes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mridula's passionate advocacy for policy comes glaring through her response, but it's very very true. I think the fact that we, and also like because India is such a huge country, I think it's 1.4 billion people. We do not have a very systematic public health system in India, and that's the issue often that bothers all of us, that there is no systematic public health approach like the NHS or something in the US. But I would agree. I think irrational does sort of define a lot of the decisions that are made in India. If I had to sort of describe this, it would be two words, not one, but I think it would be heart and hard. Because I do feel India also has a lot of heart, and I think we have some incredible doctors, some incredible professionals, incredible people who are very, very warm and caring. So that's where the heart is. But I completely agree with my colleagues and friends when they say how chaotic and irrational it is, and that's why the hard. So living in India has its perks, has its beautiful, beautiful bits as well. But then it's also extremely hard for someone who is not in that upper 1 or 2% of privilege. And I think that's where the adversities truly come in. So my third question is, all three of us come from very different parts of India. Mridula comes from Delhi, Nupur comes from Pune, which is a little bit southwest. Mridula is up north. I come from Gujarat, which is very west. So Nupur, starting with you, what are some of the main hotspots in your city and state that you have observed when it comes to type 1 diabetes management?
Sorry, Jazz, if I'm trying to understand the question. You mean like in terms of
just the gaps, like what are the gaps that we face in Maharashtra or Mumbai or wherever you've been about type 1?
Sure. So I think what Mridula said a while back about policies not being in place and people not receiving the support they should. A lot of people, including me at some point, we felt that because we're in a developing country, we automatically don't have access to a lot of the things that we should, which is not entirely true. While it is true that we may not have access to certain devices or certain other things, but I think that the good thing is that thanks to the the diabetes online community, thanks to friends and communities like Jazz and Mridula and lots of us here are part of, there's a lot of exchange of information. So I think one big challenge is to get that misconception out, that we don't have access to a lot of the things, and you just give up mentally at that point. That's not entirely true. The second thing is, having said that, I think there's still a long way to go. I know, for example, the NHS runs the Daphne courses, and there's a lot of so that's a huge gap for us here in India. There is no sort of one fixed standardized way for people to learn about the condition that they've been diagnosed with. We're on our own. When we're diagnosed, we're figuring all of this out. We do have a doctor, but then we're disconnected from a community. So for everything to come together seamlessly, I think that's a gap right there.
Very well said. I think that is so, so true. And Nupur, from personal experience, when you were diagnosed, I know you were very young, but did you have a diabetes educator growing up?
No, I did not. I had a doctor, I had a dietitian, I had a counselor of sorts, but I don't recall, having an educator.
Yeah,
We didn't
I
even
don't recall it as well.
Yeah. And I was just about to say that, even stuff like carb counting, I think it came up or at least, it came to our attention so much later. We used to
Yes.
be told about calorie counting, and when I look back, it really makes me laugh, but that's how it
Yeah.
was.
I know. Did not learn carb counting until I started Diabesties, and I started looking at people online, and I said, "Oh, there's something called carb counting as well." Because I was on a fix. I think all of you, Nupur and Mridula, would have
Yeah,
started being on a fixed dose, right? 888 or 666, and you just deal with that. So
yeah.
yes, I think what Nupur said it very beautifully. So we don't have a seamless place where it all comes together. We don't have standardized education courses. I think when she said that you are left alone is something that I personally relate to completely, because I think that's what happens. You get diagnosed. You could be in the best hospital and get diagnosed, or you could be in a complete rural village and get diagnosed. But post diagnosis, I think the journey is same for whether you're diagnosed in a government hospital or in a private hospital, because you are left on your own. And I think that's something that is a big, big gap. Mridula, from you, Delhi, NCR, you come from the north. Any specific challenges from that area, or just basic gaps that you see in type 1 diabetes management in India?
Yeah, so just like there are a lot. I'll focus
There are lots. Let's start with one.
yeah. So I really want to emphasize upon the decision making, the power of decision making for a patient and their caregivers, their choice to choose a treatment. So whether we say it from the aspect of the type of insulin, or the type of delivery system for insulin, or if it's about discussing about their treatment with the doctor. Because when we say this doctor patient relationship, we hardly even get 5 to 10 minutes to talk to the doctor, and in that, where a patient must be an active person talking about their treatment, it hardly happens. Even if we see, many patients won't even know what their medicine is called. They don't even know the name of their diabetes insulin, or their treatment, whatever it is. So that's a very difficult situation. I'm talking here from the patient's perspective, as well as a professional. And this I've seen in several hospitals and clinics, where patients, they are left out, with so many questions, even when they visit their doctor, and then they join the patient support groups. That's where they get the support and the answers which they are looking forward to. And also, many a times, even if we are able to provide them with the right education and everything, when a tiny tot goes, or anyone goes to a school, a teacher always says that, learning it in the class won't help. You will have to revise it again and again to understand and to, you know, retain it in your mind. So same happens over here also. There's so many things in diabetes, especially type 1, so many scenarios, and every single day is different. So in that we need to have that revision also, which we, might have understood earlier, but because it didn't happen to us in a long time, like let's say DKA, so people just, it's a tendency, it's by default that they will forget how to treat decay, and then they again panic, and again they have to look into it. So I would like end my whole thing with the word, with the phrase that community ownership is very important. Any patient, any caregiver, they need to own their medical condition and understand that they have all the rights to be there in their decision making, in the treatment that they're taking, and also in when anything happens, they have to own whatever is going on with them. They have to accept it and move forward. Yeah, and actually have to demand to learn more and more for capacity building. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Love it, absolutely love it. And I think just to sort of discuss the first bit that you said about patient ownership of their decisions, of their life, of their control. I think in India, and I don't know how this is in the rest of the world, but I think Nupur and Mridula would agree when we say we have a sort of a God complex when it comes to doctors and healthcare professionals, wherein, it's the end game with whatever the doctor says, that's it. I think we don't have a culture of asking for second opinions. We don't have a culture where we are very freely able to ask our doctors. I think now Nupur, me, and Mridula can go to our doctors and ask after all these years. But I remember growing up, I was also hesitant a little bit. And I would actually like to open up the floor to anyone over here if they have any stories with their doctors like this. But this thing about having a active participatory role in your care, I totally believe that it is collaborative. It shouldn't be confrontational. It shouldn't be one way. I think this is a two-way street where you're able to ask questions openly. You're able to maybe demand more technology or demand more options or go for second opinions. Nupur, your thoughts on this? I think Mridula's brought up a beautiful point, which I don't think is discussed very often in India.
Yes, Jazz, I totally resonated with what Mridula said in terms of, taking ownership for your condition. And I think for me, having lived with T1 for the past 27 years, this sort of aha moment only occurred maybe, 8, 10 years ago. And up until that point, like Jazz, you were saying earlier, it was all about, okay, my doctor said such and such, and then, that's all I'm going to do. I just have like blinkers on, and it's just, I never really, growing up, I wasn't very comfortable, asking questions to the doctor, and it was just, a combination of experiences, some pleasant, some little less than pleasant. But I think, it's not that nobody's to blame. Even the doctors are, very overburdened with the sheer amount of, patients that see them. But I think there's a lot to be said about, taking ownership of your own condition and to get the support that you deserve. I think that's a big challenge, and I wish I had that earlier on.
I would
I
like
totally
to add
agree.
over here,
Yeah.
Jazz. One thing that I would like to add over here is it's not all about the doctors. We have diabetes educators and dietitians, but there is a lack of trust and respect between doctor and diabetes educator, and patient and diabetes educator. It means a lot, and I've seen diabetes educators struggling to explain the patient that, I'm here to explain it to you, but the patient wants to go to the doctor and ask the same thing that the diabetes educator might explain it in a very good manner. So there's this very big problem. And also, when we say community ownership, patient has to own it. Doctors also need to understand and need to be up to date or upgrade their knowledge. So let's say if we talk about looping, or even insulin pump, simple basic insulin pump, many doctors are not comfortable with it. Why? Because they don't want to, they don't have time to even build their knowledge around it. And I've seen so many patients saying that we want and we are capable enough to buy an insulin pump, but my doctor refuses it because he is not comfortable giving that treatment to us.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I feel like it's such a wide spectrum over here, and there's so many points to be considered. I think when Nupur said that we have a very overburdened healthcare system, this is a fact, right? We do have a very overburdened healthcare system. We have very few doctors, certified endocrinologists, and we have a lot more patients. We also have this, I think this entire concept of a diabetes educator, I think it's new. It wasn't there. Like I don't remember having diabetes educators growing up, and I was diagnosed way later than Nupur and Mridula both were. But still, at a very, very fancy private hospital, we didn't have diabetes educators. So I think for it to become seamless and in a transition of having this patient trust as well, to say that no, my diabetes educator also certified. This again goes back to that God complex thing that we have with the doctors, right? So I think it's a lot to digest, and it's a lot puzzle pieces that have to come together to form the picture. Right now, they're all separate, and they need to come together. But I think Nupur and Mridula have very beautifully identified the main gaps. Of course, we're not even going to get to access to insulin. I think that's a worldwide situation. It's very prevalent in India. I think that's a already said kind of a issue. But along with that, we have the education gaps, we have the decision making gaps, we have the trust gaps, we have um, the stakeholder gaps, and we have the stigma gaps, and they all come together to sort of form a hot pot that is hard to decipher. So I think that we've talked about the issues and the gaps. I think let's focus the end bit of this conversation to what we can try to do about them, because we do want to end on a positive high over here. So, Mridula and Nupur, I would like to start by asking both of you, what does advocacy mean to you? Of course, we have the dictionary definition, but as a person living with the condition, as a person living in India with that condition, what does advocacy mean to you? And maybe Mridula, you can start this time and we go on to Nupur then.
Yeah, so for me, advocacy means building more advocates, empowering my community so that they can advocate for themselves as well as for their community. And to realize with this thing that are we loud and sound enough? So loud that yes, our voices are reaching the right decision makers and key stakeholders, and sound that yes, we are up to date, and yes, we are taking charge of our own health as well. So I think India has a lot to achieve, but we have hopes as well. We have, like, there's so many things that are going right in the right direction. So many advocates coming up together to fight for the rights of people living with diabetes, and that's a positive sign. So I would say advocacy, and we also need to add activism to our activities now to achieve our goals. Yeah, I'll stop here.
I like that. I like how it should be. We are loud and sound. It should not just be screaming into the void, but actually making noise in a way that actually has an impact. So thank you for that. What it means to you, Nupur. What does advocacy mean to you?
So I agree with what Mridula said, and apart from that, I feel like advocacy is not just getting to one major milestone and then what? Advocacy is also the everyday struggle or the everyday activism, that you do for yourself and for others like you. So it is the big and the small both.
I really like that. And I think I resonate with that completely. I think advocacy begins with yourself. And a lot of people ask me, we want to advocate, but we don't know policymakers. We don't know how to go to the government. And, I just keep telling them, no, you start by just making yourself stronger. You start by educating the people around you. You start by making people aware around you. Because the more we do that, the more the circle of influence grows and we're raising the profile. So whether it's someone going to sign a petition, or whether it is someone doing a school presentation, or whether it is someone educating their grandmother, I think it's all forms of advocacy. And I think as a community, I have struggled to find one definition for advocacy. I think, as Nupur and Mridula rightly said, it's about smaller drops in the ocean coming together to form a bigger one. And there's no set rule for advocacy that you have to do it this way or it has to look a certain way. No, I think it's about everyone doing their bit, and small successes, will reap big rewards at the end. So again, the question to Mridula and Nupur, we go a little personal over here. What are your foundations? Because I really do want to highlight some of the work that your foundations are doing. So maybe one project from your foundations each that is using advocacy and is using what you believe in to make whatever change possible. So Nupur, would you like to start sharing maybe about one of the projects that is like the flagship project of Blue Circle, and maybe that everyone can know about?
Sure. Thanks, Jazz. So, the Blue Circle Diabetes Foundation runs a project called the Buddy Project Helpline. This is a diabetes and mental health helpline that is run entirely by people with lived experience, people that are volunteers. And this helpline it runs in 9 different languages. It is on the Blue Circle Diabetes mobile app, which is made by people with diabetes and for people with diabetes. So this is something that we realized, when COVID came in about 2.5 years ago. The focus on diabetes as a physical condition, a lot needs to be done even there, but the mental health aspect is something that we wanted to sort of talk about and tell people that it's okay to reach out for help. So, want to put the spotlight on the helpline here. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so the Buddy Helpline, I think it's a great project. And again, it's with people who are with lived experience, who are the counselors, and they're the certified, and they're the ones who are guiding you. So I think the beauty is when she said with the 9 different languages, because India is so diverse, and we have regional languages. And I think a lot of times people hesitate to reach out because they just are not comfortable communicating in English or Hindi, let's say. So especially regionalizing it in India, I think should become standardized for everything, whether it is education material or whether it is workshops. And I think Blue Circle does a great job of doing that. They have workshops in different languages as well. So it's a great project. Do check it out. I think it's really helpful for so many people with the condition. Mridula, a project from D Fighters that you think you would like to spotlight over here?
Yeah, so I'll start with a very fun fact that, according to the latest census data, we have more than 19,500 mother tongues that are spoken, like currently spoken in India. And as we have 29 different states, which are more like, a country in itself. So we are talking about India, and we have to consider these all facts in mind, that it's diverse. And Diabetes Fighters Trust, it's like the core value is in the community ownership. So anything we do comes from the community, that yes, we want to focus upon this. And that's how we came up with the project Schooled, which focuses upon school children and their accommodating environment inside the school, not just for the children but for also the staff members. And this project is being developed under the fellowship Women Lift Health. And also I would like to focus upon another project, that is careall.life, which is a diabetes advocacy platform where you can actually share your stories in the form of graphics and with the verified content and information that is recommended to you with the help of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So, we are developing both of these projects right now, and we hope to partner and collaborate whosoever is interested in it, because it's going to be not just ours, it's going to be ours. By ours means diabetes fighters thing, but every person living with diabetes has to own it. That's what I would like to say. Yeah.
Lovely. And do check out that work as well. The fighters are doing some great work. They do a lot of active awareness and active campaigns all over India. So do check them out as well. Um, I think I've spoken about the Diabesties work in the chats with Tom, so I will just leave you to that chat if you want to check it out. But yes, I think what
I
I
think
just
Jazz, I think you should mention something about it. I think it'd be lovely to. I think,
all right.
please.
Okay, so I think one of our flagship projects is the Back to Basics project, which I think I'm personally very
Yes.
proud of. Similar to the Buddy Helpline that is focused on mental health, I think we do a lot of work on catering to one-on-one education. And I think because I'm personally very passionate about diabetes education, so we run a B2B platform wherein it is one-on-one education for those living with type 1 and their caregivers. So we have a team of about 15 people who are all certified, and they're also professionals. So they're psychologists or they're dietitians or they're caregivers or they're CDEs. And you can schedule a session. We have a bot scheduling system. You choose your language, you choose your time slot. We really want to cater to the person who's scheduling. And then we have follow up sessions as well. And what we've done is we've tried to track the data. So over the last year, we've scheduled over 1,000 calls with the B2B helpline. And basically, we've tracked the data and we found that average A1Cs have reduced post B2B sessions, average time in range has improved post B2B sessions, and general sense of confidence. And I've always said that we're not doing anything great over here. It's basic, it's the fundamentals that are missing most of the times. That's why it's called Back to Basics, because I feel like if your basics are strong, just like in school, if your basics are in place, then you can navigate through the vicissitudes. And that's just the effort with the B2B platform. And so I think it's a similar trajectory with all the foundational work. And a point I would want to mention over here is, I think a point that both Mridula and Nupur touched upon, is that we're a very big country. So I get this question a lot: why don't you have just one foundation, pan India foundation? And Nupur, we've had some great conversations about this, but the
Yeah.
answer to that is just because we can't. And Nupur, what are your thoughts on that? A lot of people ask, why don't
Yes.
all of you come together? But your thoughts?
I think I must commend Jazz on all of the discussion points that she has brought to the table beautifully, and I think this is a really amazing point here, and we've spoken about this before. I think you're absolutely right. It's a huge country. There's enough space and enough opportunity for every kind of advocacy and activism and every kind of community. The more the merrier. I'm really happy to see that there are so many incredible advocates, Ridula, Jazz, lots others, some amazing communities. So I think that it's not a problem at all. It's actually quite wonderful because everyone has their own style and their own brand of doing things. And the very fact that there are so many people, what resonates with one may not resonate as much with another. So it's a good problem to have.
I would agree. I would agree. And I think, just like I said, we're just too big to have it all under one umbrella. Even in a logistical sense, it's just not going to work out. So I think the fact that we have so many foundations, like Nupur said, it's a great problem, because every style is different, every operational style is different, projects are different, and I don't think any of us are that way. Selfish. I think we have so many of our participants in all three foundations, and it's great because you're getting the best of all worlds. Mridula, your thoughts on this? I feel like a lot of people ask this question: why not one? Why don't you all just come together? And I think that we do come together in so many ways, like we're on this panel together, right? So it's been a very collaborative journey, and at the same time it's offering people more, and I think that's never an issue. Your thoughts, Mridula, on
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, so Jazz, I would say like it's actually happening. This recently when we hosted this on 5th of November, diabetes awareness movement, and I think Diabesties was there, Blue Circle was there, and we are building up that pace. We have to bring in people together. We are also trying to write a white paper to the policymakers. So it's taking some time. It's taking its own time, but I think it's kind of happening. It's not easy at all. There will be arguments. There will be challenges, but I think it happens everywhere. I have seen that in other countries as well, and of course, India, as I said, is like really huge and diverse. It will, I am sure, because when we realize and that we are fighting for a cause and not for an individual or an organization, definitely it's, I think, going to work. Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, I think all of us are working for the same cause. I think all of us are pushing forward for the same agenda. I just think that everyone's styles are different and everyone's approaches are different. And I think the communities are appreciating that they're getting the best of all worlds. And when it is required to come together, I don't think any of us ever step back from that. When it's coming together for a petition or coming together for a cause or a panel like this. And I think that should be the way forward. All right, so I would like to we have about 10 minutes more, 10 to 15 minutes. I want to know what are one message that you would want the world to know about diabetes in India. I feel like there are a lot of misconceptions around the state of diabetes in India. We are one of the diabetes capitals of the world when it comes to type 2 diabetes and type 1. The other truth is that we don't have any registered data. We don't have any concrete data going forward. Hopefully we get more. But, one thing I think when Nupur very rightly and beautifully said in the beginning that I think people say that we don't have access to anything in India. And that's not true. Like I said, we have a very, very two extremes in India. We have people who are very, very below poverty line, but we also have people who can really afford the best tech in the world. So one, misconception about India's diabetes state that maybe either of you want to clear or inform people. Any thoughts come to mind?
Yeah, so I sometimes feel that
Sorry, Jazz, maybe we could ask if anyone from the audience has
yeah,
something that they've heard or that they'd like to sort of clarify.
Clear out. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Anybody from the audience, if you want to, you can probably raise your hand or have any questions about the state of diabetes in India. We'll be happy to take that as well. Okay, so I think till people are doing that, I would like to just ask both of you, what are your World Diabetes Day plans? Do you have anything special planned? Do you have some event or some project or anything like that? Nupur? WDD?
So we just had a potluck picnic this morning, which is why I'm sorry for the little the poor audio earlier on. So everyone got breakfast from home, and we had a little picnic in the park, and so that was a good morning. So that is something that we're doing for World Diabetes Day. And this evening we have a panel discussion on the past, the present, and the future of diabetes in India. So that's happening on our Facebook page. That's Blue Circle Diabetes Foundation.
Oh, that's awesome. That picnic sounds so good. And people who are interested, please do join the panel. I think it'll be great. Past, present, and future. Amazing. Mridula, any plans for World Diabetes Day?
Yeah, actually, we did it we did it on 5th of November, and this 14th of November we'll be releasing some of the very important takeaways from the panelists that we had on our program. It was an offline as well as an online program, and the regional head from MSF and the technical advisor and country head from Find DX and several other organizations were a part of it, and we'll be releasing those takeaways from their side. And yeah, that's our plan on World Diabetes Day.
Lovely. And I think what we're doing at the foundation is we have a month of Dia Meet. So we are doing these sort of meetups in around 27 cities all over India. So we have the first few slots that are like the first 5 cities happening this Sunday. We have about 7 cities happening next Sunday, and we have about 10 more cities happening the next Sunday after that. But tomorrow we'll be releasing sort of like a starter kit for diabetes. Just a lot of resources that we've created over the years. We're launching something called the Community Cookbook tomorrow, which is recipes from the community, which are going to be released tomorrow as well on World Diabetes Day. So if any of you are interested, please do check that out as well. And I think to end this wonderful panel, I think hopefully we've been able to give you a true sense of what diabetes is in India and how we are trying with advocacy to battle these adversities. Of course, everything is not in our control, but whatever is in our control, like getting a diagnosis, I say, is never in our control, but how we manage the diagnosis is in our control. The same way, there's certain things that are just out of our control as advocates, but we're trying very hard to make ripples and little droplets that can form some wave of change. So we hope that you've enjoyed this discussion on India. We're happy to answer any questions that any of the audience would have. But final takeaway messages about advocacy and adversity in India. Nupur, we can start with you and then head on to Mridula.
Thanks, Jazz. Thanks, Tom, for having us here today. And I think the one thing I'd like to say to anyone listening is, like Mridula said earlier, own your condition. Begin with yourself, and then like Jazz was saying earlier, what started with me, really spreads out, and that's how the whole community kind of comes together. So start small, go big. That's the way to go. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Mridula, final messages from you?
So I first would like to thank you all for being a great listener. And I would just say that, let's collaborate and co-create to raise voice against the injustice for around people living with type 1 diabetes and those who are neglected communities and at high risk of other types of diabetes. So we just don't want that only if I'm from my country only, then I can contribute. Maybe a global platform, a global voice can make a big difference. So I would say collaborate and co-create. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I think one more thing I would like to end with, and this was part of my question list, which I'm just seeing now, but I can begin with this as well. Is I think I'm a very firm believer of stories behind statistics and names behind numbers, and I would like Nupur and Mridula, both of you, to share one story in short about something that has really changed you and moved you. And I can begin with that. And this story will always stay in my mind. And it's, I think, what gave me that kickstart to start this advocacy work. We done a camp in rural Gujarat. It's the state I come from, and it's a small town called Bhuj. And it was basically a story of a father who had two sons, and he sort of one of the sons had type 1 and the other son did not have type 1. And the other son that did not have type 1, he sort of passed away in a car accident. And when we went to speak to him, what he said, will always stay in my mind. And he said that, my son died, but the sad bit is that my good son died. And that line was the first time I was sort of exposed to stigma in India. And that line has always stayed with me, even after these 5 years of doing this work and hearing stories that are far more disturbing. But that was the kickstarter to my advocacy journey personally. And I was like, your good son died, and so is your son with type 1 not good? And that's sort of really what exposed me to the world of stigma. And that's why I keep going back to that story whenever I'm questioning what are we doing and what projects can we do. I keep going back to that story, which really sort of made me think about advocacy and diabetes in a different way. Nupur, Mridula, any one story that has stayed with you in all these years? I know there are lots, but one that has really stuck with you.
Yeah. Oh, Jazz, what you just said really, really stings, right? I mean, to hear that and the fact that you don't forget it for all of these years. So one story that I remember, many years ago, the parents of a 2-year-old girl, the child was diagnosed with T1 recently, and the parents asked me, "How is my child going to get married?" And mind you, the baby is 2 years old. I was
My
shocked.
God.
I said, this is crazy. You need to give her a good life. I think marriage is something that you can think about much later. So that's my one story.
Yeah, I think that resonates so deeply, right? Because I think that's the first thing that comes to any parent's mind when a girl is diagnosed. How will she get married? And that just shows you the state of awareness and lack of it, rather, in our country. Mridula, one story from you?
Actually, I started with this story that
Yeah.
a girl died and her grandparents didn't allow her to take insulin. That was because what would the society think and how will she get married? So this was the thing that like totally changed my life, like entire life. It was a U-turn. I had taken like a totally different path. And very recently, also, there has been one story where a child and both his parents had type 1 diabetes. So, three type 1s in one single family. And when we say inclusiveness, and there are so many projects going on, eligibility criteria is there, they don't fit in any eligibility criteria because of their income, but the burden of the disease in one single family is so much that they're not just stricken by the financial challenges, but also by mental, social, and the stress that as a caregiver, what they should also be getting. They sacrifice for their child, so that their child can get all the best technologies and leaving themselves behind. So that has been like really disturbing for me, very disturbing.
Yeah, I think I keep saying this that in India, it's not just the lack of insulin that's killing us, it's also the stigma that is killing us. And I
Yeah.
think we need to
uh,
do a whole different diabetes chat with just about stigma.
yeah.
But I just
Jazz,
wanted to sort of,
yeah,
yeah,
Belinda has raised her hand. I think she wants to ask something.
yes. I was just going to open the floor and go ahead, Belinda. Your question or
Uh,
comment?
Thank you for a brilliant discussion from the three of you powerhouse women. Amazing. Very inspiring. I'm a diabetes educator in Australia. And when you say, we need to co-create and collaborate, we have our challenges in Australia. We complain a lot, but we complain so that we can get what we need for the diabetes community. So as a whole, we're largely a very wealthy country. And we have it very easy compared to many countries. So what would one thing be that a country like Australia could do right now to help you guys in India and the diabetes community in India? How do you want us to help as of now?
I think
Oh,
yeah, I think, the one thing that I can think of off the top of my hand is that, we're really trying very hard. I think all three of us is to bring a lot more education into India. So if you have resources that we can translate, or if you have if you can volunteer your time and do sessions with our kids, I think those are the small things that you can do just to start off and add some more value to the education movement that we're trying to start in India.
So if we could get like a bank of diabetes educators, for example, from here in Australia who are Indian nationals, so they're qualified in diabetes education, but they speak one of your languages, to come together and just provide pro bono telehealth diabetes education, say to women with gestational diabetes, would that help?
That would be absolutely fantastic. That
Yeah.
sounds
Cool.
amazing.
And also,
Leave it with me, and I'll have a chat to the powers that be.
That'll be great. Thank you so much.
No,
I
it's
just
all good.
wanted to add one thing, that brainstorming ideas can also be a great, step to move towards co-creating and collaborating. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think, we can definitely get together. Thank you so much for the offer, Belinda, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we can take this forward. Any other questions from the audience? I think we're at time now. You can DM any one of us on Twitter. Please follow Blue Circle Diabetes Foundation. Please follow D-Fighters. You can follow Diabesties if you want to stay updated on the work that we're doing. A big thank you to Nupur and Mridula for spending their Sunday morning with us. And a big thank you to everyone listening. And the biggest thank you to Tom. Thank you so much for inviting us to do this. Hopefully, we've had a good 1 hour, and congratulations on the 24-hour stream, and wishing everyone over here a very happy World Diabetes Day, a happy World Diabetes Awareness Month, and a happy diabetes life.
Thank you so much, Jazz. That was just sensational, and to you and your amazing panel tree. You were just amazing, and it was so lovely to connect with you this morning. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. We've been live for 20 hours. Unbelievable. And just having the opportunity to connect with you guys this morning has just been truly tremendous. And hearing Belinda come in then and offering her services, what she can do in Australia to help you guys in India, that's truly remarkable. So yeah, thank you so much, Jazz, for this morning. So guys, we have 3 hours, 58 minutes and 41 seconds to go of the Diabetes Chat 24-hour space. Hope everyone's okay. It's still quite dark outside. The winter months here in the UK is horrible, but I'm sure it'll soon. The sunrise will be out, and in about 4 or 5 hours' time, I'll hopefully be tucked away in bed for the day, hibernating. But thank you, honestly, Jazz and the guys for coming on and sharing the amazing advocacy work that they're doing in your country, and for all the children, families and adults. It's unbelievable. So thank you so much, guys. So as we enter this section of the night, you can still get involved. #DiabetesChat. You can request the microphone, and you can check out all the details on the Diabetes Chat web on the profile. We've got a live stream on YouTube, and we're doing a bit of fundraising as well. We've chosen JDRF for our charity for this event. So if you want to check that out, it's on the profile. Any way you can support that, whether it's sending a retweet out, or if you are able to donate in this case, then that's absolutely brilliant. But just sharing this space and that this time to talk is so important. So it's great just raising this awareness, and we've done that for 20 hours and we've still got 4 amazing hours left. So yeah, let's crack on, and we can hopefully, I'm just having a look at the panel. Yes, we have Joe's here and Hubban. How are you guys? Hello.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for having us. I'm really amazed with your energy and all the effort you're sharing to the world. This is like the 20th hour of Diabetes Chat Marathon, and yet you haven't hit the wall yet. Wow. So, yes.
Wow. And you're going to put me through the paces now, aren't you? So for this next hour, we're going to have a right good chat. So to be honest, it'll probably do me good now, because once I get talking, I don't stop, and then you know what? And then it'll get to 10 o'clock this morning, and I'll be full of energy, and I won't want to go to bed. But yeah. No, it's going to be really good, and I think this segment of the evening, since midnight. We've connected with the States, we've connected with Africa, Zimbabwe, we've connected with India, and now we're connecting with the Philippines and Pakistan, and later on Australia, and then finishing off with James. James is there. Hey, James. And Partha later on from the UK. So we're literally traveling the globe here, and it's amazing to be with you guys. And you know what? I sent you a message a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? And I said how I was so blown away by your chat on DDoc on Doc Day, and I just wanted to have this opportunity for us to talk, and it's great to have you here. How are you both? Hubban, how are you?
Hey Tom, I'm amazing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm great. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting us. And wow, like hats off to you for doing this. Like it's probably the first time ever kind of thing for like in the diabetes world. But I'm really, really amazed at how you've been doing it. And I'm quite jealous. I think you can like write a book now in like in 24 hours. You've had so much bits of knowledge and experiences shared with you. You can definitely
Wow.
like go ahead and write a book.
Oh wow! I think Belinda. I know she's doing her assignments, but I bet she could as well because Belinda's been tuned in a lot of it. But yeah, hey, hello, Dr. Musa. How are you?
Hello, how are you? Hope everyone is fine in this group and doing well.
Good. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here and join you in this chat. I'm Dr. Musa Shukur from Afghanistan, General Director of Afghanistan NCD Alliance. And as the chat is for the World Diabetes Day, and we have an event for tomorrow, which we are going to celebrate the World Diabetes Day in Afghanistan.
Brilliant.
Wow, amazing.
And what are you doing? What are you doing tomorrow for World Diabetes Day in Afghanistan?
Yeah, for the World Diabetes Day, we have arranged an event in the country level, which will be held in one of the most advanced medical complex by the name of Arena Medical Complex, in coordination with Afghanistan Cardiovascular Association and Ministry of Public Health. So it's the main event. The main aim of this event is to raise awareness and also call for action. In the same time, this event is for the advocacy also, because for on the behalf of Ministry of the Public Health, the Deputy Minister of Service Provision will join us, and he will have a speech on there. Meanwhile, there will be speech from the General Director of Afghanistan Endocrine Association, Afghanistan Cardiovascular Association, the General Director of Kabul Medical University, and the representative from our alliance will have speech, and all of this event will be covered by the media. And then we have a screening program of diabetes screening program in the hospital for the patient who are coming to this hospital. And also we have already announced this through our channels, social media channels and others, that we are going to have a screening program in this day, so everyone can join us there in the screening program. And the program will be covered by the all media channels, and it will be shown to all the people to reach more individual and reach our program, as the focus is on education. So we are trying to involve all the related sectors in this event, especially the Kabul Medical University. They have a main role in the education, and also the Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, and these people. So this is a briefing of our event for tomorrow.
Wow, it sounds absolutely remarkable. And
but
I've
unfortunately, one thing that we have, we are so sad of that is that we we have already sent an email to the World Diabetes Day, which is the website there for the World Diabetes Day. They have a website email address. We have shared our event with them, and also we have had our activity on their website, and we have sent an email to them, also to the IDF, International Diabetes Federation. As you know, we are in an emergency situation, and Afghanistan current situation is not stable, and working in this situation is much difficult. And the people who are living with diabetes, especially type 1 diabetes, that they need insulin, and the availability of medication for the people is so, especially for the people which are living in the rural areas, the basic service for diabetic is not available there. If you see the data of the STEP survey, which was done in 2020, in that time the access to medication and insulin and diagnostic service was so but the result was so bad, and now in this situation it's more difficult for them. So we are trying to reach the IDF. We have sent many emails to them, many tried to follow up emails, but unfortunately I don't know what's wrong with the IDF. They are even not responding to our single emails, and they are not we do not have any link with them, and if we are trying to connect with them and seek their technical support, or for the people living here with type 1 diabetes, and access to insulin is a big problem in such a humanitarian situation crisis. So I don't know what's wrong with these people, and as in 2021, and I guess the foreign troops withdraw from Afghanistan, and we faced a humanitarian situation, and day by day the situation is getting more worse, as the economic level of the people and the poverty, according to the OCHA and WFP report, 90% of our people are under the poverty line. So how could they buy? They don't have money to buy their 2 times food. So how can he afford to buy insulin? So these are the main challenges, and I don't know, as the US withdraw from Afghanistan and these people are left behind. Now these people and these organizations, as I think, that's my opinion, they are also in the same, and they are left behind Afghanistan. There are 35 million people. They are not involved in the politics. We should not involve the health and politics together. The government side, and what is wrong with the government, if that's recognized by international status or not, but the health issue should not to be merged with the politics. As Dr. Tedros in one of his speech says, that the world is not treating all the human beings equally. As you may see the crisis which happened in the Ukraine, and how the world is treating with the Ukraine people, and how the people, this world is, we are happy with that this organization, all of them are working with the Ukraine people. They also have the rights, and but in the case of the other countries like Afghanistan, Iraq, and these people, they are also human. They are not. They should not made any difference between the human beings. So these are the points which make us so working for us difficult, and but as these challenges remain, and day by day we are facing more challenges, but still we are trying our best with the available. So we don't have even as one single Afghani for the celebration or doing any activity. We are just doing all of these activities as we have celebration for tomorrow. This total event is we coordinated with the private sector, as this hospital was one of the biggest hospitals, so we talked to them. that let's celebrate this day, and you will have this will be opportunity for you. Then for printing materials, we asked from some of our traders and some of the other people the to help us to provide us printing materials like banners and these things. So we are just coordinating these people and asking them. By this, we are doing our activities. Otherwise, we don't have any source of funding. We don't have any source of funding from government and also from the other organization. Even the WHO country office in Afghanistan, they are also not interested to work in the area of NCDs. They are saying that we are in the emergency situation and we are just doing the emergency services for right now. So these are not for us like an emergency services. Uh, these are the points, but still we are trying to do our best, and we have organized a country level event for tomorrow and without any resources.
Thank you so much for coming on and telling us that, and telling us the challenges that you're finding in your country. And this section of our chat, we're now connecting with Joe and Hubban as well, and it'd be interesting to see from their side the challenges they find in their countries. So Joe in the Philippines and Hubban in Pakistan, what would you say are the biggest challenges for people for diabetes in your countries? Joe, let's come to you first.
All right. Yes. First of all, for Dr. Musa Shukur, thank you for pouring your heart out. That's a pretty tough situation, and not being is not really okay. This creates stigma, and that affects mental health also. The situation of your people. So, I'm really sorry for the current happenings right now. Similarly, in the Philippines, we also have stigma. Like there's when it comes to availing healthcare services for mental health, it could be a little bit difficult in the sense that it's costly. Everything would be out of pocket, but there would be people who would volunteer to hear people for cognitive behavioral therapy like that, but it's just limited. How about you, Hubban? Can you share how's the situation going on in Pakistan?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, for Dr. Musa, thank you so much for pointing these things out. I think it's really a terrible situation, and I hope that what you're trying to do, the efforts, they work out, and we can together make something good out of this. So good luck for your event tomorrow. And coming to Pakistan, the challenges are quite similar for us here too. And it's like, if I was to build it on layers, first of all, it's like just the fact that you have diabetes, a chronic condition in Pakistan. I mean, it's different for every country and group and place, but in Pakistan, just the fact that you have a chronic condition is enough to give you some sort of mental stress. Then you have the part about diabetes management, like the small tidbits and bits about like insulin dosing and carb counting. And with lack of resources, we almost have no funding from the government. So there's the stress of diabetes management, because you have to fund yourself and you have to make your own way out of it. And thirdly, it's like the whole society, the societal aspect in terms of stigma and the stereotypes, they're also not helping you in any ways. So there's a lack of awareness. So the outside world is also in a way against you. So all these things, when you combine them, it's like a recipe for disaster for your mental health, for someone living with diabetes. And yeah, it's really something. It's very close to what Jazz said in the previous session and what Dr. Musa said, because this is almost the same region for Pakistan, India, Afghanistan. And yeah, it's pretty terrible in that sense.
Yes, totally agree with you. Like the stigma, like here, what I usually encounter is that it's easy to hide so that you won't be discriminated, nor would you be so that you could have equal treatment also when it comes to application, work rights, those things. It's a struggle, definitely. How about on a personal level, Hubban, like, and Tom, and also Zuhad? We have Zuhad. Can you share your personal struggle, like when you are when you had to grow up and going through diabetes, and what
Yeah.
helped you in handling these struggles?
So I'll go first. Personally, I got diagnosed at the age of 13 years old. So typically that's the age around when you're entering the age of puberty and like your teenage life is starting. So I have that perspective. I'm 20 right now. So I've lived through my teenage years with diabetes. And as a boy in Pakistan, it's a different dynamic. It's like there's definitely stigma and all the kind of stereotypes. And what that makes you do is you start to hide your condition. You start to like put it under the closet, obviously, and that kind of compromises your ability to be social in a way. So you start to cut yourself off from the social settings because you don't want to face that stuff. And I have faced that all through my teenage years, especially in school and then in college. It's been a struggle because you cannot really open up, and you have to have a very small group of like people you can trust, and that's really hard to find for some people. And it's really a struggle in that sense. And I would say my teenage years, especially when it comes to diabetes, that your teenage years is like you're very spontaneous, you're a little like mindless in a sense. But for me it was from age of 13 I was living as a person with 30 years of age would live, very like with a restricted routine and just not being so social. And yeah, a lot of that was because of diabetes stigma, because I cannot be comfortable in all sorts of environments. I have to choose very precisely where I can go and where I will be, peaceful with myself and comfortable.
Thanks, Yuban. How about Zuhad? If you could
Hi,
share.
hi everyone. How is everyone? Okay, so my journey has been a bit different. So it was like when I used to go to the hospital, I used to see all these people with diabetes there, and the moment I stepped out, I was all alone there. I think everyone can relate here in Pakistan and Philippines and other areas as well. And I never started wanted to like share this with anyone. So I was a very social person. I have so many groups of friends, different groups of friends that I hang out with, but I never shared my diabetes journey with them. So my journey was my own. But I would be lying if I say it impacted my mental health, because I remember when I was giving my O levels exams the very first time, and I typed in the Google, can someone with diabetes get straight A's in O levels? I was
Yeah, yeah.
so starstruck that is that even a possibility? Maybe someone with a chronic disease, can they cope with it? But having said that, the struggle is so real. It's the awareness is there now, but I remember when I went to exams and places like this, there would be guards checking you for calculators and everything. But if they would find my insulin and my diabetes supplies, they would just say, take it out. They would not understand anything that I would be conveying to them, that this is the problem that I have, but they would not. Another story that I have, I was giving my English exam during my O levels, and my blood sugar level dropped to such an extent that I was hallucinating there. And when I asked them for emergency sugar supplies, they brought me a pot of sugar in the middle of an exam hall where there were about 400 people. And I just looked around. Everybody was looking at me. And I was saying, okay, this is not okay. This is not how it should be going. So there's stigma. People look at you in a very weird way. But the good thing is, so everyone has their own coping mechanisms. I've had it for 26 years now. And for the longest part of my life, I was there alone, but not alone in the sense my family has been very supportive. And I'm kind of like a social person. So if I'm sort of going in depression or something, I would just text my friends that I need to go out. Um, but that is something very selfish. But I had that liberty. I could do that, but a lot of people can't. So it was just my coping mechanism. So whenever I was feeling down or something, I had my friends that I could rely on, and not just one group of friends. There were different group of friends that I could rely on. And so I was lucky in that sense. But challenges came along the way, and I've been doing good so far. And it has been just the last thing, mind blowing for me for meeting after meeting all of you people meeting the support groups in Pakistan recently. I just had access to them about 2 years ago. I don't know what I was doing before that. Honestly, I have no idea. But it's been very satisfying and helpful as well. I've learned so much in these past 2 years that I haven't been able to learn on my own, Googling stuff. So that's about it.
Thank you, Zuhad. Your journey, yes, definitely challenges are 24/7, and not. But I'm happy that you have good family support and friends to rely on. I just want to say to everyone that we're opening anyone who would want to speak up or share your story, please feel free to do so. Just click on the request for mic on the lower left button and then raise your hand so I could call you up. Yes. So we want to make this open. How about Tom? Can you share also your own struggle and your mental health journey and diabetes?
Yeah. So I spoke about this earlier on, actually. When we did a Talk on One podcast with Dan Newman, and he interviewed me, and I was diagnosed when I was 17, and I was in sixth form, and it was my final year of school, basically, and I was going to go into. I wanted to go into education, to be a teacher, and I wanted to go to university, and it kind of, it was tough, and I just wanted to be a typical sort of 17-year-old who's starting driving lessons and all that sort of stuff, and things have changed, and I decided to halt my sort of ambition of going to uni for a few years to just try and get on track with my diabetes. But yeah, it was tough, and I'd say I'm a very sociable person, but a very private person as well. And I kind of, in them early days and for many years, I guess, was really embarrassing with myself. I felt I'd done something wrong. I felt that I was to be blamed for it, and I didn't want people to really know about it, and I wouldn't really embrace it, I guess. I'd go to the toilet and I didn't check in private, and I still sort of kind of do. And I must admit, like, and I said it earlier on, I was in denial basically, and I was in a lot of distress, and I had a couple of friends who were really close to me, and we mentioned things from time to time, but yeah, it was really tough. And it's only recently I've really started to embrace my diabetes in the last year or so. And it comes down to me with a massive two things: peer support. Peer support has really helped me to build my confidence up, and also the technology. I was offered to go into Libra in February of this year, and it's really changed my life and my lifestyle and my confidence, and I'm finally feeling that I'm in control of my diabetes rather than the diabetes in control of me. I wanted to ask you guys what sort of things you guys have used. What are you using now? Are you on MDI? Are you on pumps? Are you on finger pricking? Do you use flash, CGM? And how does that make you feel? And what are the impacts of what you use for your mental health?
So I've been living with type 1 for 21 years. I've been on pump just recently, maybe just 5 years ago. And then before that, everything was on multiple daily injections and daily finger pricks. Then recently, I can avail FGM, but on most days, I'm on finger pricks. So how does this affect my mental health? I think the CGM, being on pump, has contributed well because it suits my lifestyle. I'm an active person, so I don't really love the routines. But being on pump, I could suspend or do temporary basal, so that's helpful. Another thing is, however, when it comes to like if there's like errors or issues, it stresses me out, because how I cope is to have the pens on hand. Then being on daily finger prick, I think it doesn't really affect so much, but normally with others, what I notice is that it's easy to hide doing daily finger pricks, because of course we don't want to be known that we have type 1. But for me, it also comes with a blessing in the sense that when I was in an exam, I met another type 1 because I took a injection shot right in the exam table, and then he said, "Oh, you're also a type 1," like that, because it's really rare for us to meet each other unless we go through a camp. So that's about the mental health aspect, but there's more, so I give the floor to others, Hubban and Zuhad, and also others who would want to share. Please just request for the mic down below, lower left. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. That's actually a great question, Tom. So I got diagnosed about 8 years ago, and since then I've been on MDI and finger pricking, because in Pakistan we don't have any sort of funding from the government for even for the insulin and the blood sugar strips that I use. I have to like fund it out of my own pocket. So that's definitely a thing. Technology is definitely amazing. It's like we have all the numbers directing towards that, but the unfortunate case is that like when you don't have access to it, so you have to settle for what you have. And in terms of mental health, I have like an interesting story. So I've always knew that I couldn't access the pump or the CGM like for at least the next 5 years or something like that. So people would say that it's hard to manage your diabetes with MDI and finger prick, and I would get really offended. I would like, no, I'll prove you wrong in that, because I those were the only tools I had. But what I realized is that like 5 years after that, it's like you can manage your diabetes, but what happens is that okay, so someone is on the latest pump and CGMs, and they've closed the loop, and let's say their HbA1c is 5.5, and I on MDI and finger pricking, I can also achieve that number of 5.5. But the trade off is my mental health, because it would take like hours and hours of more mental work for me to achieve that target, because it's just harder. Like you can do it, but I realize that it really comes at a cost, and that cost is your mental peace. And because of that, I have really experienced a lot of episodes of diabetes burnout and diabetes distress, because like it's just clear that you have to do more mental work when you're MDI, and when you're finger pricking yourself, you don't know your blood sugar readings at every instant. So yeah, it's like it has been a very strong correlation with my mental health when we talk about MDI and finger pricking.
Zuhad, how's your therapy?
Okay, so Hubban mostly took the words right out of my mouth. I've only started CGM, and that's Libre One. Then that is out of my pocket cost. So I've just started using it about a month ago, and I can relate to every word that Hubban said, because there are times that you do not know what's going on with your body, and you need to understand that, but you are unable to. So there's a few patterns that I've recognized what my body is doing at certain times. And Joe, what you were saying about behavioral change.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, we lost you, Suhad. Can you come again? Okay. While Zuhad.
Hopefully, we'll.
Okay, so he could come back in a while. But I think in my case, the technology doesn't play a very high correlation on my mental health, but I think I'm more of affected with the environment. Like in my case, the greatest pain that I experience in having diabetes is when I am not qualified like that. So I did apply years back. I did apply for an student exchange program. I passed all the numerous interviews, exams, all those paperworks. But I was told we cannot take the risk because you have type 1. So that was really a shock for me. I really felt rejected in that sense and not accepted because of type 1. And how can I blame myself? And what can I do? I cannot change my body. I cannot, remove my type 1 because I really have type 1. No matter, even though I have insurance and everything, it doesn't work. So yeah, so I just had a breakdown that time. But the lesson that I learned is I won't want to disclose my type 1, and I became more watchful to who I would tell about my type 1. Even at work, sometimes I don't want people to look down on me because you have certain conditions. So on the mental health part, it takes an extra toll to prove yourself that you are not someone who would be a burden or someone who can't. So that's how I get affected when it comes to diabetes, stress, and burnout.
Yeah, totally. And I find it hard when I'm a school teacher and I'm obviously responsible for my team and my children, and having hypos in school is such a hard deal for me. And I've learned from mistakes over the years that just 5 more minutes, and then I'll go, sort of thing. Or when I do go, I'm quickly trailing to get back, but then sort of really pay the price because I don't want to let people down, and maybe that's for many years I didn't really want to tell people about it because I didn't want to let people down, and I thought I could manage it my own. And I think we do manage our diabetes pretty much a lot of the time on our own, but I think having the people around us who do know, they can step in, can't they? And they can help just with that burden at times, or that any worries that you might have. But yeah, I think for many years I just hid away from it. And I think with me, to bring it back to the question I asked, is I was on just normal disposable pens, finger pricking for many years, up until February this year. And I went through many patches of distress and not finger pricking. And I said before, it doesn't, I don't sound the fantastic role model, do I, Mr. Diabetes Chat, saying these sort of things, but it's the reality, isn't it? And it's being upfront and being truthful and sharing these lived experiences, and it's tough, isn't it? And it's there relentlessly all the time, 24/7. But since having the technology, it has really helped me control my diabetes, but also help with my mental health. But also, I think sometimes the technology, I don't know what about you guys, can sometimes be maybe a bit overwhelming, and sometimes can affect your mental health. But also, I see the positives of it, that I can see what's happening with my body. As you were saying, Surhad, I can see the movements of the blood, where it's going, the arrows and the trends. So yeah, definitely. Surhad, did you want to pick up where you left off there?
Where was I? I kind of forgot, but I agree with Tom to every bit. So I think the idea here is you you can be vulnerable. I think the only way to get better is talking about it, and that sort of helps you realize where you're going wrong. So that is so important. I mean, you want to act tough. You want to think that you can do it alone. You don't need anyone's help, but you do need it because you're a human being. You're a social animal. You need everyone else's input. You want people to help you. So yeah, that's my take on this. So I had this idea about Medtronic's Blue Balloon Challenge. So I was thinking maybe if I could do something like this, if I'm just walking in a path and sort of my friends and family come and they're picking up my balloon. So I just wanted to point out the role of people around you in helping you manage your diabetes. So this was just something that I was thinking, but the challenge is obviously bringing everyone in one place and shooting this video. So that was my idea.
It's a great idea, actually. You should definitely do it. Like,
Yeah, Zuhad, I would cheer you up. I also the,
Yeah.
the talking it like being a voice, sharing your voice, your journey, very important in our healing. At the same time, I think family support or and peer support are also equally significant. I got a friend like Annie. She's been living with type 1 for 40 years. And I asked her a question about mental health and how the importance of family support. I'll just open the video. And how important is mental health for you? And what support is available for you and others in your country? In the Philippines, in our country.
Okay, mental health for me is vital. It's very important, especially when we have diabetes. The main reason is because mental health encompasses the whole overall health of one's person. So in the Philippines, what I know is there are different forms of health groups, or you can also see a psychotherapist or a guidance counselor or even a health coach.
Thank you. And lastly, this is the last one. Hold on. What do you think needs to be done to improve mental health and diabetes?
Okay, for me, what needs to be done first, before anything else, is to have mental health awareness. And that starts, I think, within the family. Family support is very important. This is because the family members would have a great impact on each individual's mental health. So if you are mentally healthy, if there's acceptance, love, and care within the family, then that would keep a person healthy as well as when dealing with diabetes. Family support is number one. And then second is in the Philippines, we're there are a lot of professional psychotherapists or psychiatrists who are in the field. The only problem is, of course, the cost. I know it's very easy to see our professionals, but if they can streamline the cost or like budget it, then I think most of the people who are of mental illness or who needs help will be able to avail that.
Yep. Yeah, just want to share that the reality in Philippines.
thank you, Joe. I think I would like take this moment to talk a little about how people actually view mental health illness and how people perceive its treatment, kind of, especially in the context of Pakistan. It's not so good. What we need to like, we need a paradigm shift in the sense that we need people to realize that your mental health is like your cardiological health or your gastrointestinal health. It's like any other part of your body. And what people here in Pakistan, what we have seen is that people are really hesitant towards getting professional help uh, by a therapist or a psychiatrist, because there's all sorts of negative taboo in the society about what it means if you go to a therapist. It's like you're a quote a mad person, and that's really something that hurts the progress that we want to make, because so according to a statistic, people with diabetes are 2 to 3 times more likely of developing depression. So it's like imminent. It's like in a country where you have a population of millions, there are people with diabetes, and there definitely some of them are going to develop mental health issues. But what the problem is that there's no proper treatment available for them, and for those who have the treatment available, it is the societal uh, uh, perspective that is stopping them from like actually getting that help. And I mean, I would this is like an open-ended question. If any of you could pitch in and talk about how we can actually promote this, like bring light on to mental health, and like promote people, encourage them that getting treated for it is as normal as you go for an eye checkup or a dental checkup. And like, yeah, that's something I really think that's a problem for us here in Pakistan.
Tom, do you have any thoughts? I like the statistics that Hubban shared, like 2 to 3 times developing depression. Then what could help? Like the treatment available, or yeah, I think one would be the promotion for the language matters, and then the nothing about us without us, the campaigns, talking about this, the DDoC voices. That's a very helpful way also to spread awareness for mental health. Any thoughts, please, just share.
I think we need to learn more from other countries how they went about. I mean, if they tackle the problem at an earlier stage, relatively earlier stage, um, to tackle this sort of a taboo which is here, we'd like to hear more from them because if I talk about myself, so I've studied at a university which is very open about where people can talk about mental health with a certain institution. So there's this institution within my university that's called CAPS, and where you can talk about your mental health. I've never been there because thankfully I've not needed to, but there has to be a safe space where you can share. So the idea is, I think the taboo, and there's the other thing that you can't share it with someone. That they might share it with someone else. There's data privacy issues as well, I think. So it sort of gels in, but yeah, if there's people from other countries who've tackled this problem at a relatively earlier stage, would like to add on here, would help.
I totally agree. If there's anyone, please just raise your hand. Okay, there's Belinda. Okay, please take the wheel, Belinda.
Hi, I'm from Australia. Some people know me by now. I'm a diabetes educator over here, and I'm assuming resources are quite limited, tight, like finance, etc., etc. So again, I'm just thinking sort of outside the box and focusing on that idea of collaboration. But can we come up with some sort of idea of setting up like a mentoring program so that those countries that do have access to some sort of mental health staff, whether it's social workers or psychologists or just diabetes educators who have a experience and interest in mental health, can they buddy up, even if it's just via email, buddy up and sort of build the self-determination of the staff on the ground in countries like Philippines, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and in India even, and just try and share resources and support people across the miles.
That's a brilliant idea, Belinda. Sharing resources, collaboration, and yeah, sharing resources, mentoring program. Oops.
Yeah, just trying to, I mean, most countries struggle with budgets these days and funding. None of us can seem to get funding for what we need, but just trying to use the resources that we have and spread our wings beyond our own backyards.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a great idea. We can make a post and start like a small campaign right from here. But definitely that would be lovely to have a combined platform where we can at least just share ideas, if not even do something big, like just talking and sharing ideas. That helps a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk more.
Definitely.
After Tom goes to sleep.
I'll just leave the space on, guys, indefinite, and you guys can just keep talking forever.
I want to share another friend. She's been living with type 1 for, okay, I lost how many years, but this is how she would suggest for the improvement on mental health.
A more positive language towards any health condition and even towards mental health. Understanding the person, the patient, is very, very important. How we view ourselves and how people view us needs to be changed in terms of perspective.
So that's Cheska. She's been living with type 1 for 8 years and on multiple daily injection. But recently, since 2016, she's on pump and doing daily finger pricks. And when on budget, using FG. Just want to share her thoughts. and she's one of the advocates in Philippines too.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
How about others in this floor who would want to share aside from Belinda's brilliant collaboration idea?
I
I mean,
think
also, yeah,
sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
So Hubban, go ahead.
No, you go. Yeah.
I think so. The onus sort of is on the healthcare professionals in the sense that, so for instance, my endocrinologist, he sort of has to take the burden of me putting out my mental health on him, because there's no other avenue. So they have to sort of create a room for me to share there. So I would share one of my stories. So while I was doing my MBA, and I was getting barely 3 hours of sleep a day, um, and my grades were declining at the same time, despite the fact that I was studying, doing everything. And then I sort of just told him something about this. So he did not say that it was because of diabetes or something. He asked me whether it was because of diabetes. So he did not imply or judge or something. He asked me to elaborate more, and I liked that so much that it sort of it wasn't anything else that happened. So I just came out more relaxed and sort of started analyzing myself more. So something like that. I think your training for the doctors is needed. That they sort of help you in this in whatever capability that they have or capacity.
Yeah, aside from training for doctors, I think it would be also helpful for parents or carers of uh PWDs to have some help because they also experience burnout. And yeah, uh Gav is here from the Philippines also, and he has audio problem, but I want to share his text message about how to help out or kind of improvement. Like, he suggested that having once a week online meeting program with allotted time to get to know each other, sharing wins and learning would be helpful. And then there's no struggle with face-to-face consultations, but what will work better is to have a shorter waiting time for appointments. And in our country, that's one of the struggles here. So at least it could be more encouraging for us to visit our healthcare professionals more. I think that's one of the struggles that why I visit less, because sometimes it takes whole day or I take a leave just to have a quick consultation. Yep. He's also type 1.
And yeah,
Yeah, it's 6 years.
I would like to build up on your previous point about parents and carers for people with diabetes. It's like they are going through, if not the same much, but like a lot of stress themselves, and they get it's sort of overlooked because when we talk about people with diabetes, and that makes sense. But we cannot forget that the loved ones who live with people with diabetes and care for them, it's a like another level of mental burden for them. And one thing that worked for us at Meethi Zindagi is like we realized this thing because a lot of our community members are very young children, and they have parents that are like managing their condition. And so we decided to make a separate group, like a separate community for the parents, because I think it's important that they have a platform to discuss and just like take their heart out sometimes and rant and all that stuff, because I think it's really important for that we also encourage these kind of communities for parents and carers where they can discuss their challenges managing someone with diabetes. And I see we have Mary here. Like, hi Mary, how are you? I don't know if you can speak or join the floor, but I know you're a parent, and it would be lovely to have your opinion on this matter as to what you have experienced. But this goes out to all of you, and especially the carers for people with diabetes. If you want to pitch in and talk about what it's like, because I cannot talk from that perspective. I can say that in my family, I've seen my mother, and I know that they've been through a lot because of my condition. But hearing from someone who has lived this experience firsthand would be amazing.
Yeah, I think constant counseling and helplines could be established to eliminate possibilities of self-harm and depression. That's from Miko, from the Philippines also. Mary, in case you would want to speak out or what, feel free to just request for the mic on the lower side. Okay, so I think we're almost 6 minutes away from 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. in the Philippines, and I think yeah. But
We do have, guys. Our next hour is the open forum chat hour. So I know we started a bit late. So I do obviously, if you guys are able to stay longer, we can continue talking up for the next half an hour. So if you can stay, that's great. If you know what I mean. If you got tight schedules, then that's absolutely fine. I know we started a bit late, so I want to obviously keep to that. You know what I mean? If you can stay longer, but yeah, I see Mary. There you are. You jumped up there. Hey, Mary.
Okay, this is my first words of the morning that I've spoken out loud. I've been listening. I woke up. It's the most amazing thing, Tom. Thank you so much for this. Like I went to bed listening to it, and I woke up and was excited to turn it back on again. So I haven't done anything other than listen to this like in the last I don't know, today and yesterday.
Bless you.
But Hubban, I heard you say, and then I was even drifting in and out of sleep too, because it was a long day yesterday here too, and but yeah, what you were saying about parents and carers, and even a bit of what was talked about earlier on, like this morning, like it's creating space for the conversation, like, and I think like a lot of these themes running through the last how many hours we've been listening to Diabetes Chat is like a lot of this thing is basic. It's like stuff we can do ourselves, like, and but it's the space, and then allowing it and not assuming that it isn't there. Like you were saying, Hubban, like where it wasn't assumed that it was diabetes, that it could be other things, like, so but asking that, so having a space then for parents and carers where nothing is assumed, because everything affects diabetes. All like routines change and it affects your diabetes. Routines change in the family and it affects how you manage that diabetes for somebody else. And I think having places, spaces where people can talk about things that aren't type 1, like aren't actually the type 1 thing, but the challenges of managing that, like, I think will be really helpful. And I think it just, there's so much around type 1 and managing diabetes for anyone with it or caring for it, that it gets overlooked because there's just so much going on. And you're trying to live your life and the responsibilities of life, because isn't life busy anyway for people who don't have type 1 anyway? But yeah, a space, I think, for that kind of conversation is encouraged. Yeah.
Wow, definitely conversations like the challenges on top of, the daily grind that we have to do without diabetes, that can be quite a hurdle. Mary, if I may ask, can you share some of the top challenges that you want to talk more about with other parents also, or with other healthcare providers or other patients?
Yeah, like, so as your child, when your child is diagnosed, like it does, like us, like it does matter the timing, like what age the child is, to how independent in inverted commas, like, because our brains aren't fully developed until we're 25, so we need some kind of support until then. But like, if your child is so small, and this goes to like involves carers too, because like you could have parents who are diagnosed who are older, even with dementia and things like that, where they need help too, or they've had type 1 and they're going through that stage of life and they need that help. But when I think one of the things is that it affects your career. You have to change your job to support those in your family. You need to be so flexible, and one of my pet peeves, and I do mention it to Tom sometimes, like when we use the word sorry, like, and I can't say sorry for things that are diabetes related. I feel it hurts me on the inside, and if I have to say sorry to somebody that I'm sorry I have to go, or I'm sorry such and such, I'm emotional about it now, actually thinking about it. But like when you have to, because they don't see that part of your world, and you have to go, do you know what? This happened. This is happening. I have to go. And to have to say, I'm sorry, I have to let you down. This is a huge thing, and my child might die, so I'm going. Or I've had to do such and such. So parents and carers have to create a different world immediately. Like there's no. We do this for when we have newborn babies. We have parental leave. We have maternity leave. We have financial support. We have parents and friends and family who understand it. Like, 'cause this tiny little thing is so dependent on you. There's nothing for parents and carers. Nothing. There's negative. They don't even assume that you might even need it. And then when you try and maybe tell them the things that you're doing, you're actually focused on the diabetes stuff, like, and that gets really complicated. So they back away because they can't help you, and they don't know how to help you. It's so complex, but they don't realize, and you don't realize, that you actually just need the support that, like, those around you are conditioned to give you with a newborn baby, leaving you a meal at the door, bringing you stuff, your mummy coming in, washing a load of clothes, just because you can't get to those things. You're so overwhelmed. And I think having that kind of a network that you can be encouraged to put together, you just don't know it. And I think if there's a space where that is encouraged, it's all basic stuff, I think. It's all, but goes back to those needs. So I don't know if I spun off that, Joe, like, but it's, parents and carers' lives immediately change. It's so overwhelming. And then as you settle into it, you lose part of yourself as that parent and carer, because you're so busy and so responsible for keeping that type 1 plate spinning that's not in your body, that you don't look after yourself. You don't do self-care in the same way as you might have done it before, and you might not have done it that great before either, like if you're a parent. But it just goes down another level until, like, things don't go right with yourself, that you have to get help. I don't know if that is there. I think they're what I struggle with, I think.
Yes. Wow. It feels like carers are type 1s too, but just in another body, and it can be more overwhelming because if it's like a baby and it's tough. I can feel the depth of your emotions, and there are also other parents who I know. Maybe after this, I'd love to connect with you with other parents who want to talk about this. It's really overwhelming, and I heard you that it's like losing a part of yourself. Thank you for sharing.
Joe, can I share something, please?
Yes, please.
So when we talk about mental health, I think the stigma here in Pakistan or the surrounding areas is, I was 4 when I was diagnosed with type 1. So a lot of things that sometimes came up with my mom was, she sort of started blaming herself that it's because of me that you got type 1. And it's so important to let them know that it's not. So I don't know where that thought is coming from. So I recently went to an event where another mom sort of started crying, and started blaming herself for her kid being type 1. It's obviously challenging. It's overwhelming. But we need to sort of make them come to terms with this, that it's not their fault at all. So I think for Mary, it's different, but it's something that these areas need to sort of look at, that it's nobody's fault. The only way from here is up, that you sort of get better from it.
Yeah, we can talk, but we can relate to that actually as well, because when your child's diagnosed, you're asked,
Absolutely.
did you breastfeed? Did you do this? Did you do that? And there's so much responsibility during pregnancy, and I can totally relate to that guilt or that side, because type 1 has come. I have type 1 as well, and there's diabetes in my paternal side. So I can totally feel that, and yeah.
And you're a superhero. You're a superhero. I think we need to tell these moms that they're superheroes, and dads as well. That honestly, so I want to share my one episode right after my diagnosis. So I went to a hypo while I was asleep, and it was such a bad hypo that sticks with me still. I was shivering. I was sweating like anything. I don't know what was happening. So I was constantly shaking. And my mom was scared to death. She did not know what to do. We did not have awareness about what hypo was at the time because it was so new back then. And I could I can't remember much, but when I woke up, I just saw them shocked to the core. And they did not know how to treat me. I don't know how they did. They gave me some sugar or whatever, some medicine but that nightmare was horrible for me. But I can only imagine what it is for a caregiver. Because if I'm losing sleep, they're losing more sleep to make sure that I don't die in my sleep.
And they worry that you're like, they've seen this hypo around them, and then they let you out of their house and you have a hypo away from them.
Absolutely.
And they worry about that then too, and then try not to worry about that.
And maybe because of that, if I may share, I wasn't allowed to go out of the house for the longest time. I was so protected. I was so protected. I cannot tell you that I was in a shell for the longest time.
You just want to be a mother hen and have your babies under your wing and not let anybody touch them. And it's really weird because during the pandemic, I think many parents of children enjoyed that part of it where their children were around them and inside their house, and they could help control things like their children's stats all improved during the pandemic because there was much more, well, of certain households, I would say, because that's unfair to say. Like when the parent was able to be there with their child, they were able to do more because their children were at home with them.
Absolutely. And again, I think I just want to say that you're a superhero again, because everyone needs a pat on the back. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Second, thanks Mary, for being there for your kid. And it wasn't really an easy journey. I wonder though if there's anyone living with type 2. If you could share your challenges and journey as a type 2, because I think most of us are type 1s. If there's any, we would love to hear from you.
While someone joins, I think, Joe, we should move towards like final takeaways in regards to this topic, because like we've reached the hour mark. So if you can just start, you go first and like share your takeaways, final, something like that, highlights.
All right, sure. Thanks for that. So I wrote a few days back about the Black diabetes silo. So without education, social support, acceptance, insulin for all, our dead pancreas may consume the bane of our existence. Filled with negativity, darkness, drowning, and such relentless pain. But hey, we're such diverse diabetes. Love and hate with diabetes is a given. Being okay when all is not working out can be okay. So near yet so far. The future is not bleak. Let's just say this too will pass. We can surpass. Let's go north and share our voices. Be a D-Dog voice. That's my takeaway. I just wrote it a few days ago.
Wow, it was so beautifully put. Thank you so much.
How about you, Ivan?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say is, as I mentioned, we need a paradigm shift in Pakistan, and I would like to really emphasize that mental health is as normal as your dental health or your cardiovascular health, and there are medical professionals for this, and if you are struggling through mental illness, any sort of it, you should consult a medical professional. And on top of that, once you do that, there are like lifelong tools, which would be something like peer support. It will always stay with you, and it is like it's like a lifeline that you can always rely on. But if you're going through serious mental health illnesses, you should be consulting a professional who deals with these sorts of challenges. And lastly, I would say that one thing that is the responsibility of every individual is that you have to come to peace, like you have to accept your condition, because once you build your walls stronger from within you, then you can go out in the world and like protect yourself from all sorts of stigma and stereotypes. So yeah, accept your condition and just know that you're not alone. There are people who are like standing with their arms open, anyone. And yeah, so seek for help online or physically. Find your safe space, people you can trust and talk to, because it's very normal. Mental health conditions with diabetes is like, it's almost imminent because of what we go through. So it's okay. You're not someone like you're not to be blamed. And yeah, you're not alone. That's it.
I would like to add on also from Belinda that she shared the power of collaboration, like sharing our resources, our time. Let's talk more about it. Like, yeah, like this group, like our tribe, we could love each other and really give out what we can for each other. And then definitely acceptance is powerful, and peer and family support are very important also with our mental health. Yeah. Zuhad, do you have any final takeaways, or from others, and Tom?
I'd like to say thank you to Tom for this. I feel like I need to talk about this a lot, and I don't do that often, but he's provided this beautiful platform where you can. Just taking it from Mary. So I think in the previous diabetes chat, Tom shared about his mom and how much he appreciates whatever she's doing for him. And it's the same for me. I mean, I don't talk about her a lot, but I don't know how I can just tell her that I love her for everything that she's done. It's just amazing. So type 1 moms who take care of the kids, they're just amazing. Absolutely.
Make sure and tell.
I will. I will. Now I will.
I think we will leave to Tom now.
Guys, that is just sensational. I've just been listening in, really enjoying the amazing chat you guys are having. And my wife and Harry have just come down about 10 minutes ago. It's morning time. I can actually see outside now. It's not dark anymore. And it's 21 hours into the chat. Harry's here. We're sitting here with our breakfast, just listening to you guys, just like really coming together and embracing the amazing advocacy work that you do. And literally, I take my hats off to you all for all the amazing things you do for people in your communities. Just keep it up, and I love seeing all the fantastic things you're doing, and like this space. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for us to showcase and show all this. But yeah, I think just from that end section of the chart, it's massively, my takeaway would be, it's massive to talk and share and not feel alone, like Hubban said. And it's difficult, but it does take time for you to maybe come to terms with things. But I would definitely say it's important to talk, and it's never too late to talk. Like, when you feel comfortable to do it, find the people to do it with. And yeah, it's important, and it will help. But honestly, thank you to Joe, Hubban, Surid, and Mary for jumping on as well, and Belinda, and Zuad. It's just been a really brilliant chat. I've loved it, and I'm literally sat here now for my breakfast.
Hi. Wow. If is anyone would like to continue the conversation, we're a message.
Say that again, Joe. I lost you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, there's echo.
I think Tom is on speaker, so it's echoing.
Say again, buddy. Say that bit again, sorry.
Tom, you need to take it off a speaker. It's echoing.
Ooh. One minute. What did you say, Hubban? Sorry,
Joe was talking. Joe, you can go ahead.
Oh, I just
yeah.
saying that if we could if anyone would like to continue converse about this, we're just around like Cuba and Suhan.
Yeah. This we got 45 minutes, guys. This is an open forum chat now, so we can continue talking if you wish to hang around and chat. Yeah, this is the time, and then we will be connecting with Belinda at the top of the hour for a fantastic Australian down under takeaway. We will be having some poetry, we'll be having some storytelling, we'll having some yoga, and maybe that'll relax me ready for bed, which will be in 2 hours and 44 minutes 54 seconds time. I'll give or take a few minutes either side. But yeah, if you want to continue chatting, please do. Flipper, are you around?
Morning, how are you?
Morning. I'm good. How are you? Did you sleep well?
No, I had a new Dex come on yesterday and it decided to not play nice during the night. So I think I could have listened to the early hours quite happily because I wasn't sleeping. But I was determined not to because I thought if I carry on, I'm getting no sleep at all. And I know you haven't, Tom, but so I apologize. So I set my alarm so that I'd be here in time for 7 o'clock.
Oh, bless you.
But I heard the end of the last chat, which I will have to listen back to because it just sounded amazing. And it just made me, I think, with last week's diabetes chat anyway, which was the parents, it just makes I've sort of tweeted Mary, my heart goes out to her because I can't imagine, I haven't got children, but I can't imagine the amount that parents take on. And it just becomes apparent that they just don't get the emotional support to deal with the diagnosis itself, let alone the ongoing stresses and strains. And I just sort of, my heart bleeds for them. Do you know what I mean? So, so I was sort of listening to that and I sort of heard Mary talk. I was like, oh my goodness. But
I didn't mean to cry.
No, Mary, do not apologise at all. But do you know, like, there's a few parents been on, and do you know, like, I always say, if you go to a Type 1 meetup, there's always somebody who can empathise with whatever's happened to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're never alone in this. Somebody has done it before you, whatever it is. And the more I'm hearing the parents' stories, do you know, like, it's such a common theme.
Yeah.
And you just sort of think, oh, you know, why? I think for people with type 1, as well as the carers and parents, because it's traumatic, let's be honest.
That's the word. It is absolutely that. And I think we feel like PTSD.
Well, why don't they offer some sort of counselling or something? A lot of other diseases, if you're diagnosed with a chronic disease, it's sort of automatic that the person diagnosed is offered some sort of counselling.
But are they even?
But if it's a young child, I think a lot, the opportunity for it, I'm not saying everybody takes it up,
I don't know if it's actually offered as much as you'd think either, Philippa, because
Okay.
and that's probably where I talk mostly about, like, whenever I struggle, is that it's the invisibility of type 1. There's lots of conversation about diabetes and lots of generalized themed conversation about diabetes, and we know what it's like to have type 1, and we know what it's like to manage our children with type 1, and it's hard. But when they're not getting psychological support that in a way that helps them, why would you ask for yourself?
Yeah, but I think all round, you know what I mean?
There's a lot to be done.
Yeah.
There's just a lot to be done, I think, and we don't even know ourselves, because you have to suppress it, because life is just so busy, and you lie in bed in the dark and go, oh my gosh, I'm glad that day's over.
And I think I remember Melissa Holloway saying once, and it was so true. She was doing I can't remember what it was, but I think it was a sponsored walk or something like that. This is years ago. And she said, it's really awkward asking your friends to sponsor you, because she says, I spend my whole life playing down that I've got type 1 and that I'm fine, I don't need any help, it's, I can live with it, don't worry about it, it's not a consideration. And then she said, all of a sudden I'm going, but it's really, really bad, and this takes all this and this.
Yes.
but next time I'm out with you, just don't mention it, it's fine, don't worry, you can do anything you want.
That is so true, because so in your household, right, you don't play it up at all. Like, I know I have emotional conversations about this now, but you don't talk about it at home in that kind of way, because you want to be the person that encourages your children to not feel the weight of it, to live a normal life, and not to be weighed down with that invisible backpack yet anyway. And so you don't talk about those things. You don't tell them when you're trying to get your doctor. You don't, not that that's a big issue for us, or even just picking up consumables. You've forgotten to pick up consumables.
Oh.
4 days in a row, not even 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and it's Friday, and you've forgotten it, and you have to get through the weekend, and you go back on MDI because you've ran out of pods, and those kind of things, and that they're the bits that get you down as well, because they're even just frustrations.
And I it's funny you should say that. And it's the little things that almost bring you to tears, and you're thinking, why is this bothering me with everything else? Because I know once they removed some things from my repeat prescriptions. And, it was just like at the moment trying to get through on the phone to the doctors and things. And I was just, it was sort of, well, it was post total lockdown, but, we were still in pandemic mode. And it was just like, it was just like, I just need to be able to order things.
I know. So you're upset that you're trying to get through. You're upset and frustrated that was taken off, and you're angry because you have to explain why you need it.
And no, it was a mistake. It was one of those things that when I got through initially, it was you need to speak to a doctor, and I'm like, no, I just need somebody to add them back on my repeat prescription. That's it. Obviously somebody's pressed a button somewhere accidentally, and they're like, oh no, I need. Now it's like, okay, then thinking, well, I'm going to have to. Can't live without insulin, strangely. And then, like half an hour later, I got a telephone call from her. I thought, oh bless, and it was like one of the receptionists saying, oh, the doctor said that the admin will add it back later, so if you try mid-morning, you'll be fine. I said, thank you.
I know.
But it's just that extra, it's just that
extra
thing
jobs.
Head in your hand thinking, oh God, how long am I going to spend on the phone today trying to get this done?
Yeah, and it's like, it's all a very simple thing, but you have to make 2 or 3 phone calls, do 2 or 3 things, and just make sure it happens. Like, I was literally doing actually that. Well, it wasn't about insulin, but it was 2 weeks ago when we needed a sharp spin, and it was taken off our script, and both our scripts. It was like it wasn't there on both our scripts, but and the reception was like, but I think you might need to speak to the pharmacist or the doctor. It's like, no, this isn't medical. It's a box. It's a plastic box. It's okay. I think you can put it back on.
Yes. It is hilarious. I remember years ago I did a podcast with BMJ, whatever, and they were laughing, and I said, it's just the admin like that. And I said, at the time I was like still finger pricking. It's like your test strips disappear from your prescription. It happens rarely. I'm making my GP sound awful. This is such a rare occurrence in all the years I've had.
They're only small things, but they do reduce you to tears.
Yeah, and it's not that. It's just that sinking feeling in your heart, like, oh God, is this my next 2 days? Just going around in circles. And both times they've been resolved quite quickly. Yeah. And I know I'm going to get it resolved because there's no way they're not going to give them to me. But it's just that sinking feeling of, I just don't need this.
You have to remember to keep on top of it until it's sorted too.
Exactly. And it's always those times that you've left it last minute.
Of course.
Your usual organisation of, oh yes, I've got about 2 weeks left, I'll do it now. It's like, oh, I'm not going to swear because I know Tom doesn't want to edit. Insert own word here. It's sort of like, oh, I've just got time. If I put in a repeat today, it'll be ready in a couple of days. I'll be fine. And then you go on, and it's like, no.
I know, and I think it's those kind of things that throw us with our type 1 and parenting and caring for type 1 too, because life is just so busy anyway. Aside from type 1 and things, you keep yourself so busy. It's like your income too. You use all your income with like it disappears. It doesn't matter if you get a pay rise, that disappears too. Your time disappears. It's a resource. And then you go to do something, you're going somewhere different, and it's just like the bottom comes out of the whole thing, and you're just trying to, like, panicking then just to get it sorted when you could have been packing or doing other things, or
Oh no,
the joys.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I think they're the little things that, well, I say little things, they're the irritants, because I think the major things, you sort of put your big girl pants on and sort of like, right, I've got to do this, and it's important, and then you get the admin-y things, and you're just like, oh, God, I've got a life.
I think that's it, you see, and I think that's where it's like an iceberg, like the big girl pants stuff above the water, like you do, and I see it with my kids too. I see it with Johnny, and I see it with Sophie. Like we took them for flu jabs last week as well, and we don't get the nasal with them just because it's a live version. But every year I have to go to the GP and say, can our children have a flu jab rather than a nasal, and explain why. And it's not any problem. But then they almost expect them to have a total hissy fit, like, and cry and all, and like, we're really sorry. It's like, they're fine. They're actually fine. Like they know, like, 2 seconds. We prick 2 seconds, and they're like, the nurse is always like, oh gosh, that was easy. It's like, yeah, it was. Like they know that bit is important, like you said, like, we know what's important, we just do it, and we don't even think about it, and it's the other things, and there's so many other things that that we don't even realize we're doing it as people with type 1, that, like, we just do it. It's only when we're trying to do it and something is wrong about it, or we really need it, it's gone out, and it's not that important. It's not, maybe not insulin, it's something else, but it's not that important, and there's plenty of it, and until there's none of it, like, you've ran out of pen needles, and it's your backup, and you need your backup, but you're holding the pen without the needle.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, how did I let that happen? It's because you haven't ordered pen needles, Mary, in years.
Oh, I think that's the thing. I always say, like on social media, when somebody's sort of saying, oh, I just can't do this and this, that and the other. And I sort of say, and my first reaction is, and I'll say it to other people, but do I apply it to myself? No. But, that's just life. And I sort of say to them, you just deserve such a big pat on the back. If you look at what you do, even if you're doing the bare essentials, you're doing so much every day. you're getting up, probably feeling not that great. You're injecting, you're counting carbs, you're keeping an eye on things, you're remembering to take things out with you, sort of, or keeping your prescriptions, getting them, and this, that, and the other. There's so many things that we just do because it's just part of a life. You just don't notice it. It's a bit like brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
Do you know some mornings you go out the house and you think, did I brush my teeth this morning?
I know.
And you're desperately thinking, can I taste mint?
I know. I'm over here in Bradford at the minute, and I had to get a really early flight on Friday to come over. So I had a shower very late on Thursday night. I forgot to actually put shampoo in my hair. And I went to bed with wet hair, so I didn't realise. So on getting in the airport, and I'm washing my hands in the toilet and looked in the mirror. I was like, yeah, my hair isn't quite right.
I love that, Mary.
I was gonna say something, but Tom isn't editing this. But like, I was so disappointed. It's like, how did I miss that?
Oh,
and I had to go to the venue on Friday, like before I got to the hotel, because we didn't stay in Leeds because there's the rugby league semi-finals were on Friday night, like the World Cup semi-finals. So there wasn't a hotel room in Leeds. I couldn't even go back to the hotel first. So I had to rock up to the venue with hair stuck to my head because it was already a bit manky before I had the shower.
Could you have run for dry shampoo? I know it's horrible, but
I didn't. Well, I did. I did actually think about it, and I was so tired I forgot. Like and then I. Oh no! I know why I didn't, because I was supposed to be there for 2:30, and I got a message at 12:30 to say we can see you anytime now, and I just ran then, and then. I lost awareness of it. That was what was wrong, because I was getting a coffee and whatever in the shopping centre, and I'd already spotted Boots, but I just got that message and it threw me. Yeah. All the things just throw you, don't they? Yeah. No, disaster. A disaster.
Oh. We live I think that's why we sort of cling together in a way, because it's sort of like you can have these conversations, and I know you as parents, and you sort of like, obviously Johnny's a child, and was younger when he was diagnosed, but I was an adult, and I know that if I'm staying at my parents' even now, and I am a big grown up, I'm getting old, I know in the morning when I wake up that if I sleep in, there'll be a tap on my bedroom door.
Oh.
And it'll just be Mum in the morning. Just say, oh, morning, Philippa, are you up yet? And A, it's seeing if I'm up, but B, it's not. It's checking that I'm actually not unconscious.
Yeah.
I have never been unconscious at home, but I know Mum's... We don't talk about diabetes much because it was never part of their lives, because obviously I was living away from my parents when I was diagnosed. But I know when things happen, like when I caught COVID, my mum just called me so often just to check I was okay. So I know I'm my mum's baby, regardless of how old I am. So I can't imagine what it's like when it's a child, because...
Oh, I know, and I can relate to that too, because I was diagnosed when I was 18 as well, and I was away from home, and like they still worry, and I would have gotten that too, and Mummy remembers things that I don't remember, from when I would go home, and I think in lots of ways it's hard for them. Like Mum and Dad and I, we talk on the phone almost every day, but I think when they see things, I had a bad hypo at home. And Mum took me into the doctor's. I don't even remember it. I actually don't even remember it. But I think I vaguely remember talking to Dr. Pippett after the hypo. But I don't even know why I didn't even treat it myself. But that will bear on Mummy's mind, like while I'm away. But then I'm hoping that she forgets a bit too, like while I am away. And then it's only when you're at home and inside their house that like they're making sure you get home at a decent hour, and they're like the curfew comes back on even though you're 43, and Yeah.
You say that, but I don't think I remember once years ago. And do you know how you don't forget who you're talking to, it's your mum, but you don't really think about it.
Yeah.
And I was staying at my parents' and I'd been over to the next city to go shopping because better shops.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember it now. One of those hypos, this is years ago, before I was on CGM, that it hits you like a barn door hitting you in the face.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just suddenly like, oh, God,
Somebody just turns the lights off. It's like,
and your brain just won't work. So I wasn't unconscious, but my brain won't work. And I had sugar with me in that. And so I had some sugar, but it just wasn't hitting straight away. And my natural instinct, and I always say it's primeval, when you go into that true hypo brain, it's your primeval instincts come out. And I just felt really vulnerable. So I went to the loos and I sort of went in a cubicle, sat in a loo and locked the door. And then eventually the sugar started taking effect and, I started feeling a bit compos mentis and I was like, oh, God. And then I was laughing thinking, okay, so I felt so bad that I really wasn't totally there. So what do? I lock myself in a small room and say nothing, make no noises. Because if I had have passed out, obviously that's the safest place for me to be.
Oh my gosh, but that's true though.
I'm chuckling to myself, literally, when I'm in the loo and I'm sort of going out, push my hands out, and going out. And so when I get home, I'm relaying this funny story to my mother, and then I see the colour go out of her face.
Aww.
And I've just, do you know how I'm then saying, but I wasn't that bad. I would have been fine. I knew I was fine. Whatever.
I know.
And years later, we were having some conversation and I said something. And Mum actually mentioned that conversation. She knew every detail of it. And I was thinking, oh my God, I'd obviously really scared her.
Yeah.
And I think back to, I remember one T1 get together when we were comparing the best hypo stories.
Sugar.
And between us, it was hilarious. And mine was nothing because, I was sort of, that was just silly. And there was one guy who'd been, I think he worked abroad or something, and he was really hypo. And so he'd start taking his clothes off and running around and they couldn't catch him. And we were just howling. And then somebody else going, no, I can beat that one. And I thought, this is the difference between talking to other type ones and your family. Because your family are horrified and scared for you. Whereas we're like, no, I've got better than that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, when you were telling that story, that reminded me of one I had in only recently in the airport. And I did the same thing, though. I locked myself in the loo because you don't want anybody looking at you either because you know you're going to be okay. You've got everything you need. You just don't want anybody looking at you and you want to just crumble for a minute and then grow again because you do that in public and they'll think there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, but the thing is, there is something wrong.
I know. Just you're aware of the words you're about to say.
But no, I think, do you know, because it's only another person with type 1 or I suppose type 2 because they have hypo, any type of diabetes, that they get it and they're not as horrified by what you're saying that you've done and some of the things you've done just to get through a day, I can't afford to be hypo for this, and you're just shoveling the sweets in and then spending the rest of the day drinking water like it's going out of fashion. And that presentation, you sort of couldn't go hypo. You had to apologise and go to the loo twice during.
I know. And or else you don't eat because you don't want to deal with it with the up and down of it either. Because you don't know what way the stress is going to make you insulin resistant, and then the things we do to just get by on important things that we've no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. I just think it's sort of like we all deserve we ought to do a community pat on the back.
Yeah, what would that look like?
I don't know. But even if you did it to yourself, because I think if we get from the morning to the evening, we've done a brilliant job.
I know you like, and I feel when you say that, like, because you've said that to me many times, and I've appreciated it every time, and because at that moment I wasn't doing that, but saying it this morning, I'm wondering, like, what could that look like? Because we don't do it, and it's not the simplicity of it. Like, what, I don't know. I survive with triggers and reminders to do things because I've got like Hashimoto's too, so I forget stuff. So I have my Microsoft To Do is amazing. Just, but I wonder what that would look like to remind us, like, that how I don't even mean like on a granular level, but on an awareness level. Like, we're trying to make, and this month with diabetes awareness, like, I've actually decided, and it was from Renza, like, when her post about at the start, like, that you don't have to necessarily share, and it's like, no, I don't have to, just because, and it's not even, I'm not trying to share stuff to people who don't have diabetes or don't have type 1. I'm trying to make more awareness around us, because we are invisible about our type 1 to everybody, and a bit like what Melissa was saying, until you're asking for donations and things, but we need to make ourselves more visible, make what we do more visible, and appreciate what we do, and I love data, and I really want to quantify it, like, for myself, so that I will see it. It's only when somebody says it, I'll see it. So if I see it, I saw that the type 1 index and thought, yeah, that's it. Like, and you try and show that to somebody who doesn't have type 1, they're like, what are you showing me?
But I think that's why it's so nice being, like, on social media or knowing people in person. But social media, because I know when I first joined Twitter, which was, maybe later than some, but quite a few years ago now, I think it's just the thing, you can be having a really rubbish day and you can just sort of put a tweet up, and other people, and Twitter for me is just diabetes.
Yeah,
and there's one person who I follow who's not, I do follow some F1 drivers and things like that, so I'll put those aside because I'm not actually conversing with them. Doubt they ever read my tweets, but I read theirs. There's one person who I know on there who's not to do with diabetes. Everything's diabetes. And it's just the little messages that come back, and they can't do anything to make your day better per se, but it's just that sort of thing, know how you're feeling, sort of a hug, sending a hug. And I just think that sometimes you just need reminding that it's tough, and actually you're doing an amazing job.
And you're right, and I think Twitter is that similar thing for me, where, like, you're not necessarily commenting on other people's posts, but you're seeing their comment and going, oh yeah, that's me too. That happened to me yesterday. Yeah, and that's so true. And I think my account is very similar too, because my best friend is on Twitter with me, and I was so happy when she followed my thing. I do have another one, like, for work and all, but that I very rarely use now, that I use it, like, from the start, and then I just made my diabetes one. But just even knowing my best friend sees some things, or wants to see them, and that she comments sometimes, that it's nice, it's more visible.
And I think at times, because I sort of say, I don't particularly talk about my diabetes that much. Actually, I'm probably fooling myself, because one of my best friends, and fair enough, her dad had type 2, so she sort of gets a lot, sort of maybe more of it, well, a lot of it, things, and we have been on holidays and stuff together, so you know she's been through that. And we were talking once, and she'd gone to like a Slimming World or something like that. Well, before the pandemic, she'd gone along to one because she wanted to lose some weight, and fair enough. And we were talking about it, and she's saying, "Oh, you'd have laughed the other night," and I'm like, "Why?" She said, "Oh, I was the expert on type 1." I'm like, "What?" And she said she was sitting next to this sort of lady, and they were chatting, and they were just generally talking, and then I've never been to one of these things, but whilst we were doing the weigh-in, I probably should go to one of these things. But anyway, and they were sort of chatting, a group of them, whilst they were waiting for the meeting to start. And the woman was sort of saying, "Oh, I've got to go to the doctors." She's saying, "Well, I've got type 1 and I'm just hypo the whole time and da 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 da." And Julie, it was so funny. And she says, "Well, I was saying to her, well, have you altered your insulin?" And the woman says, "Well, why?" She says, "Well, you've lost weight and you're being more active."
Oh, fair play.
Maybe, this, that, the other. And, sort of if you're eating less, it might be that you need less insulin anyway for the food that you're eating. And I was howling. I was like, "Oh my God, Julie, you're my hero."
Oh, Philippa, that's so cute. Oh, but that's why, you see, I think as well, like your friend, from you talking about those things, and it's your best friend, like I think you learn those things over time. It's not just, and it kind of goes back earlier, like the guys were talking about education, and that, like I think it was when the India conversation was going on with Jazz, and the diabetes education can't just be delivered and then forgotten about. Like when you're in school, there's multiple ways. You're a teacher, so there's multiple ways that the content has to be delivered for it to be remembered. Like you need to write it down, you need to be told it, you need to write it down, you need to see it. That's multiple ways. So you need to hear it multiple times. So if we're only getting things once, it's really hard. So like if you're trying to tell your friend something once, but somebody who's close to you, you're talking about it all the time, they start to build the story.
Well, I think it's probably we've been on holiday, and one of our things, well, we haven't been for a few years just because of, like you're saying, parents are older and different things have happened in our lives. But we used to go to Christmas markets. So it was our thing. In November, we would go somewhere and there'd be a Christmas market, and we'd go for 4 or 5 days so we could my friend can shop for Britain. So we got a shopping fix in, or she did, and we went to a nice city, so there were things to see and do, and you could stop for hot chocolates and this, that, and the other. But because you're walking all the time and things like that, it does come into play what's happening with your insulin. So I suppose through that. But then I went away with another friend who equally is as close a friend and whatever, but we'd never gone on holiday because her children were younger. So,
harder,
you're not an independent adult for a while. And I remember about the third night when I was sort of saying, no, I need to eat now, because if not, and this, that, and the other, mucking back. And I was sat there, I think I was still on pens, and I had my pen out and I couldn't decide how much insulin to give myself, because I was thinking, we've been walking all day, and do you know how you're trying to add up in your mind, and you're looking at the food, and we were in Germany, so it was quite carb heavy, and I just was like that. And she looked at me and she says, "Do you know what? I never realised how much was involved." And I was thinking, God, all the time we've spent together, and a bit like the Melissa comment, it made me realise that I just get on with it. I just do it. And it was only because she'd seen me a couple of times and I was so indecisive because I just couldn't.
You couldn't work it out.
You don't know what to do for the best. It's like, I don't really want to be high overnight because, that's just not pleasant. And that, but on the other hand, I really want a night's sleep.
You're weighing out the priorities,
and I sort of thing, and I think it was quite funny because I think it hit her at that point that she knew, but because she knows different bits, but I don't think she realised how it was an art rather than a science. That a lot of it was guesswork.
Yeah, and like it's reminded me of where I'm going to say maybe after a year after Johnny was diagnosed, my mom, no, not even a year. It was maybe within the first year, and I was doing some work with my mom, because I sew as well, and um, mom needed to come up. I needed to get the job done because we were doing loose covers for the Evoca restaurant down south, and for the lovely chairs, and I do that kind of technical sewing for her, and but it was a huge job. We had a whole restaurant to do, and I was trying to do, I think, 50 chairs of like armchair loose covers, and mom needed to come up for a week so that she could help me with the kids, and she just said to me afterwards, I never realized the other stuff, because you just don't see it unless you spend all that, like, whole days, like from dawn to dusk and overnight, to see what you're doing at night time. Just because they close their eyes and go to sleep doesn't mean you do. Just because they can sit down and have a coffee at 10 o'clock doesn't mean that you can just sit down and have a coffee at 10 o'clock. You're like, okay, I need to check this, just this, and then you still have little kids as well, like, and other stuff going on. Yeah, so it reminded me of that time when mommy came up, and that was the point where she understood for a short time what that looked like. And
I think that's it. You can say it, but that's not the same as living it.
No, yeah, and like when you're pregnant, and you've got all the pregnancy books, and you're reading all about, like, learning anything. But I relate to this with, like, from having kids, and I know you don't have any, but when you've got all those books and you're preparing, they're saying, like, oh, and in this stage it'll be this, and this stage it'll be this, and then you have your children, and they don't, you can't read about, like, life. You can't read and understand the feelings and of life, and the consistency that's involved, like in type 1. It's all small, but it's all a lot of things.
Oh God, yes, yeah. The joys, and you've got to find humor in it at times.
Absolutely.
But it can be tough. It can be tough. And as I said, Mary, I take my hat off to anybody with diabetes who actually has a baby. The management that you guys do, and what you must go through mentally, trying to get from the start to the end of a pregnancy with the best for the baby. But then also the people who've got children, I just take my hat off to you.
It's a strange world too, because when you're pregnant, and Nikki was on earlier, and, like, she's going through this at the minute, but you're under the impression that you're being cared for, because, like, loads, but they're caring for your baby, so they see you maybe every week of your pregnancy, every 2 weeks anyway, and then you have your baby and you don't see anybody, and you've just had a baby, and it's like, okay, so what's going on? And there could be other complications that make you miss out on, like, the midwife that's coming to the house too, but you're managing your type 1. I don't know, like, you assume that things have changed over time, like, because Johnny's 13, but they haven't an awful lot. It's still quite similar.
I've sort of read that online, from, like you say, and it amazes me that, and I know we could talk women's issues here the whole way through, and it just sort of like, and I think I tweeted it the other day, that it seems the only time I'm counted as a woman is if there's a chance I might get pregnant.
Exactly.
In type 1, that is the only time it's ever mentioned. And when I say no, I'm not, then that's forgotten.
Yeah.
Nothing else is considered or whatever. And it does seem a bit like, with pregnant women, they're given real support, which is fantastic, and through the pregnancy, amazing care. And then you hear these stories of you're given birth, and like 10 minutes later, you're on your own.
And it's frightening, because, like, you've gone from a really insulin resistant state, being in your third trimester, and, like, you could be taking, like, 2-3 times your basal rate than you took before you were pregnant, and literally immediately your insulin needs change immediately,
Yeah.
and you've no endo in the room. There's like all the words you hear are that are written down and things like your insulin needs may vary. How helpful is that? Like, go back to what you had before. How do you go back to moving to 6 units of insulin per meal, because you would have been maybe probably on restricted meals, to needing like 12 units to eat a meal like yesterday? And you're in the I was going to say you're in the hotel room. I'm in a hotel room right now. You're in the hospital room, around in a whole ward of other mothers, and you've been to antenatal clinics so frequently and had to actually take half days off work or whole days off work to go and do those so frequently, to have the staff not even, or to feel like they've never even dealt with somebody who has had type 1 on the ward ever. And
Yeah.
it's so confusing. Like, but yeah, and that it's still going on.
No, and I'm hijacking somebody else's story because it's not mine, but I do a local meetup, whatever, and there's a lady I met through that, and she was having her second child, and I spoke to her because she was actually pregnant, and she tried to get a pump before she was pregnant and didn't manage it, and then at the start of her pregnancy they'd offered her a pump for her pregnancy, and so she sort of contacted me knowing that I was on a pump. Obviously I've got an email out there that's for the group and I know her anyway. Yeah. And we met for a coffee just for a chat, and I was sort of saying, well, to start with, it might be a little bit chaotic. Don't expect you going straight on a pump. And because she's pregnant as well, you've got that as a consideration. But I said, these are the advantages. She said, I'm going to go for it. That was fine. And then I knew that she'd had the baby, so I sort of just contacted to say congratulations, hope everything went well. And it was a little while after, because newborn baby and a young one, chaos was ensuing.
Absolutely.
And we met for a coffee and sort of maybe gauge it. And she says, you'll never guess what happened. And because I said to her, I said, oh, you're still on the pump, how are you getting on? She says, no, you're never going to guess what happened. And I'm like, what? So she had given birth. She had just gone back onto the ward. The diabetes nurse or whatever came up just to see how she was, and then said, oh, should we be taking the pump now? Because you won't be needing that now you're not pregnant. And they took the pump.
Oh my God.
And I was like, no. She said, yes.
They took her pump off. Like, we hear, like, I know that they'll take CGM away from you, and it's only recently that women with type 1 who are pregnant have been offered CGM, and they'll take that off. And now hopefully that won't continue. But taking the pump off, that is like,
it's
I really feel like I want to curse.
Her child is not a baby anymore, but I just couldn't. Do you know? Like I was just sort of like, no.
That makes me so angry.
I know. I was just like, oh my God, it's a good job that. Do you know? Like if. Not that I don't know her well enough, I would have visited her in hospital, and particularly if she'd only just given birth. But you know how you're thinking, oh my God, if I had been there, you would have... they would have been escorting me out the hospital.
I know. Why do we have to... Why? I'm having to say nothing because like I'll curse.
I know.
It happens in Australia
I'm sure one
as well.
slipped out somewhere.
Really, Belinda? Is it similar?
We have many stories of theatre staff for women who have had to go to have a caesarean section. It might be an elective or an emergency, and they don't know what the CGM is on their wherever. And women know to, pop it away from where they, need to do the surgical incision. But they pull it off and they throw it out. It's like, great, you've just thrown out a transmitter. Well done, you. And you have to advocate really hard to non-diabetes staff, whether it's a registrar, junior doctor, or a midwife who doesn't work in diabetes, for women to keep their pumps with them during labour or during a planned caesarean. The fight is tiring. It's tiring for us who get it, and it's also tiring for the women.
And it's just it's human to expect that you shouldn't have to, because life is already
It's
hard.
it's common sense. Like,
Yeah.
just ask the client, ask the patient, whatever you want to call them. Just say, what's this? What's your plan? Tell me about it. I don't know anything about it. Like, just admit that, it's not your specialty, and ask the person with diabetes. It's the same as non-pregnant population, non-labouring. Like, if a patient is admitted to a hospital ward, ask them what their management, like, learn about their diabetes.
It's funny you should say that. Friend with type 1, she broke her leg and had to go for an operation, and she knew she was going for an operation, and she virtually rock taped her CGM and pump to her. So on her stomach, it was literally stuck with plaster all over her, so they couldn't take it off her.
Yep. Some women, through just conversation from the online diabetes community, basically from women sharing their, negative experiences, have actually got a black marker and written over their tape, "Do not remove." Yeah.
Good idea.
And I think the thing with pumps and that, like, I would prefer to stay on my pump, but if I'm unconscious, I'm sort of quite accept that if somebody doesn't know how to use a pump or something, they might take me off it and put me on some form of sliding scale. I've no problem. But I think it's like you say, that I'd then be worried what would happen with my pump. Would it come out of surgery and be with me? Or have we just lost, £3,500 worth of kit because it's gone in the bin in the operating room?
Yeah.
So it did make me think that. I thought, note to self, stick pump to yourself just so it stays with you, whether it's connected or not.
I've been talking recently in the last couple of days about like resources for going into hospitals and stuff, like kind of like a passport, a personal passport, where you're prompted, like, it's hard to remember what all the things that we need to remember, and if there was something that you could fill in for yourself, and you're prompted for the answers, so that you didn't have to go, what else would they need to know, and having that resource that you could just print off, fill in, and date, and then have that on, because the conversation was like, what would happen to me tomorrow or tonight if I ended up in hospital? Like, could they look after me? Would I? And all my stuff's on my phone. Like, they wouldn't even know how to read it.
But there's also what you need to ask them. And I've luckily only been in hospital a couple of times, and not for major things. But it's things like, I didn't think to ask, how do I access hypo treatments, until I was having a hypo, and then I realised how difficult it was. Because you're conscious, it's not urgent, and you're thinking it will be soon.
Yes.
And just because one time it turned out to be an infected tooth, but literally my face just swelled. I looked like I'd done 9 rounds with Mike Tyson, and they thought it was cellulitis or whatever. So I needed IV antibiotics. So I was sort of admitted in, and I hadn't known I was going to be admitted in. I didn't feel very well, so I sort of grabbed, rudimentary supplies and then just gone in. But I literally only had the hypo treatments I had in my handbag, which probably lasted me the first few, however many hours or whatever. And that was it. And now I sort of think, God, if I went into hospital now, one of my first questions would be, okay, if I'm hypo, what do you want me to do? Do you want to tell me where the hypo treatments are?
Where do you keep your sweets?
Yeah, should I be pressing the red button, or should I just ring my normal call page?
Yes, that's such a good point.
And different bits, like, like in meal times and stuff like that. There's no way you can pre-bolus in hospital, because there's no saying when you're going to be fed and things. But yeah, it's sort of that would be brilliant. With the once DUK, they did something like that, but then they sort of dropped it before it was finished, which is a real shame, because it would be amazing, because it was sort of like you're saying, a list of things that you wanted them to know, but also a list of questions you wanted to know, like an agreement of when were you happy for them to take over.
Yeah, and this is a bit like it's put like a birthing plan too. I keep going back to kind of like having a baby because this is how I relate to being in hospital. But you have your plan and like you write those out. So having something like that too. But if you would you have the ability to answer? You still would, like when you're being rushed into hospital immediately or suddenly. Yeah.
But if you were
Absolutely.
unconscious, sort of then all bets are off.
Yeah.
But if it's something planned or like you're conscious, then you can sort of advocate for yourself more.
And you have to start with the ideal, don't you?
Yeah. But even if you were unconscious, I know this sounds silly, but even if there was some sort of checklist the hospital had, at least they'd know what to be aware of. Because at some point you hopefully are going to be conscious.
Yeah.
And doing that. Anyway, I've just realised what the time is. Are we talking over somebody's space? I've had a lovely conversation, Mary.
Thanks, Pepper.
Just like two friends hanging out, isn't it?
I've just realised there's other people in the room.
We're all love and life.
Sorry, sorry.
So guys, it is 8:05 UK time. We've got 1 hour and 55 minutes, 45 seconds to go to the end of our 24-hour amazing marathon. And now we're going to head over to Australia to Belinda and Ash and Rachel and Amanda. And it's going to be really fascinating. I know they're going to do some poetry and storytelling and some yoga. But I'm going to hand over to the amazing Belinda, who's been so supportive to the Diabetes Chat in the lead up to today. And today she's just been a phenomenal superstar, tweeting and joining the mic discussions. And it's your takeover, Belinda. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll just start with saying this is a phenomenal thing for a guy who was quite shy on diagnosis, aka Tom. And, for World Diabetes Day, most people put a poster up in a hallway. But Tom goes and, organises this worldwide global chat across the,
Bless you. Thank you. Next year, I'm just going to put up a poster, okay?
I was just about to say, I bet we should just put up a poster.
Next year, right? I don't know if we've lost Belinda. I don't know. Flipper, you still there?
I'm still here.
Cool.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yay, there we go.
Cool. So welcome to Australia. I think it's 7 p.m. here, daylight saving time. And just before we start, I do always like to acknowledge country, which is a traditional cultural practice we have to acknowledge our Indigenous people and their lands. So we acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders, past and present, and extend their respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today. I'm here on Yorta Yorta country, which is Shepparton, North Victoria. And I have Ash, who's also from Victoria. She's here today as well on a different area of land. And we also have Amanda, who's also from Victoria, but in another different part of Victoria. And then we have Rachel as well, who's up in New South Wales. So this is not about me at all. I'm just going to actually open the chat to Ash, Amanda, and Rachel will join us a little bit later. Might start with Ash and let her introduce herself. Ash has type 1 diabetes and celiac disease and is also currently pregnant with her second baby. She's an incredible poet and she'll tell you a little bit about how she came about to writing poetry and how it actually helps her diabetes and mental health. And I think some of her poetry will resonate with a lot of people. Over to you, Ash.
Thanks, Belle. Hi, guys. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, we can.
Yeah, cool. Just checking. Thank you so much for that introduction, Belle. I've been writing poetry for quite a while, but it was actually Belle who encouraged me to take some of it to the diabetes community because she read some of my other poetry and said she thought it was really resonate with some of the diabetes community, and she was very right. So I've continued to do so since about last year. I think we started talking about it, Belle. And I've found that it helps me process quite a lot of things in my day-to-day life with diabetes coupled with being a mum as well and working nearly full-time. I work 4 days a week. And yeah, I think it's a good emotional outlet, which I think is extremely important. As Belle said, I'm type 1 diabetic. I'm coming up to my 20th diabersary in December. I'm celiac as well. I've got a heart condition and the early stages of kidney disease. So they sort of threw the whole lot at me, which is always great fun. And I know that there's probably quite a lot of people listening today that deal with quite a lot of different illnesses and issues that aren't just type 1 diabetes. And that's a whole nother factor of its own. Is type 1 is one thing to deal with, and then sometimes they lump you with a few others, which can be even more stressful. I thought I might start off with the...
Did you want to... I was just going to say, did you want to walk through just a little bit, like you've told me, how they actually threw those diagnoses at you, that actual the narratives that happened?
Yeah, so one of my biggest things with diabetes is I advocate a lot for the mental health side of things. I've had diabetes since I was 12 years old, and especially in Australia here, I've found the mental health side of things lacking. So to have diabetes for 20 years, you know, I can actually count on one hand how many times I've had a health professional say to me, "How are you mentally? You know, how's your head going?" They're so focused on numbers and, you know, what our sugars are doing, how much insulin you're taking, what you're eating all the time, that sometimes they forget to look at the person in front of them and just say, "You know what, how are you doing? How are you actually holding up?" And I think starting that conversation is so very important, because what follows after that is what they really need to be listening to. I mentioned before that... Oh, sorry, Belle.
No. Keep going.
Oh, I mentioned before that I also have the early stages of kidney disease. I was diagnosed with that this year, and my diabetes team, admittedly, I'm going public at the moment, which here in Australia probably doesn't give you as much time as what it would going privately. But going publicly, I had a telehealth phone call over the phone. They said, "You've got kidney disease, here's a script," and they sent me on my way. And there was no further discussion, which I find is quite appalling, because that's quite a big thing to put on someone who's already got type 1 and celiac, to say, "By the way, you've got the early stages of kidney disease and here's a script, take these tablets," without actually saying, "Hey, how do you feel about this?" Was really distressing. And I think I would find there's quite a few people listening today and that are involved that find that quite often we are just thrown things and nobody actually says, "Hey, how do you feel about that?"
And how has anything changed since that experience and your now new experience with being pregnant again, and the care that you're receiving and those interactions?
Yeah, fortunately, I think here in Australia there is a bigger move towards mental health. I know Diabetes Australia in particular has been a massive advocate for mental health in diabetes the last few years, and they've been running programs for it and ads and things like that, which is really important to get that out there. So I'm actually with a new healthcare team for this pregnancy for my little surprise bub. And my very first consultation with a midwife, with this new medical team, she asked me how everything went with my first birth. And my first birth was quite traumatic, and I was diagnosed with PTSD after and had a pretty hard time for a couple of years. So I went through all of that with her. And one of her first questions to me was, do you need to speak to someone because I can arrange that? And for me, that was just phenomenal healthcare. For somebody to actually say, do you need to speak to someone? And
so reassuring to hear that the pathway's changing with a lot of advocacy and a lot of fight. But I think it just highlights that everyone that has been a part of this 24-hour marathon from every corner of the world is advocating to some degree, whether it's for themselves, for their community, for their clients, for their service, for the bigger picture, from Tom's perspective. And, the advocacy role does get very tiring. And as Flipper was just recently saying, just those little things can make you irritable and frustrated. But I think that what you've just described, Ash, is exactly why we need to keep advocating, because we are together making a bit of a difference.
And I think the hardest thing, Belle, is mental health is invisible in the same way diabetes is. If I'm having a really bad day and I've got high glucose levels and I'm feeling like crap, the majority of the time the average person doesn't see that on me at all. They might think I'm a bit tired, and just leading in from that is I wrote a poem called Invisible, which I also read out at the Australasian Diabetes Congress this year. And I'd like to read that now, if that's okay.
Amazing. Go for it. Hang on, I'll just get the tissue. Hang on. Everyone, you'll need tissues. You will need tissues. Just use your sleeve. No one can see you. Use your sleeve.
Invisible. I have a superpower. I can make myself invisible. Well, not myself per se, but parts of me, in a way. You can't see the clear liquid injecting itself hourly, or its twin, a device with a needle, sitting just below my skin. You can't see the headache. You can't see the thirst. You can't see the acidic blood. When it goes bad, it's the worst. You can't see the shakes on cold nights at 2 a.m. You don't see the tears either. I don't let you see them. I have a superpower. It's really just a smile. Hides everything going on inside me. I've been doing it quite a while. Nobody likes complainers, and this is with me every day. What's the point in showing when it doesn't really matter anyway? Nothing will change. My body doesn't work right. There's no cure on the horizon, yet no point in anger or spite. Just get on with each day, managing as best I can. I don't mean to make you feel worried, but I get tired and I'm only human. I guess this week it's just got me down, sad. So if I don't write it down, I might go mad. My invisibility is a little feeble. There are signs if you look. Tired lines beneath my eyes, but I don't mean to be a sook. I don't need any help. I certainly don't want sympathy. Maybe just a hug and a little empathy. Because December is 20 years with this hell of a disease. So give me a little leeway if I'm not quite me, please. So I hope in that poem a lot of you can feel some of what I think a lot of us type 1 diabetics feel walking around in the world when we are having a bad day, and you've still got to get up, you've still got to get kids ready for school or get ready for work and run all your daily routines with this burden hanging over you that no one can see, hence the invisibility.
Thank you so much, Ash, because it does, although it's poetry, people might think that you can hide behind the poetry, but that's your life that you've just put into words. So that takes a lot of bravery. So thank you so much for sharing that with the world.
You're welcome.
Yeah, amazing. That might be a nice little segue for the moment. We'll come back to you, Ash, to go to Amanda.
Sure.
who's a mum of a child with type 1 diabetes. And so this will resonate with another corner of our listeners, who's more than prepared to talk about the mental health challenges that parents of children with diabetes experience as well. So I might hand over to Amanda. Amanda also wrote some books when her child was diagnosed, and she'll talk about that as well. Over to you, Amanda.
Hello. I'm not sure I can follow that up, Ash. That was amazing. I'd love to have a copy of that for my son to read. That's just speechless. So thank you for writing those, or that poem in particular. Just to introduce myself, I have Isaac, who was diagnosed at 23 months of age. If we look back, he's probably had it for another 6 months prior without us really understanding and knowing. But so we're now coming up to 12 years diagnosed, and just to continue on with Amy with the mental health. The mental health of both me and Isaac has really come up. Obviously, COVID has touched everyone and hit everyone hard with us being in the Melbourne, being locked down and all that kind of stuff. And then you add the diabetes to it. And then he starts high school and all that kind of stuff this year. It's just been, mental health has really deteriorated over this past year for both, as I said, both Isaac and I. We do see people about it, but obviously it's not necessarily it's not always through the diabetes clinic. It's through us going privately, which is a financial strain and things like that. But he's 13, turning 14 next year, and I put a lot of. He knows what to do. He's grown up. If you to ask him, I remember a question someone asked him when he was about 5. Someone said, "How long have you had diabetes?" And he was like, 100 years. So, he's just had it forever. So I can understand that moving into high school as well would have put that pressure. And we changed pump companies about a year and a half ago. So we got him involved with, learning the new pump so he could actually take over rather than us being the leaders. We could, sort of swap roles. Obviously, we know how everything works, but I feel, there's been a lot of pressure from every direction with him for this year, but, he's getting through there and he knows we've got his back. And I mean, what he does is just phenomenal, as I've popped in and out over these past 24 hours. And, I resonate with a lot of the stories that I've heard. I've heard from parents and I've heard from people that have type 1 themselves that are looking after children. And it's just, in a way, it's kind of heartwarming to know that you're not alone. And we know that because, we've got a lot of support ourselves, and online is fantastic. So that's, my little bit about the mental health, just for it to be a bit more recognised, as Ash said. It is invisible as well as diabetes. And I mean, for a teenager, a 13-year-old, at any age of being diagnosed, he's been almost 12 years, but someone who's 13 could be diagnosed tomorrow. It's just a change in your life. It doesn't matter what age you sort of get it. So that mental health should be joined at the beginning, But
and do the
yep.
Oh no, I was just going to say, do the services that you go private? If you don't mind me asking, do the services actually help?
Not necessarily with the diabetes, because they don't know about it. They're not in the actual the realm of the diabetes care.
So they might be psychology staff or mental health staff, but they don't specialise in diabetes.
Yeah. So that's what we like, the idea of seeing the social worker that is in the diabetes clinic, but it's hard to get into, and he was at the edge at the beginning of the year. He was completely on the edge of, everything. So we needed to sort of get something straight up and straight away. So that's why we went privately. Because as everyone has said, there's just not enough funding, not enough staff, not enough everything for everyone. So we were fortunate enough to, put some cash aside to be able to pay for this privately, which, we're starting to struggle financially as well. But, for other people that are not as fortunate as us, they'd be struggling and not have anywhere to turn. So it is a big, advocacy kind of, there's a big need for the mental health side of things.
Amanda, you're so right with that, and I think especially when you point out, that it can be so separate. Like you can be treated for mental health and you can be treated for diabetes, but there are very few professionals that will put them together and treat you for both and actually understand.
Yeah, that's right. It's the understanding. And I mean, and I don't claim to understand anyone that has MS, I can't even think, MND or dyslexia or autism. I can't understand theirs, and I don't expect everyone to understand. But to have people to come into these niche markets, it's not really the word that you need to use, but the niche, every kind of illness or chronic illness needs that kind of certain people in there that know about the actual disease that this person is dealing with. And I'm pretty sure if we went to an autism chat, there'd be similar things saying, and I don't expect everyone to know everything about everything because that's just not possible. But it's sort of like we do need some certain pockets filled. So,
or perhaps
but it is hard. I mean,
just acknowledgement. I think one of the biggest things is people just want their heads to be acknowledged as much as their pancreas.
Yes, true. Yeah,
they're human behind the numbers.
Yeah, no, it's that's very true. Just acknowledge, as Ash said before, empathy and just a bit of empathy. Everyone fights. Everyone fights a battle, no matter what they have.
Yeah.
Walking down the street, you're passing someone that that might have diabetes.
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
it.
see it.
Yeah, someone in the wild that you don't know is in the wild.
Yeah, in the wild.
Yeah.
I love that saying, in the wild. I love saying it. Oh, I found one in the wild. So,
on that note, did you want to tell us
anyway,
about those awesome books that you wrote?
I've written one book. Stop saying books.
Well, no, you have. They are books because they've been translated in Korean.
Yeah, they've
Spanish.
been translated.
Is it Spanish?
Yeah, so I have Spanish and Korean. So when Isaac started prep, or the first year of school, depending on where you are in the world, it's called different things. When they're 5, and I felt that there wasn't a lot of books that were just simple. Like there's the Disney book with, I'm not sure, Goofy has diabetes, and there's other books that has so much information and it's just overwhelming. And I just thought, he just needs this little book. And so I started, I'm not a writer, I'm not creative in that sort of sense when it comes to writing. But I just sort of sat down and it took a year to do it. It took a year to get it right. I was just looking for it to just print out at the local office works and give it to Isaac to take to school. But when I got it done, third and final sort of draft, our DE says, "Oh, I want to buy 50 of them." So then I had to sort of go, oh, this is real. Like, this is happening. So I ended up just going to a printer and printing off a couple of hundred books, and away she goes. And there's there's definitely over 5,000 of the English version around the world and Australia. So
one of those is
whether I've given
is on my lap right now.
I've given a lot of them away because that's just me. I just prefer to just give it away. But yeah, a lot of them have been bought as well. It's just like a 20-page book, just a couple of sentences in it. Every page has sort of a question to it. I'll read one now. It just says, at first I sat in hospital to learn about type 1. Now I see my diabetes team every 3 months. Have you been to hospital? What was that for? And then I've just got a picture of him when he was in hospital. I drew the picture of him when he was in hospital. So it's sort of a little bit interactive, very basic, just for primary, well, not necessarily just for primary school, but I can't believe it's a bit surreal to think that there's 5,000 copies of them floating around.
And you
floating around the world.
drew the pictures as well, which is amazing.
Yes, I did. That took me a long time. It's not 100% detailed or anything, but hey, it gets the point across, and that's all that needs to be. That's all that needs to be done, and it is pictures of my son Isaac, so that looks like him.
Yeah,
back when,
and the pump's attached to him. So even though it's not, you don't think it's anything exceptional. I do, because I can't draw anything but a stick figure. But a kid, seeing another kid with a pump attached, that just creates such a powerful bond that we can't underestimate.
That's what I've heard. It's like, oh, there's me. It's me. It's all written about me.
Exactly.
And I guess it is, because it was written about Isaac. And I'm just grateful to help people, explain, type 1 to schools or their friends or their older cousin or something, just everyone around. So that was just my purpose. My purpose was just to help Isaac. And it's just gone from there.
Amanda, that is amazing. Like, speaking as someone who was diagnosed young, not as young as your boy, but I was going into high school when I was diagnosed at 12, and we had nothing. We had no books. We had nothing. And to educate was the teachers putting me on stage in front of 800 students and talking about diabetes during Diabetes Week, which was fine with me because I was quite a confident kid. But you take someone who's terrified of this illness and speaking, and they can't describe it to their class.
Wow, that's big time, isn't it? Gosh, if that was me, I'd be in the corner crying. But once again, well done you. Yeah, and with Isaac, he's a bit like you. He's got some charisma about him, and he would get up. Not at the beginning. The first couple of years, the teacher would read it out, but grade 4, 5, and 6, and a lot of people knew by then. He'd read it out to the class just to let everyone know why he bibs and eats lollies. So
that's pretty amazing, because Isaac's done a lot of work with political figures to campaign for various things to improve diabetes, hasn't he?
Yeah, Richard Marles is the Deputy Prime Minister. So he's we've met with him quite a few times regarding this, and we did the Kids in the House, which I think it's all over the world. The Kids in the House, Belinda, is that correct?
I think it's just Australia. So you might actually have to explain what that is.
Yeah, that's right. So Kids in the House is where every 4 years everyone comes together from all different states. There's a couple of advocates that come together, and we all converge on Canberra. our capital and go into Parliament House and meet up with our respective MPs. And we were lucky enough at that day to have a tour around the whole Parliament House, behind the scenes, all that kind of thing. But it comes about, the reason why we're able to get there is from us advocating for change. You know, we were doing it at the time where we were advocating for CGMs under 21 years of age. So we were part of that. I'll take a percentage. I won't take much credit for that because, you know, the people at JDRF really do push all this
No,
a lot of
actually,
the time. But
I think community should take more credit than the stakeholders. I honestly do. Don't underestimate every conversation towards campaigning for whatever. Every conversation from that child, from the parent, from an adult, whoever, makes a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, very strong on that.
Okay. I've got to take a couple of notes from you, Belinda, tonight. But yeah, so we actually got it through that under 21s, and then there was a little bit of angst from the people over 21, which I can completely agree with. But then when we continued advocating, and now everyone with type 1 is able to have subsidised CGM. So yeah, it is the power. That's what I always say. You know, why people sit and complain. It's like, why sit and complain? Get up and do something.
That's right.
If you're going to complain, move your butt.
That's right.
You know, don't complain if you're not going to move. So, you know, there are special, you know, people do a lot more than I do as well, and but it is a group thing. We all need to,
I think,
to join in together.
Yeah, people just do what they can. Many hands make light work, which is very important in the advocacy space. Which is Ash still there?
I'm here.
Oh, lovely. Just going. We actually, I'm not sure if any listeners were staying on to hear our amazing person who teaches yoga for people with type 1 diabetes, but she unfortunately cannot make it. And I think this audience will understand more than anyone because she's actually had a hell of an afternoon with hypoglycemia. So she's a little bit out of it, as you will all understand, and is hugely apologetic and really disappointed that she couldn't. She was really looking forward to being able to take you all through some modified yoga. So next year, even though Tom's only going to put up a poster.
I was just going to say, I think maybe we need to run this again next year for her to come in on and everyone else.
Exactly. But just going from the advocacy perspective, I know you, Ash, and your daughter have been very involved in diabetes research. And I was just wondering if you wanted to talk to everyone about why you actually get involved in research.
Yeah, sure. So I've actually been part of diabetes research. I was diagnosed at 12, but I've actually been part of diabetes research since I was 3 years old. So my biological father is type 1 diabetic, and I have 3 brothers. And so I think all of us were tested when we were younger, and I came back with positive antibodies for type 1 diabetes. So they knew from sort of 3 years old that I was possibly going to develop diabetes. And I went through our Royal Melbourne Hospital here in Victoria, Australia, and was on a lot of different research programs from the age of 3, where they tried everything from nasal sprays to all different blood tests. And so I'm no stranger to a needle in the arm, that's for sure. Not just the insulin, but the blood tests as well. Which it sort of gave me a lot of pride, because as a kid I got to meet scientists and see where things were really going. And so when I became pregnant with Aubrey, my daughter, I was given the opportunity to join NDIA Study. And NDIA Study is my favourite research group because everybody in NDIA has been amazing. I talk a lot about care with diabetes, and particularly lack of care when it comes to diabetes and health professionals. And NDR has been above and beyond with their care. So they test for diabetes as well as celiac. Through the NDR study, they actually diagnosed me with celiac. They come out and see my daughter every sort of 6 months and take a blood test and check everything for her. But they do it in such a fun way. Like, a nurse comes to our house. That was actually how I met Belle. She was our NDR nurse for quite a while. And for a young child to actually be excited about a nurse to come to your house and draw blood from you, I think most of you can imagine it is quite a feat. So NDR nurses in particular, some of my favourite people.
So the NDR study, just for those who are listening, stands for Environmental Determinants of Islet Autoimmunity in Diabetes. So it's screening for type 1 diabetes and celiac in children at risk of autoimmune conditions because they've got a family member with an autoimmune condition, being type 1 and celiac. So they follow the children from pregnancy through to 10 years of age. So it's the only study of its kind in the world because of that pregnancy part of the study. The pregnancy part has all finished because the oldest child is pretty much 10 this month, and the youngest child is about 2.5. The average age of the child now is about 5, so it's a longitudinal study. The study's still going. There's 1,500 children in the study across Australia, and basically these kids produce a wee, a poo, skin swabs, mouth swabs, and a blood sample, as well as a one-off saliva sample every 6 months. So it's pretty intense. But thanks to the children, game changers of the world, the science world, the NDR study has actually now become the largest sample bank in the Southern Hemisphere, and still going great guns with trying to find those environmental triggers to type 1 diabetes and celiac. And they've now actually opened up as requested to other studies across the world to share samples, which is built into the consent form for the families. There are some families who don't want to do that, so their samples go in a separate part of the sample bank. So it's quite phenomenal. It's very similar to a study that runs in the Northern Hemisphere called the Teddy study, as in teddy bear. That study has been going since birth until 15 years of age. And those children are in the study also because they've got a family member with type 1 diabetes. The difference, though, between the NDR study and the TEDdy study is that the kids in the TEDdy study, which there's just under 9,000 of them across North America, Germany, Sweden, and Finland, they have the HLA gene, which is the gene that's believed to be responsible for type 1 diabetes. So they're at an even higher risk. So they've got the gene, plus they've got a family member with type 1. But they haven't provided the pregnancy data. So between the TEDdy study and the NDR study, hopefully one day we learn to understand where this type 1 is coming from. But I think ultimately it's going to be multifactorial, which is going to be particularly hard to find a cure, because I hate to say it, but it's very hard to find a cure for a disease that's multifactorial. So, what do you hope to get out of the NDR study as a mum of a child with in the study, Ash?
I think my main focus was I had a lot of discussions with my ex-husband before we had my daughter, because I was, and I'm sure other type 1s can relate to this, but I was quite terrified to pass it on. And we learnt so much information through speaking to people about the NDR study and just learning about even our chances of passing it on, and just having that knowledge that she is tested every 6 months. I will know if something changes. It's quite comforting, because I've always felt that I was very lucky because I was on the study through Royal Melbourne from a very young age. I was tested 6 monthly, And so when I was 11 years old, they told me, you will develop diabetes in the next 12 months or so. And nearly 12 months to the day, the following year when I had my bloods done, they diagnosed me with type 1. And it gave me that extra 12 months to prepare, and particularly, which is so important to me, mentally prepare as a young kid. And again, I had a wonderful nurse through Royal Melbourne who prepared me. She gave me insulin pens like I knew how to use them 12 months before I was diagnosed. And we were able to explain to friends and family, what was going to happen, what to do, and just prepare everybody, not just me and my parents.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's funny that you're saying that, Ash, because I was pregnant with our second child when Isaac was diagnosed, and then I've had a subsequent child, so I've got 3. And I've been on the other side of the fence with India. We didn't know it was about when he was younger to start off with. We learned a bit later. But I've always been anxious about getting them tested because the other two, because I feel, you know what, we'll know when we know. And but you just saying that whole preparation prior, because I've always sort of thought, oh gosh, that's a bit scary to know that I'm going to get it someday, for the kids. So I guess for me, I think it's maybe more me. If I was to ask the kids, I'm not sure what the answers, but
I'm really glad
It's a very individual choice.
I'm glad you brought this up, Amanda, because anecdotally, as someone who has worked as a research nurse with families in these studies, and it's either a mum with type 1 or a dad with type 1 or a parent of a child with type 1, the India study very much, and it's just the way it is, it's a really interesting psychology. The India study, the majority of the children that are in the study are in there because there's about 70% of the children, their mum has type 1. And it
Right.
anecdotally, it often, the
Yeah.
conversations that I've had with the mothers is that I'm so scared my child will get type 1.
Yeah.
But then when you speak to, there's another study for those that are listening called Type 1 Screen. Now, Type 1 Screen is just the blood component of the NDR study or the TEDdy study in the Northern Hemisphere. So it's just a blood sample, and it's just a screening program. So it's screening for antibodies. Now, that's very much being directed towards parents of children with type 1. And the uptake of that, and even in the India study, enrolling parents of children with type 1 has been very slow. And my belief is that I think that, totally understandably, parents with a child with type 1 are traumatized. And this is what Mary and Flipper were talking about just for about an hour before we came on. I think Flipper brought it up. They and then Mary said yes. You just never quite get over that PTSD of your child being diagnosed, no matter how smoothly or not, whether they're in DK or not. There's just so much guilt and self-criticism, and yes, if they were in DKA and it was in ICU and all that sort of thing, then that's a whole nother level of trauma. It's like, parents just don't want to screen because it's like, do I really want to go through that again?
Yeah, I say that to my husband. I'm like, I'm still suffering PTSD from before he was diagnosed because he screamed. He was an easy baby, and then it changed. It was like he needs to see a psychologist. There's something wrong, He'd be screaming at night. The only way he slept before diagnosis was if I had my hand on him. So I was tired. I was pregnant as well.
Yeah.
And I was trying to look after this baby who wouldn't, he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
My father-in-law is type 1 and there's a couple in the family. So it was always in the back of our mind. But at that point, it wasn't, So we just sort of said, I went to the doctor just going, I don't know what's wrong with him, but can you test for type 1?
Yep.
Just off the cuff. Can you test for
Yep.
type 1? And yeah, it comes back, type 1. But yeah, on that whole India part of things, even though we're not involved in it, that's where I've done my fundraising for.
Yeah.
So it comes full circle.
Yeah.
But
because JDRF funds India and
but
type
I've
1.
also done it directly as well.
Yeah, amazing.
I've also done it directly to India.
Yep.
So I've done it to, after a couple of years of JDRF, I changed. I decided, to spread it around, because, you send it to JDRF and they get a little trickle of it, which is fine. So I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to go direct to the source. So I went direct to India and St. Vincent's Institute as well, which they do a great job there.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, we're very lucky in Australia.
So that's been my contribution to India.
Yeah, and look, on that note, I mean, putting your hand up as I work in research as well as clinical diabetes. I'm doing my master's in clinical research, and I will soon start a PhD next year because I'm completely crazy. But putting your hand up to be a research participant when you're living with a chronic condition like diabetes is a big ask, and I think people with type 1 diabetes in particular, because you're often seen through tertiary hospitals or teaching hospitals, are always being asked to be a part of research, and that can be very tiring as well. So there are other ways to become involved in research if you don't want to be the research participant yourself, and that's doing what you've done, Amanda, and fundraising, or hosting a walk or whatever it might be.
Yeah, we did a couple of discos, kids discos.
Awesome.
Actually, it's funny because we this is just a bit of off story, but we were walking around, we're taking the grade 1s around the local area, showing them all these things, and we came to the community hub and they said, oh, who knows this building? And one of the kids goes, that's where Isaac's disco is. So we had three discos, and I must say I have taken a step back from advocating and fundraising the last couple of years. It gets a bit too much sometimes, but I'm pretty sure we'll all be back into it. But even just to have that awareness of, I was proud. I was like, yeah, that's his disco party. So,
and that's another really important point you touch on, Amanda, that I think every amazing human that's been a part of this 24 hours, and Charisse, who runs GMSA, I think it is, in the States, so the American version of the Diabetes Chat tweet session. She's been doing that for a decade or so, and got tired and so took a break. And I think it's really important. We probably don't acknowledge it enough, but advocate to your heart's content, but just know that it's okay to take a break as well. And that's why many hands make light work, and we all just need to work together and maintain our self-awareness as well, and remind each other to take a seat out for a while if we have to, because it's
and I think, Belle, advocacy, much like diabetes, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So
absolutely
pace yourself, take the time that you need.
Absolutely, bang on. And on that note, maybe Ash has just finished another poem today. Probably she churns them out as fast as I put the washing out, which actually is not very often. She probably churns them out faster. But maybe we might just finish off with your newest and latest poem, Ash, before we hand over to the last 24th hour, Tom.
So this one I actually started back in February, and I wrote about half of it, but I was so angry I had to stop. I actually had a mum of a type 1 contact me. She's a very good friend. And they had been into an appointment where she had been told, "Are you trying to kill your daughter?" And she went, "What? No." All because she got conflicting advice from an endocrinologist and their diabetes educator. And she was trying to work out which one she was supposed to go with. And one of those health professionals turned around and said, "Are you trying to kill your daughter?" Which I was just gobsmacked by. And I actually turned to her and said, "If you ever want someone to come to your appointment, please let me know, because I'll have some choice words for that health professional." And so from that conversation with her and giving her some ideas on how to talk to them and tell them to maybe communicate a little better between themselves, the poem Care was born. And I, ran over the last of it today because I finished it sort of about 2 weeks ago, that just wanted to check it over before reading it all to you today. But it has never been heard before, so you guys are the first ones. So there is no published version as yet, but I will get one out to send to you all. But it is called Care, and here it goes. Where, oh where is the care? Where could it be? Is it here? Is it there? No, I'm not writing a children's book, although maybe I ought to, about polite manners and mannerisms in a simple format to get through to you. Can you tell me the definition of care? Because what you're providing, it's just not there. And you dare to ask, am I doing my best? Of course I am. I know the risks and the rest. The audacity you hold. Are you doing your best? Could you do all of this and more and pass all your own tests? This disease is unbearable, might as well be a curse. But this care you're providing, you've just made me feel worse. Would it really have hurt your pride just to ask simple things like, are you okay? Is that such a hard task? I've been poked and prodded and asked intrusive questions, yet there's no care in anything you mention. I'm not just a number, a box for you to tick. Come down from your high horse, stop being so thick. I'm me, I'm a person with thoughts and feelings, with a job and a family and everyday dealings. Some weeks don't go right, sometimes even years. But I don't want you to scold me, you've already reduced me to tears. When I sit in front of you and tell you I'm doing my best, ask me how you can help and leave out all the rest. So as you can tell, I was a little bit angry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I don't think I would ever come across any person with diabetes, regardless of age, culture, ethnicity, type of diabetes, that wouldn't resonate with. That just reaches out to so many people. I don't know if there's any listeners out there, but if you want to ask any questions of Amanda or Ash, feel free to request the mic. And Tom probably nearly had kittens then because he almost got to 24 hours and almost had to edit the but then you changed your wording in the poem, so that was great.
That was the main work I had to do today to make sure there was nothing in there.
I know. I'm not going through the edits in the whole 24 hours. No way. I'm gonna put a disclaimer out now. If there was any swearing during the 24 hours, on behalf of Diabetes Chat, I do not take any responsibility, and I do apologise. There we go. Oh, thank you so much, Belinda, Amanda, Ash. That was just amazing. Connecting all the way from Australia. Like, how insane is that? Like, that's incredible. Like, it's Sunday evening over there. It's Sunday morning here, and it's just been lovely connecting with you in this can't even say the word. Our second to last slot. I can't imagine why you can't say the word. Yes. But it has been tremendous. It's been just great, hasn't it? And I really appreciate you coming on and telling us your lovely poems and your storytelling. And we will definitely have to link up with I forgot the lady's name, Rachel, the yoga lady, Rachel. Another time in the future for sure. But honestly, it's been just super, and I appreciate you guys coming on. And that's what today's been all about. The 24 hours is connecting with people from all over the world, and that was when I set this up. It was just to talk with someone, and as the community grew and grew and grew, it was I could see how people were enjoying it. I can see people from all over the world, and actually this 24 hours has been amazing because we've been able to really connect with the wider communities and really talk and share the amazing things that you guys are doing. So honestly, thank you so much. It's been tremendous. I cannot believe that we have got to this point where we are literally 1 hour to go. It is just, yeah. I've literally been streaming now for 22 hours and 59 minutes, and I am shattered. But yeah, it's all for a good cause, isn't it? Raising awareness and just connecting with you guys. I've just loved every second of it, and I'd do it again, but after probably a year of sleeping.
Can I jump in here from Australia?
Go for it.
I've only popped in and out, but it's been brilliant, and I feel privileged to be able to share the story and join in with everyone. So thank you, Belinda, and yourself for inviting me. And you've got one more hour to go. I've got you.
You guys have got my back. We can do this. We can do it.
We can do it.
I'm just surprised that you're very welcome. I'm just surprised the streams lasted this long. I had worries that the whole thing would crash within 4 hours, and when we set it up yesterday, I woke up at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and I come down, got all the computers ready to go, and the computer didn't load. I was panicking to think, oh my gosh, and luckily we just got it to work just before 10 o'clock after a system recovery boot or whatever it's called, and here we are, literally 23 hours later. I remember 23 hours ago I was stressing so much, but look where we are now. But honestly, thank you so much to everyone who has joined us today. We have 1 more hour. It's going to be fantastic. We have the amazing Partha with us and the amazing James Ridgeway. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. That's it. I'm going now, guys. I'm going to leave you in charge. See you later. Is that all right? Oh, it's nice to see you both. So welcome along. We're just gonna just chat for the next hour or so. I've got some questions, but also guys that are listening, this is your opportunity to end our amazing 24 hours. And if you got any questions for Partha or James, I'm sure they're happy to take them. You can tweet DiabetesChat or come request a mic and come talk to two amazing healthcare professionals. And I think how we should start this is, Partha, would you start with introducing you? Tell us who you are, your connection to diabetes, and the sort of things that you've done recently, and then we'll hop to James, and James can can answer it on his behalf.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
Best to start off just by saying thank you to you for organizing this, and I think these sort of things benefit fantastically, and this is a amazing effort. 24 hours on the dot. So thank you to you for doing this as part of the community, and I'm a big supporter and fan of peer support, and these sort of things help a lot. So please carry on with a good job and have a well-deserved sleep and everything after this.
Absolutely.
So
Thank you.
So I'm a consultant in diabetes. Have been since 2008. Trained here in the UK, and then I took on a national role around about 2016. middle of it. So coming up to 6.5 years now, and so done a few things in that space. But I think mostly it's been about trying to sort of champion the concepts which I always believe in, that, type 1 diabetes, I think we tend to look at it the wrong way, which is we need more healthcare professionals. Of course we do. We know we need that, but it's a global problem. We just don't have enough of them. So in the absence of that, the next two big planks for me are always self-management and peer support. And if you look at the work that we have done, that has been sort of focused on those. I think technology helps you with self-management. Technology helps you with peer support. And if you live with your diabetes and you've got tools to look after yourself better, then the pressure on the healthcare professionals is less. And that's my philosophy of what we're trying to do, what we want to do. And that's where we are. So that's the story at the present moment of time. So that's me.
Brilliant. And James, hello to you as well.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning, buddy.
How are you?
Tired. I'm ready for bed.
I bet you are.
Yeah, I've had so many messages coming through, and like Partha just said, a well-deserved rest after this. Although my wife did jokingly say that we do have Harry's Diddy Kicks football at 11 o'clock. I was like, no, I'm not going. I think that would finish me off for sure.
Oh, definitely. Can't imagine it, mate. You deserve like a good full week's sleep at this rate.
I'm back at work Monday.
Oh. You can chat on the evening as well, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll be back on Monday evening. But I'm hoping that Chris and Philippa will host some of it or most of it. And we'll be back Monday. Don't you worry.
We got your back. Don't worry.
You have, and that's what, when I set this up and I look at it now and I see how it has grown and how we are connecting to people all over the world. It's great. It's massively helped with my embracement of diabetes. I was very nervous. I was apprehensive. I was embarrassed. I didn't want to talk about my diabetes. And when I got the Libra, it really just changed things. I had a letter during lockdown, not lockdown, when I had COVID, sorry, and in February, and it really just changed my life. And I just built that. I just felt confident, and it's thanks to you guys in the healthcare profession who are helping us guys. And from there, I just sat one night at home and thought, how can I connect with people? And I just set this up, and of course, I've seen it grow and grow, and I've seen the impact it's helped other people. It's phenomenal. But my idea is that I want it to keep just working, and it's not about me, it's the community. And the more people that can help support the Diabetes Chat team, we've got Flipper, we've got Chris, we've got Tony, we've got Norman. It's great, and we're always looking for more people to help in whatever way. You can't just run it on your own. And so James, tell us a little bit about you. I know we spoke to both you and Partha as our guest speakers, but for people that are listening right now, just tell us a little bit about you and your connection to diabetes. I know you've got the career aspect and also type 1 yourself. You're part of the club.
I am, yeah. So I guess that's where it all kicked off. So I'm a person who lives with type 1 diabetes, and I've done since 2012. And I had a bit of a rubbish start in my journey. I had a delay on my diagnosis, and that sort of led me on to wanting to be involved in a healthcare aspect. I was training to be a nurse at the time, and I was informed, you don't have diabetes, don't worry, even though I had bad osmotic symptoms, and then a 30.6, I think it was, millimoles per litre reading later, then kind of formed beyond the diagnosis. And it was that experience that led me to think, I'd want to be involved in some aspect of diabetes care where I can inform and educate healthcare professionals, but also provide a service to patients living with diabetes. And I'm totally privileged to have both roles, as I do I'm based at Leicester, and I work as an Eden educator, which is based in the amazing Leicester Diabetes Centre, and Partha's been there as well. Pleasure to have met him before. And yeah, it's home to the amazing Professor Lameni Davies. It's Professor Kamlesh Kunti, and as of last year, Professor Pracheek Chowdhury. So Leicester's definitely a really good place to be. If we could snap up Partha, that'd be amazing. And I also work as a diabetes specialist nurse for the inpatient hospital settings of Leicester, and I do some outpatient clinics as well. So I live, breathe, and love, hate, all the mixture of emotions of diabetes, but I just love trying to make a difference to people's lives and help improve standards of care, really. So that's me in a nutshell.
Hi, I'm going to leap in a bit here just to give Tom a bit of a break. He might deserve it. So go and get yourself a mug of tea, Tom, and sit back a bit. I just wonder for both of you, can I just ask, why did you specialise in diabetes? Partha, obviously, as a doctor, you've got the whole gambit of specialities. And also, James, I know you've got type 1 yourself, but is that, I know other healthcare professionals that's the reason they've stayed away from type 1, not wanting their whole life to be diabetes. So, Partha, can I ask you first?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the way our training used to work, at least in those days, is that you had the opportunity to go through lots of different areas and specialties and make your choice. So I like diabetes as a whole. I do. I think I like the concept that you could be probably part of somebody's journey. And I also had two amazingly inspiring people in my much younger days. One was David Jenkins in Worcester. The other was Tony Zarlin, who was in Dudley. And they were great. They were fantastic to how they sort of engage with patients and stuff. So that was always been an inspiration, and that sort of moved me towards it. So I do all types of diabetes, but I talk and probably policy-wise do more about type 1. But yeah, I think overarching, it's a very fascinating area for me because, as I said, it's more about changing the whole dial as to how diabetes works. We have always sat and said, oh, well, let's just see a professional every 6 months, and then that 6 months becomes 8 months, and then 8 months becomes 12, and then you've got a pandemic and it could become 2 years. So that sort of model doesn't work. So I'm quite fascinated in trying to change that around. So yeah, that's pretty much my drive towards it.
I think that's really interesting because I always say, if I broke my leg, and I'm going to say this, and I don't mean how it sounds, I don't really care if I don't get on with the doctor that treats my broken leg. As long as he knows how to mend a leg, that's fine. I'm only going to see him for a couple of months. But actually, I have a relationship with my consultant, and I love her, and she's a lovely person. And that means more to me than her knowledge. I know but she is very knowledgeable. So I see what you mean. It is building relationships rather than just treating.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what we tend to forget. We have sort of done a lot of work in the space of language matters, me, Renza, and everybody else. And I think that sort of is the concept of it. It's never been about the whole debate about, is it a diabetic or a person with diabetes? That's an irrelevant sort of point. You'll get hooked on. If you're struggling with what to call them, just ask them what their first name is, right?
Yes.
But I think it's more about just having that sort of a little bit of humanity, thinking outside the numbers and stuff. And as I always say in all my talks, you've got minimal amount of time in your life with a clinician. As a person with diabetes, it's very little, 0.01% or whatever it is. And in that point of time, it's not too difficult to try and be nice, try and be a bit more sort of listening a little bit more, because that's what, to my experience, and I've been a consultant now for nearly 15 years, that's what engages people. It may not happen on that appointment, but I think if you are trying to show that we care and we are happy to sort of willing to sort of take the back step, whatever is needed, then eventually it works out. So that's my experience with it.
Yeah, no, totally agree. I think it is. I think it's important, the relationship, and I sort of think this from a healthcare professional's point of view. You need a good relationship because you're expecting me to turn up and discuss all aspects of my life, really personal aspects of my life that I don't go discussing anywhere else. And unless you've got that trust and empathy, am I truly going to share with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I think people, which I always say, is that it's not like I was, I became a doctor day one and suddenly was this amazingly empathetic person. I wasn't. And, if I look back, my clinical consultations, I would say 10 years ago, I would be very different. I think you learn, and I think that's probably one of the flaws of medical education. So if you talk to diabetes, there's a lot of emphasis put on, the theory, the science, and the academics and everything, and not much on the ability to actually have a conversation. And I think that's a shame, because at the end of the day, the only tool the diabetologist has in their book is actually not the insulin or the technology. It's about the ability to have that conversation. And I can give you one very quick example. So if you look at when we were really battling the sort of system about Freestyle Libre and all that sort of stuff, people, lots and lots of academics and clinicians would come and say, you should not do this because there's no evidence, there's no randomized controlled trials. And my view was always, but it improves their quality of life. That surely will mean something. And it's borne out. But I think that's our fundamental philosophy or belief as a clinician, that it has to be shown in numbers, and it has to be shown in a number which is acceptable in the clinical scientific concept. It's got to have statistical significance. I think it's absolutely important, but I think it needs to be meshed with how people are doing. Right now we're talking about Dexcom, for example, G6, G7. It's okay. It does all the numbers and stuff. But, if a parent says to me, it makes me sleep well at night, it's good enough, right? So I think that's the way we should probably look at it.
I think that's it. Lived experience. It doesn't take I suppose I live in my own little bubble of type 1, so I'll put my hand up for my own privilege of, the bubble I live in. But lived experience with CGM and Libre and stuff, it's like a no-brainer. But so that's fantastic. So I'm going to move over to James before we get sidetracked on that, because I could talk to you for ages. James, what about you and your choice of diabetes, and you being 24/7 diabetes, work, home, and play?
Yeah, I like what you said, Flipper, at the start, where you said some healthcare professionals sometimes try and steer away from working in an area they're personally involved in, and I guess for me it had the opposite effect. When I was first diagnosed, well, just prior to diagnosis, I had those classic symptoms, and they were just quite overwhelming. And I guess even as a healthcare professional at the time, it was you're still wondering, well, it's nothing, it'll go away. But after a while, it becomes quite overwhelming. And then I presented to the doctor, and they didn't do a finger prick check. They said, "Oh, don't worry, you're just stressed. You haven't got diabetes. But just in case, we'll do like a fasting test in a few days' time." And I was on an A&E placement at the time, and I thought, well, sod this, I'll just get my sugars checked by the staff there, and then that's when it read exceedingly high. And it was literally though that experience that made me think I want to do something that helps other people not go through the experience that I had, or worse experience. We know it still happens, but if we can help improve both awareness of the public, like Diabetes UK raised the 4Ts awareness campaign, which is great. And, there's lots of healthcare professional training out there, and I'm involved with Eden who do it as well. And if we can make a little bit of a difference, then it can sometimes make a big difference, certainly for the person living with diabetes as well. And sometimes that's can save a life, really, can't it, if you think about it? So yeah, that for me was the big thing that I wanted to be involved. And I think that having a personal experience and being a professional, what I've experienced is that a couple of times, not certainly trying to blow my own trumpet, I'm not trying to do that, I'm just saying that I can definitely empathise, and there's times in a click where I'll say, you know, I totally understand where you're coming from on this aspect, because, you know, I too live with the condition. And, you know, some people say, oh, you really understand what you're talking about, or what I'm saying to you. And I say, well, yeah, absolutely. You know, it's different, I guess, living with the condition. But for those that don't live with the condition, who specialize in it, you know, they have a really great understanding and awareness around the condition and can really empathize. But I guess I use my personal experience to my advantage when I support people living with the condition, and it certainly does have its place. I don't say it all the time. I just say it at the right time to try and really help support the person and make them feel like they're heard and understood as well. So definitely for me, the diagnosis had the opposite effect in wanting to actually be involved in diabetes rather than running away from it.
I'm here smiling and nodding along to everything you're both saying. And I think you and me, our diagnosis stories are similar. I was diagnosed as an adult. And I remember going to the GP, knowing something was really wrong. And I just remember the parting words was, oh, you look too well for it to be diabetes, but get an appointment with the nurse and have a blood test and we'll just check. And then after I had book one in a few days' time. And they sort of, you know, when you have it, they say, oh, we'll get back to you within a week, make an appointment in a week. And the next day, my flatmate, I was sharing a flat at the time, I'd gone straight out from work. And when I got back, there were all these messages around the place. You've got to call the doctor. The doctors have been calling, trying to find me because of my blood test. But hey ho, enough about me. No, that's really interesting. And I agree with the having I'm not saying everybody's going to have a health professional with type 1, but not my current consultant, but my last one, he had type 1 and he didn't say immediately and I didn't know straight away. But when I was having a really tough time, he did tell me, and it really helped me because I knew he knew what I was going through. And we, you know, laugh and joke. But anyway, he was great. I'm going to go back because we were talking, when I was talking to Partha, we were mentioning Libre and CGM, etc. And I just wondered if, whichever of you wants to pick up on this, it'd be really nice to just have a recap of where we are on NICE guidance and, you know, how people can go about getting technology, what their options are, if they're on one type and they've heard of another type, how, you know, what are their, I'm saying rights, but I know that sounds a bit sort of political, but what are their options and how to go about it if, for instance, they're on Libre and they've heard that Dexcom One's available. Is it easy to switch over? If you switch over, are you committing for a long time? So you guys, either of you want to pick up on that first?
I'll let you go, Partha. I can follow from there.
Okay. So where are we right now? So I think there are many steps to this. So first of all, is everybody with type 1 eligible for a Libra? Yes, they are. Are they getting it in the vast majority of places? Yes, they are. The areas where we did have the lowest, for example, Norfolk and Cambridge, as some of you will know, we publicly challenged them and they've now updated their guidelines. So that's all good. We've got about 72% of people with type 1 diabetes in the country on flash glucose. That's all good. There is variation within it. So, for example, if you're in Coventry, pretty much everybody's got it. If you're in Cambridge, not quite. But as I said, they've changed their guidelines, so they're going to catch up, I think, in the next few months. Then you come to the issue of choice. We have worked with companies to make sure they're competitive at price to flash glucose, and understandably that's needed because unless you're living under a rock, you will know that the country's in trouble with money, and it has affected all of us in the NHS. Let's make no two bones about it. Anybody who works, our budgets are being slashed left, right, and centre. We've got problems, big problems. So having something at similar price parity has helped. So we've got so far out of 42 areas, that's how the country is now divided into, We've got about 16 or 18 who have added Dexcom 1 to their formulary. The others are all got pipelines, so I expect over the next few months that will all happen because it's a price parity. That shouldn't be an issue. Then you come to the third layer of it, which is the upgraded CGMs, right? The CGMs which can loop. And I think I've got lots of requests. Why can't I get that? Well, simply because NICE haven't said that anything about loops yet. That's the piece of work we're finishing. We shall see where it stands. We shall listen to what they have to say, and then we will take things forward. However, there is a sub compartment of people, for example, parents who would like data to be shared. And for those people, I think you need to consider CGMs, which have got that capabilities. All systems have been asked to do that. And finally, we also have been asking now, we just formally sent out a questionnaire to every single area and system with very simple things. Where are you with the NICE guidelines, NG 17 and 18? Have you implemented it? If not, when are you going to do it? And are you not going to do it? So far we have had, I think, 14 areas have said they've already implemented it. We've got another 20, I think, who are just about to do it. And then we'll pick up the others. So, yeah, that's where we are at. So we are. So just to finish that, a couple of things also to all the audience who listens to this. So this is not going to be easy in the present climate, even if closed loop happens. And I understand people saying we must have it. The money is really bad at the moment, and I think people need to be very, very clear and honest about it. We are in really, really bad times at the moment. And so it's going to be a struggle going forwards, but we shall see where we get to. But yeah, that's where we are with it.
Yeah, and I'll just leap in, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because there are people that aren't necessarily in the UK, and also there might be people in the UK. I would describe, when we're talking about NICE and NICE guidelines, they're like the authority that give guidance on what medications can be prescribed or given on the NHS and in which circumstances. Do you think that's a good sort of précis of what NICE do?
Yeah. I think they're a body which basically says, so the UK is unique in the way it does its health system. It basically is all tax funded. So the NICE has got a position to say, we look at the evidence and tell us whether it's cost effective using taxpayers' money. That's what they do. Yeah. So that's their position, I would say.
Yeah, no, I just thought I'd clear that up because I suddenly realised we're talking about NICE and I'm thinking people are going to thinking, who are NICE? And James, because you're, I am not saying that Partha is not on the cold face because I know you are. How are you finding patients are reacting to the new guidelines with Dexcom 1, and does your area actually supply it? And how, for you as clinicians, is it starting so many people on CGMs and Libre, etc.?
Yeah, so in our area, we're initiating Dexcom both in primary care and secondary care. In fact, I'm finding it's more of a challenge to get up to speed, certainly from a secondary care perspective, and primary care really taking off. Like where I support a clinic, that local practice, which is one main surgery, they've managed to start their own Libre practices, Libre View practices, and Dexcom Clarity practices as well, and start patients off on those devices. And it's so amazing. And some of the patients have just been, some have been using Libre, but not being able to get on with it because of scanning issues. And they heard things around it. And when I'm doing my clinics, I'm always thinking, does that person, firstly, if they've got type 1, I'm asking them, are you using Flash? If not, why not? Do you want to start it? Let's start it now. Or offering the other alternatives as well, particularly with Dexcom 1 and giving them that choice. And those that are using Libre, ask them, are you happy with it? Do you want to carry on? Do you want to switch as well? And yeah, there's those situations where some patients are not getting on with the whole Flash monitoring, but they, and just something that takes away that extra burden can make a massive difference. And for us in reviewing the data as well, it can have a huge difference as well. And when you're making that choice, I think certainly for both healthcare professionals and patients, one thing that's come out which is really useful is the DSM-4am table of which compares the different CGM and flash devices that are available. Well, there's only one flash device, but you know what I mean. It gives a really nice overview of each device. I think Partha was also involved in that as well. And in relation to NICE guidance, I think it's amazing that all people with type 1 now should be offered, and I think that's the thing, should, where we were before restricted to a criteria, but I try and find a way of fitting that criteria in for that fits for the person with diabetes, particularly in that psychological aspect, because, well, I certainly know the impact that type 1 has on your mental health. Living with it for many years, it can have such a strain, or even, one situation where you've had a really bad hypo that can have a massive strain on your mental health. But particularly with the NICE one as well, I think the aspect of type 2 diabetes and how we're able to find a way for some people who are on insulin, who meet a certain criteria, are able to also have access to flash, and also equivalent cost of a real-time CGM, such as a Dexcom One. And I think that's such a huge thing. I do a project called CARES, which is a national care home education program, and hearing all the people that are supported there, and such, those that have frailty, real risk of hospitalization and decrease in quality of life, and just being able to find those people, particularly in those areas, that are able to use CGM, it's going to make such a massive difference, because there's going to be many patients, certainly living with type 2 diabetes, who are on insulin, who will automatically meet that criteria as well. So it's such a massive thing, and it's amazing to see. And it's being diagnosed with diabetes, it's a horrible thing to happen. But I say to patients, it's moving forward, there's never been a better time to live with this condition, because there are so many good things happening at this moment in time. We have many great therapies out there, some that have cardiovascular benefit and renal benefit. And obviously we have the technology out there, and it's only looking brighter and brighter, really. And that really helps reduce that burden for that person, and helps their quality of life as well.
I think it's really interesting that you brought up frailty and old age, because I know we've got a standard joke between a group of us with type 1 that we're going to set up our own care home, and we're just all going to move in, and we're going to hire our own DSNs to look after us. But on a serious note, I think for me, like with closed loop systems, and they're only going to get better, and insulins are going to get faster, etc., it's quite comforting to me, because it makes me think I'm not going to be relying on somebody else as much for the diabetes management, like tech will take thing. And having sensors and things on people must be amazing for staff in care homes, etc. Just seeing, is somebody, how they're acting, is it their blood sugar, or is it just they're having a bad day?
Yeah, there's been studies that have happened where people have initiated flash monitors. Particularly, I remember one study where it was down south, can't remember where. David Liscombe, I think, was the author of it. And they initiated flash monitors on people with type 2 diabetes. Some were on mixed insulins, pre-mixed insulins twice a day. And obviously they were just doing finger prick checking before. And when they started on the flash, they found that they were having hypos at the peak times that the insulins were working. And those peak times were middle of the afternoon and during overnight. And these times are where patients wouldn't really have their finger prick checked. And if you're living with diabetes for a long period of time, that can make you more at risk of having impaired awareness of hypoglycemia. And if you have more hypoglycemic episodes, then that further exacerbates the problem itself. So then from that, they're able to make a therapeutic change of switching to a once daily insulin. And from there, it reduced the hypo significantly, but also the requirement for the community nurses as well to come out and administer insulin for those that weren't able to be supported within the home environment by the staff themselves. So it's made a massive difference, and I can only see the future looking so much brighter. Particularly, we think around in that study, particularly they were using just the first version of the Freestyle Libre, and there was a study done comparing, I think, the G5, Dexcom G5, and the Flash, and obviously the Dexcom G5 came out better, particularly around hypoglycemia, because they had better awareness of reacting to hypoglycemia, and that's because, well, I would say because of the alert functions. And now we know that with the use of the Freestyle Libre 2, that has the alert functions in there. So the quality of care is only going to get even better for those that are of who have frailty. And when we think about frailty, you immediately think of age, but actually you could have someone in their 30s, 40s, younger or whatever age, who has multiple conditions, and yet you could have someone in their 80s or 90s who has less amounts of conditions, who is more independent. And so the person who's younger would be classed as more frail than the person who's older. So it's going to make a massive difference wherever the person is, whatever the age, whatever the comorbidities. I just think that it's made a difference, and it's going to keep going, making a difference as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I did leap to old age, but like you say, there's people with lots of other conditions, and type 1 just hits anybody. So yeah, that must be really difficult, and it must help carers and parents, etc. I'm going to the frailty thing is very interesting. I'm getting older. It's sort of becoming more relevant for me, I suppose. But with you starting people on CGMs and Libre, one of the factors I always think is a good indicator of how good it is. Do you have many people who stop using them? Or are people generally get on? Because I can see the data can be overwhelming. And I suppose the thing is, because you're initiating, and I know ABCD did those brilliant videos and things, if it is people who aren't getting on, do you find that with maybe a bit more education or looking at things that they then come round to it? Or are there some people, which there are going to be, who just aren't, it's not their thing? I'm not sure who. I'll say Partha because you've not spoken for a while. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I think there will always be. I think the way to see technology is, in my opinion, it's part of your standard type 1 diabetes care, right? And there is no, what shall I say, pressure from my end to say you must do this or you must have so many scans. I believe in that model. I always say, if you want to take a break from it, you take a break from it. It's fine. It's no problem. Then you chat as to when you feel you might be able to get to it, or whether you want to ditch it altogether, and you have a conversation about that at the next appointment. So I think it goes back to the relationship building, that the person feels comfortable that they can say, I'm actually taking a break because it's getting a bit too much. And I think clinicians need to get to that space where you go like, yeah, that's fine. If you're taking a break, you're taking a break. Sometimes the numbers are too much. Sometimes lots of other things are going on. Life is such, we don't live anybody else's lives. So I don't know what's going on in their lives. So that to me is perfectly okay. And you see people dropping off sensors, some people coming back and asking for it again. That's not uncommon. And some people don't like it at all. And that's okay. But the point, however, is that it's offered to all.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit like education, which we talk about. We have this debate of, structured education, online, and what is the right thing? Well, offer it to people and let them choose, rather than offering them nothing. So offer it to them, and everybody will be slightly different as to what they want to do. I've got patients who are doing really well, and they still want to do glucose monitoring the traditional way, and they're doing okay. And you say to them, hey, listen, if you ever want to jump onto this, let me know, and that works well.
Can I jump in and talk or mention a thing about like the frailty and even dropping off tech? I had a conversation with those with type 1 and that are older, and they're worrying that with the education of staff, and if they're put into care suddenly and they're using tech, and that well, is it better for them to go back to MDI so that their care will be safer, not better, safer. Like they're worried about that, and just the way things are at the minute, and the pathways, and moving back to one injection a day, like the care is quite universal. Like it's type 2, not necessarily type 1, or not type 2. That is just diabetes care in care homes as opposed to something different.
So I think there are two ways of looking at it. It depends on what tech you're talking about. So I think if it's something like Flash or CGM and they're on it, I think that's basic care and everybody has a responsibility to know about it. That's a bit like saying, oh, well, when I was 20 years ago, we used to dip urine, so I don't want to know anything about blood glucose monitoring. So it goes back to about people's education. I think it also goes back to, and I firmly believe clinical specialists like us have got a role in that. So if you've got an area which is under you, you've got patients with diabetes going into nursing homes, of course it's our responsibility to educate them. Not sort of sit back and go like, oh, it's not my job. It, of course, is my job. You know, I've always said there are lots of terms around which goes around like, oh, he's a hospital diabetologist, community diabetologist. That's the biggest nonsense ever, right? A hospital is part of the community. You're a diabetologist for the whole region, and you try and help out wherever they are, whether they come to see in a hospital or in a care home. So I think CGM, Flash, etc., should be very basic about how to put it on, how to take it off, how to look at the numbers. And in that level, what you're trying to do is safety, right? So you tell them these numbers are unsafe, this is what you need to do, and this is what you X, Y, and Z. As regards pumps, that's probably a slightly more complicated because pumps, at the moment, the traditional pumps, if the patient's not fully involved with it, there is evidence that it can cause rise in decays and stuff simply because, you know, tubing issues, gets disconnected, staff around them not being trained. So I think there is that, but I think it will be quite interesting to see how that plays out in the closed loop space. Mm-hmm. So there is you're absolutely right about when they go across, that discussion needs to be had, that if the staff around you isn't trained, is it safer from that point of view? So it's a mixture of things, and I think it has to be individual based as to how you are.
And I'm thinking coming off that tech, so like if they're using those closed loop systems today and they're put into care, well, like they're worried that the system that is keeping them safe and really well to come off it onto something that the carers now within the care homes are only capable of using. I think they're worried about that.
100%. And I think that's what individual discussions need to be had when you talk about people at that. What are we trying to achieve? So that discussion needs to be had on a case-to-case basis. And if there is no training, you need to think of safety as paramount at that point of time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting. It's a really interesting area. At some point, maybe we'll have to have a Hello.
You still there?
Yes.
Fluffer?
Yes. You can't
go for it. You cut off half speaking.
Oh, sorry. Must be my internet or something.
No. In the meantime, I can see Belinda's got a hand up, and if anyone wants to ask any questions, we've got about 15-20 minutes with Partha and James, and then we'll probably overrun for maybe 5-10 minutes. But yeah, Belinda, you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, so here in Australia, sorry, it's a bit echoey. We do use Flash in the older population with early signs of dementia, and we actually find that it keeps them reassured. They get very hung up on hypoglycemia because they've been using it for so long. But we have credentialed diabetes educators embedded in the nursing homes and the low-level care facilities. So they are very lucky. We also do find that a lot of the older people are actually opting, even though type 2 diabetes does not have subsidised access to Flash at all. They are actually opting to buy Flash just simply because of dexterity issues and vision issues. So the Flash uptake is actually increasing despite the cost because it makes their lives easier.
That's really interesting that it's being used in that area, because I can see that being of great help. Because I'm not as good at spotting hands up as I don't know about Tom, and there are lots of people on at the moment. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question, as we've got Partha and James here?
Please come up and request the mic or tweet DiabetesChat. Quick, get it in. I know, James, let's go to you. I know you had a question that you wanted to ask Partha, you said to me before.
Yeah, I did. Before I ask the question, I just wanted to... I think it's your chat space, Tom.
Yeah, Tom, we can hear the echo through you.
Oh.
Like, plug some headphones in kind of thing.
Typical tech at the end of the...
Oh, there we go.
Is that better?
Hey, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just wanted to bring on that point around where it was talking around sometimes tech doesn't work for some people. And I had one experience of a patient I was supporting who's had, sadly, a severe hypo. She was in the UK and her husband was away in America, and they were doing a web call. And she sadly had a severe hypo while she was on the web call with her husband, and I think she was in her 60s, and she suffered with previous severe hypos, but it was never picked up around tech. And we managed to get her funding. This was prior to the update to NICE guidance to use the G6. So we got started on the G6, and we set the low alerts. There's a really nice guidance from DTN UK about how you set alerts appropriate, designed for Flash, but it's certainly applicable for CGM as well. And we set the low alerts, and we set a fairly high threshold of a high alert because she was having quite bad glycemic variability. And about a week later, I rang her back to see how it was going, and she says, "Oh, I've had enough with this technology because I just keep hearing these alarms all the time." And obviously, she's experiencing hypo, so we're able to alter her doses appropriately, and she did have quite bad awareness of hypoglycemia. And I sort of gave her as much education and support as I could to try and reassure and say, look, if we could even switch off the alerts if you're because she was at that point saying, I don't want to continue with this at all. And I was saying, well, we can switch them off if you want to, or even lower the alert as well. And she was very adamant because it just made her really even more anxious about the use of the tech. So she came off the tech. And we only saw her again last week, actually, which is we kept on speaking to her, obviously, since that time, and she was still adamant. But then we saw her in person last week, and I asked her, I said, do you want to, try again of not necessarily a Dexcom, but consider Flash, where you're not seeing, because another thing was her seeing that data all the time. And I said, well, do you want to try Flash and just use it as you would for blood glucose monitoring, which again picks on Partha's point around, not needing to do so many scans like we had on the previous criteria. And I said, we can switch the alerts off if you want to, whatever you want to, use it like how you would for a blood glucose monitor. And she thankfully accepted, and hopefully that'll make a big difference. But it just shows there are some situations where tech doesn't work for some people, and I guess it's adapting or making a case where it can help in some circumstances as well. But Partha, my question for you would be around the future, particularly for yourself and I guess the world of diabetes. So, it's amazing all that you've helped to contribute and achieve. You've made the lives of many and mine a difference. And I'm just wondering, you've got closed loop trial coming out. Obviously, you've mentioned about the funding. There's a recent publication coming out of the peer support, which is amazing, because that's just, we're on a platform for peer support. I know that I'm just thinking of your future. What does the future hold for you for diabetes, and where do you feel you've completed, or you can, or are you planning on staying in the world of diabetes, and what do you hope for?
So I think, I've been very fortunate to be in a leadership position for so long, and hopefully some changes have happened. But I also think leadership is about two things. One is about knowing when to go. So people sort of don't ask you to go, so you can go off your own terms. And also, I think there is a shelf life of every leader, so that you can have a freshness into it. So I would like to try and see where we can get to with the closed loops. And I think after that, it's probably there's no lack of some amazing clinical leaders in this space, whether it's colleagues like Geraldine Gallen, who's an amazing nurse specialist, whether it's Emma Wilmot, or people like them. So I think there's no lack. Sophie, I can name so many people who are amazing in this type 1 space and type 2 space. So I suspect there is a end point to this for my leadership role. I think advocacy will still stay. I don't think that will change. I've got a platform, I've got a voice, so that probably will still stay. And I'll continue to do that. I'm looking at doing work in other countries, because I think one of the things I always talk about, there is a degree of privilege that we have in the United Kingdom. We're talking about people's discussions right now is, can I have a G7 compared to Dexcom 1? Well, we've got people around the world who don't have insulin, right? I'd like to help in other countries if possible. India, Africa, those are places where I'm looking at and doing some work already. So, yeah, I think, plus I'm 50 next year. So time for somebody younger, somebody more fresher, probably next year, I would have thought.
I thought you were only 21, Partha.
So they keep telling me.
It's the good hair. It's the good hair. Tom, I wanted to ask you a question, actually. Sorry, I'm doing a quick fire questions. Firstly, though, I don't know if this sound works, but I just want to play this a minute.
Go on. Oh, man. Whoop, whoop.
No, wrong
Mary
song.
does
We
the
need the
sound
final
effects as well.
countdown.
Just to say a huge congrats on, achieving, 23 hours and 50 minutes. But we can, you've done it. Obviously, you started out before the 24 hours, because I can imagine you were up and awake a few hours before it started. So
yeah,
it's amazing doing 24 hours. I mean, I'm sure me and Partha, I don't know if you're still doing your nights and stuff, but it's so knackering at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. You're like, oh, I just want my sleep. But well done on getting through it.
I'd literally just come on to say, well done to Tom as well for doing 24 hours and actually staying for the whole 24 hours.
I know, it's amazing. I just wondered with your the platform itself, it's amazing having a 24-hour chat and having people across the world speak about diabetes and raising awareness, and it's really good. And I just thought, right back to where you started, that first session, which I don't know when it was it in June or something, and just knowing your journey that you've been on, and Norman as well, and Flipper, all that support you, what's it been like for you, and what difference have you noticed in yourself, but also other people as well?
Wow. Cheers, mate, for that. And I honestly did not ever think this would ever happen. And I don't want to end on us talking about me, because it's not about me. It's about the community. And that's initially, I'll admit, I did it because I wanted to talk to people, because I was feeling confident with my diabetes. But as the community grew and grew, it just hit me to how amazing people are from all over the world coming together. And
hey, it might not be about you, but you deserve at least 5 minutes at the end of this. Come on, Tom.
No, not at all.
I agree.
But you know what I mean? It's the community that is fantastic, and I've really enjoyed this like amazing 24 hours doing this, and it's been hard work the last couple of weeks, and but just seeing all this sort of interaction back is just incredible. It's crazy, and I appreciate everyone's support. And I can't even remember the question now, mate. But honestly, thank you for everyone's support. But just from my lesson learned with everything is talking is so important. Reaching out to people, connecting with them, finding your friend, your peer support is important. But I do get it. It does take time, and it took me a long time. And like I said, technology really helped me, and then doing this and building this community has really helped me. I don't know what track I would have went if I didn't have this. It's really helped me. So thank you to everyone, and just keep hanging out with us, because
I smell a wild Harry in the background.
yeah, Harry's here. He's got the blue balloon. He's running off into the kitchen, into the other room. But honestly, thank you guys. It's been great, and we go again, isn't it? We just keep talking, and no one should ever feel alone with anything in life. But for us guys who have a connection with diabetes, you should never feel alone and embarrassed. And I don't even know if I answered your question, mate.
Oh no, you did. And I listened back yesterday to some of the chats. Like I listened to the GB Doc guys, and that was so good to hear them and hear their stories, and that side of peer support as well. And it's amazing you've had people from all different countries come along and talk. It's just amazing, isn't it?
It's been, you know what I mean? I've seen so many familiar faces. I've seen new faces, people that join the space, people that tweet along. And we've just connected with so many people from different backgrounds. We started off with Renza, and we started off with Captain Atlantis Max. He read his amazing book. He was diagnosed with that too, and he's gone on to write a book. He's 9 years old. He's wrote 2 books, and he's reading his book to people around the world. We've connected with healthcare professionals, the Teen Diabetes 101 team. Like you say, GB Doc have represented, and I wanted them to get involved. I wanted all different communities from all over the world to get involved. That's what it's about. We had Pricks, Jade Verne, who's doing her film, and it's out soon, I believe, or in the final stages. And she came on, and she did she did a bit of her gig, and she did a game show. It was just so much fun. We've had live singers, we've had different podcast people from Daniel Newman, we've had Stacey Sims, we've had Tino, we've had DDoc representations, Diabesties. We've in the last 6 to 8 hours, we've traveled across the world, and that's been amazing because we don't always get that opportunity to do that and connect with voices across the world, and hearing people from all over the world, America, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan. We had India, Pakistan, the Philippines, Australia, UK, you name it. And you know what I mean? It's blown my mind, and I love you all, and I'm ready for bed.
You've still got a good 4 minutes to go yet.
I'm just going to say just a really quick thank you for Tom. You've been amazing, and to keep it going this long. And I know I've yabbered on quite a bit through some of the sessions, hopefully filling some of the time for you. But it's been amazing what I've listened to. And I'm doing it now because I have to meet somebody, so I'm running out the door. So
it's been lovely having you, Flipper. It's been nice seeing you coming in and out.
No, it's lovely hearing you, Norman, and all the ones. It's been a great day. I'm looking forward to listening to some of the sessions that I missed during the night, because I did get some sleep.
Once Tom gets a good few hours sleep, he's going to hopefully add chapters to the YouTube video, but YouTube's going to take about 12 hours to process that video because of how long it is.
It'd be
We've tried to be really careful with language, though. I've really tried to be careful.
Me too.
I am not editing a 24-hour chat, guys. It takes me about 3 hours to edit 1 hour. There's no way I'm editing 24 hours. I'm at work on Monday. But honestly, can I just add as well, Philippa, Chris, Norman, Tony. I mentioned this earlier on at some point in the middle of the night. I'm so grateful for the team of Diabetes Chat, Philippa and Chris, who are co-hosts. We also have Morgan. Morgan started off as a co-host, and she's got other commitments now. She was fantastic. We have Norman, who helped with so many things behind the scenes, guys. You don't even know. With the website, he helped with buying the server things. I don't know all the terminologies, but he's helped with that.
Web hosting stuff.
Web hosting out of his own pocket. He's like tremendous. He's helped with me setting up the website. He's helped with all the streaming facilities and everything with the studio setup. And then we've got Tony, who does amazing things behind the scenes with making videos and tweet the timestamp things. It's a team effort, and like I said at the very beginning of this thing, I said I don't want it to be about me. It's about the community, and I want more people to get involved so that it becomes a bigger team, so that it's not relying on me or you know what I mean. It's not Tom Dean, it's Diabetes Chat or whatever. It's the community and it's the online community. But thank you so much to everyone. Partha, James, did you was there anything else you wanted to end the Diabetes Chat on? We'll obviously roll over a little bit more, but was there anything from your chat that you wanted to add? I know it kind of went on to me a little bit there, but is there anything you guys wanted to say to finish?
From my end, I mean, no, I quite rightly it's rolled on to you. I mean, as I said at the very beginning, many kudos for doing what you do and what you have done, and hats off. So please carry on with the good work, and to those who are listening, pass the message on. This is a great forum. Talk to each other, learn from each other, and try and be kind to each other. I suppose there's too many things going on around the world at the moment. So. At least the type 1 diabetes community can, be united. And, kudos to folks like you who are doing that leadership. That is well appreciated. That's all.
Thank you, Partha. And maybe next year if you leave your role as consultancy, you could always join the Diabetes Chat team, right? Co-host?
Yeah, we'd love to have you.
Why not?
Why not, indeed. There we go, guys. Exclusive there. And James, come on, buddy. Anything that you wanted to conclude with?
No, not really. No. It's amazing. You deserve the last word entirely. Yeah. It's been amazing to see how far it's come on and hear the amazing speakers. Like I can see Renza's on. She's spoken a few times. Dominica as well. It's amazing just to hear everyone from around the world and all seem to be aligned in their missions and their life journeys, living with diabetes and experiencing diabetes, and it's all to the greater good, really. It sounds a bit cheesy, but it really is. And I think this platform just emphasizes that entirely, and it's given people a place. The only time I was around people living with diabetes was during Daphne, during structured education. And I always thought, well, where are other people living with diabetes? And by the click of a button, you're there on a Monday evening and for the last 24 hours. And you've given, I know you're thinking, oh, this place is for other people. But, this platform, you're saying it's not about me, but you created this. You should be so proud of yourself. And this has turned into something amazing. By the click of a button, it's given people a place, and long may it continue.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff, mate. Thank you. Thanks again, Partha. Thank you, James, for joining us for our last hour as host. Thank you to everyone else who's tuned in and been on the speaker panel for our last hour and listening in. It's just amazing. And I don't know if anyone on the speaker panel had any final words about anything, but not about me, please.
The YouTube count has finally hit its 24 hours.
There we go. There we go. Fantastic. James?
Yeah, just a quick one. What's I suppose it's a good finish off. What's your total that you've raised?
To be honest,
331, I think.
Yeah, I only put it up last night, early on, and I should have plugged it more in terms of earlier fundraising sort of, but it was a last minute decision. I didn't really know the sort of direction to go down, but in the end, I went with JDRF, and there's so many amazing charities out there. And yes, amazing, we've raised over £300, and that's fantastic.
It's 335. There you go. I just found it. 111%.
There we go.
Of target.
Every single penny counts, because that will help with raising awareness of diabetes and helping people across the world and UK. So incredible for the people that have been able to donate that. Like we've said, throughout it's difficult times like we're living in. So we appreciate that, but also appreciate everyone's love that they've.
Did I lose connection, or did we lose Tom?
I think we might have lost Tom.
He's gone to sleep.
I was just going to say he was going to sleep. He's hit
And
the
rightly
table.
so. It's 9:04. Good night from Australia.
Good night from the UK, or good morning, technically.
It's saying if he's lost connection, something just popped up. I've seen it.
It only gave him 24 hours.
The stream's still running, so it's
true.
just a Twitter thing. Strange. Well, it's been a good 24 hours. Shall we do a blood sugar lottery before we go?
Hey, that's a good idea.
Let's do a blood sugar lottery. Anyone who's on the speaker panel, or you can tweet it with #DiabetesChat. Let us know what your blood sugars are. CGMs are valid as well. I'm currently running at the wrong arm. Can't stand that arm.
I'm 7.5 straight across.
I'm too high for my own good. I'm 11.2, although stable.
That's good.
I was at 5.6 when I first started chatting, and now I'm a 9.4. It'll probably come down in a few moments' time.
Oh, the stress, James.
I was going to say, I only woke up about an hour ago, so I'm probably still getting that bit of a rise that I get in the morning.